want them to do something before Ormar kills him. Can it be the NPC that's fighting Ormar down there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's going to happen, two people have just been dispatched in front of this person. So yeah, this will be a minion slot. Oh wait, yeah. Did Jonathan go? Jonathan didn't actually get to go.
Well, I just did the...
No, you only served his.
Yeah, you only served his. Okay, so let's go back to Jonathan. So, Jonathan, you pulled out your pistol.
Yeah.
There are 3 men coming into this room. Just as a reminder to everybody, pistols in this setting are sort of very early revolvers. They'll have paper capsule bullets that they're loaded with, and they are single action revolvers. They don't work super reliably, but you don't have to like load them like musket shot or anything like that.
I might... I guess I don't know if I can just say this is what's happening, or it's been an advantage, but like I feel like because the ship is leaning so much, when these 3 guys kind of like leave the area that is the stairs, there's kind of like maybe like an open-ish area where they can like be tripped up. I don't necessarily want to hit them, but when they leave like the safety of like the wall and the stairs, I want to like shoot at like their feet or something to try and like just trip them up, trip up 1 or 2 of them as they come down the steps.
How about this? We'll spend an advantage and we'll put an oil lamp, and I think there's a unique design for the oil lamps on this ship. They're sort of in kind of like a rotating bubble, and like you didn't understand that at first when you grabbed an oil lamp to go beneath decks, but now it's very obvious. This ship intends to list. That is part of its design, and that oil lamp is right there behind them on the stairs. If you hit that, it will explode and get oil everywhere and probably cause a lot of ruckus.
I love some ruckus. John is all about the ruckus. So, yeah, ruckus. Yeah, I wanna attempt that. How do I do that with?
So this, I believe, it's like kind of a called shot. This is a ranged roll, and it'll be hard.
Okay, so 1 and 2. I've got. So for the slump rifle, I have yellow and 2 green, so that's going up against the 2.
Yep, that's going up against 3 purple.
Oh, 3. Wow. Okay. X's are
Failures.
okay, but it fails with 2 advantages.
Okay, so you don't manage to hit the lamp or them, but you can create some sort of advantage for yourself. Those can add a blue die to a future maneuver that you do, or something like that.
Johnny, where did Travis leave off?
Did I complete strapping the thing to the
You got the most important cargo.
Okay.
So you got the feather weave and you got that box.
Gotcha.
I would say that I would like if my
Plus some gold.
plus some gold. I would like my like shooting at them, my attempt at their lives to then distract them from Travis, giving him maybe a blue die in his next attempt at something.
Okay, yeah, cool. I like that. So Travis, Johnny, make sure you remember that you will have a blue die to whatever you roll next.
Never forgotten a single thing in my life.
Great. And now we go back to the PC slot, or the NPC slot, which, facing Ormar, there is only 1 man surviving. 2 of his friends have been dispatched. He's watched this man with broken legs rise in front of him. He's watched that same person fearlessly deal with the listing of the ship and be in a position that's like really precarious, undaunted. He's terrified. He's a monster! He's a monster! Ormar Vale has come aboard the ship and he's a monster! Come to smite us all! He is going to try and scramble up the side of the ship to warn the captain.
Can I do a different read on this? I would like for him to try to attack him, because I want to show what happens when you stab this zombie. I think it's going to make this guy do exactly that, what he just did, but I think he's not going to know until he feels a sword go inside.
You're absolutely right. So this guy is going to try and attack Vale. He has no skills right now because he is not in a group. But he still has managed to hit. So yeah, he hits with 1 success. That would be doing a total of 6 damage.
I don't totally know how
I think
zombie hit points are going to
for
work.
this first encounter, we're not going to deal with that at all. I think Ormar takes what hits he'll take.
I think that like after a certain point he does go down and like he can't go back up again until he is like fixed or
I
whatever.
feel like it's new juice.
Yeah. But nothing like ostensibly nothing happens.
Yeah, he'll run him through. He moves forward. Bale doesn't like do anything to defend himself against this strike, or like he's too slow. He's too busy like grounding himself from the listing, and he gets stabbed through the chest. And the man is close to Bale, breathing heavily, and then Bale like slowly turns to meet his gaze.
I also want this person to realize, like, as his breath is like hot and like being pushed out of his body, and he's so close to Vale, he also realizes there is no breath, no like anything, just like icy coldness to Vale.
And like Vale's gaze slowly turns to meet his. Vale clicks his mouth shut, and the man stumbles back, the sword still inside Vale. Vale slowly pulls the sword out of his chest, drops it over the edge, and then winks.
Stop it.
The man descends into screaming. Uncontrollable screaming.
I do love how the wink thing like happened totally unintentionally. Now it's a signature move.
And we've got a PC slot.
If I may, I would love to take a quick moment to save Wendell.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. And like I'm
So Wendell's hand is burning. Wendell is
he's
like
dangling, right?
dangling, yeah. And the system that we've worked out for friendly NPCs, unless Gable wants to interfere on their own, you can move a fate point around to just guarantee success in whatever Wendell's next action is.
Yeah. Oh, like.
Or Gable
I
can
think I
take-
would rather grab him. I think that would probably be more successful.
Okay, cool.
I also want to. How many advantages do we have?
Oh, we've got like 4 left.
Well, I want to have an advantage that where I am, where like compared to where he is, if and when I grab him, even if I don't have a tight hold on him, where we are, the ground is like there are lots of things for him to grab on.
Yeah, okay.
That's-
There's like some netting on the ship. I mean, there would have to be because, again, they've designed it to list like this.
Yeah. So I what roll?
Let's see. Athletics or coordination. If you're going to grab Wendell...
I'm gonna sheath my sword too.
Yeah.
Do athletics then.
Athletics, great.
Do athletics.
I think this is average difficulty.
That's two perps.
2 perps.
I think that's just one success.
Okay, I mean,
And then
that's...
yeah,
then one success
these are
is enough.
these are opposites, right?
Yeah, those are
Okay.
opposites.
2 successes actually.
Okay, 2 successes. Great. So you look at Fishhook, who's like sort of moved down towards you. He's just dispatched Nodos, and you sheathe your sword. He notices that, and you can tell he is not a fan of you doing that. He sees that as more disrespect. As you move over to Wendell, who is like forced now to let go, and you grab him before he falls any further.
Yeah, I grab him, hold him to my chest, and then lay him down on the ground,
Yeah.
and then just stand over, like trying to protect him because he's probably burning very badly.
Yeah, his hand is looking rough. It is going to take a lot to save it, and even then, he's probably going to be in a great deal of pain for the rest of his life without some sort of miraculous medical intervention.
Where's his brother right now?
His brother is hooked just above you. Like you can see, he is very much going to be a factor in this combat coming forward. But I want to make things
Yeah, and my
interesting
dudes.
and dangerous.
Why would
here.
you? Okay.
So we're going to have Franz Fishhook go, and he is going to cast a spell. That spell is going to cost him 4 strain.
How much strength does he have?
Oh, he's got 10.
Wait, Fishhook's casting a spell?
Yeah, Fishhook is casting the spell.
I don't care for that.
Of all the insolence. He rams his anchor into the deck, and he's got his other hand like supporting himself on his hook, but he lets his sleeve fall back and he exposes his palm to you. And you see the gnarled, rotting black flesh that makes up the mariner's mark. And the air once again fills with the smell of rotting seaweed. You can feel the salty brine sort of like tease at your skin, and it makes it feel dry as he begins to mumble words in a language that you can't recognize.
English.
We brought it back. Gable, in you, it sets off something powerful. It's like your soul was trying to vomit. It hates what it hears, and it radiates through all of your being. And then you feel it. Well, let me roll the thing first.
Or you're rolling for damage?
No, I'm rolling to cast the spell.
Can we just...
No, so I paid the strain
Oh,
to
yes,
cast it,
yeah.
but I...
All right, James.
Well, yeah, I guess if we're gonna play the game properly.
hate it. No, thank you.
Oh my goodness, yes. That's 2 successes and 2 advantages.
Oh, I love it.
Hey heroes, and welcome to the campaign mid-roll. I hope you're enjoying this episode. We have a new song that is premiered this episode, and I'm super excited about it. You're going to be hit with a big sting of it after the mid-roll, so look forward to that. Thank you so much to Arnie Parrott for more wonderful composition. Heroes One Shot has a lot of exciting things in the works this year, and one of them is a new season of A Woman with Hollow Eyes, our Invisible Sun actual play stream. Either this week or next week, we're going to be launching a Kickstarter to fund that. We hit a few technical snafus in launching it on Tuesday, but if you enjoyed our first season of A Woman with Hollow Eyes, you'll want to check out the Kickstarter for Season 2. Be sure to watch the One Shot Network and my personal Twitter account for an announcement of when the Kickstarter goes live. Before we get back to our episode this week, we've got a radvertisement for you. This one comes to us from Roleplay Television, or RPTV. Listen to Roleplay Television's spring lineup of shows on SoundCloud or your favorite podcast app, and follow them on Twitter at @TheRoleplayTV. And you can learn all about their spring lineup of shows in their Welcome to RPTV episode. Roleplay Television is a brand new Georgia-based actual play podcast network featuring a variety of unique and engaging shows. The network will follow a seasonal structure, starting out in spring of 2019. They're going to produce 2 seasons each year, featuring their own unique lineup of shows. Their first season features sexy monsters in college, a steampunk tale of family and intrigue, and a mysterious trek into a fey forest. I like all of those. If you're a fan of actual play shows, and if you're listening to Campaign, I hope you are, you should definitely check out RPTV. Thank you so much to the folks over at Roleplay Television for purchasing a radvertisement and supporting our network this week. If you want to hear your own copy on either Campaign or One Shot, head over to oneshotpodcast.com, click on Contact Us, and then select Radvertise. There you'll be able to purchase a personal or professional message to hear on the show. Finally, before we get back to the episode, I just want to take a quick minute and ask people to listen to this week's episode of One Shot. We did an actual play of Kagamatsu, which is kind of a competitive romance role-playing game. It's about a village that's under the threat of destruction, and the only way they can save themselves is by convincing a wandering samurai to protect them. And their plan is to seduce that samurai. Alex Roberts ran it for us, and she was our Ronin, and boy howdy did it get competitive. I have been sitting on this series for months, and I love recording it. Also, we hired James Mendez-Hodes as a sensitivity consultant on this episode, and he had a really interesting conversation on backstory with Alex Roberts about how we did. I'm just really happy with how all of that turned out, and I want to share it with as many people as possible. With all of that out of the way, let's get back in the air. Okay, so you feel it inside your lungs, like ice, but it burns. You cough and vomit at the same time, expelling seawater from your lungs. And you notice it's not just you, it's Wendell as well. and even his brother. Everyone in close proximity to Franz Fishhook. Your lungs are filling uncontrollably with water. You try to squeeze it out of your mouth and cough, taking in few precious breaths of air in between each. And now that the drowning has started, Fishhook approaches you again, lifting his anchor up. If you're to fight him, you'll have to do it as you drown. You have been affected by a spell called the Drowning. All people in close range will feel water fill their lungs. You take 4 damage with no ability to soak.
Oh. Well, technically you get soaked.
The river wet.
River wet. So 5 damage?
And 4 damage.
Okay, so
4 damage when you don't soak in it.
me at 5. So yes, Gable's not doing too.
Gable's not doing too great, but I will remind everybody, PCs, even when your wounds are filled up, you can actually spend your strain to keep fighting.
And I have tons of strain.
Yeah.
Tons.
One opponent will upgrade the difficulty of their checks by 1. Gable, that is going to be you. So, you anything that you're doing because you're so busy drowning right now.
Or purple, and we already have 1 black because of the 45 degrees.
Yeah, things are getting.
This is a fun, even fight.
Yeah.
Hey, get busy drowning or
Get busy drowning.
This is. So it's time for another NPC slot, and that one is going to be Calder Barge. Calder decides to seize on the advantage of this moment. Calder also has his lungs full of water, so he is going to be taking a penalty to his actions. Also, he did fail the leadership check earlier, so Calder is still going to be messed up by the listing.
How bad is he?
So Calder crits.
Oh no! Let me see what
Are
a
we
crit. What's a
going
crit
to-
look?
It's this sun. Let's try it. Yeah, but you can spend that to activate a crit.
Oh.
When you roll a triumph on an attack.
I got the feeling on a summer day when you're gone. I think that Wendell's gonna die. His brother's gonna kill him. He's got kids too. We all have kids. Got kids. I love them. I've got
Dude,
kids.
this is the
I
Christian
love
Kids
that.
Bop version of this song.
I've got Christ. I love him. Oh no.
We're having fun here, but we are available to hire Kids Bop writers. You need a 6-year-old song or whatever.
Not a lot of people know that CRIT stands for Criterion Collection. Wait, are you doing math? What's?
I'm checking the crit table. So what has happened? Yeah, it's just a regular critical result. He is going to attack his brother Wendell, still dealing damage to Wendell, who Wendell has already taken some hits here. So Wendell tries to rise to meet his brother. His brother, through a horrible coughing fit, just spilling seawater out of his mouth, slashes his sword towards his brother. His brother weakly tries to rise his sword to defend both you and himself. And Calder cuts through Wendell's sword, shattering it. And the blade of his brother's sword buries in his arm. He screams in agony between coughs. You can see there is blood coming out with the seawater in Wendell's mouth. Wendell is not long for this world. He does appear to have some small bit of fight left in him, but he's not doing great.
Okay. Just a tiny bit of fight. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
There's a little Drek Wormwood pop-up when that happens next to Wendell's head, and then it just says, I can fix that.
Chibi.
Oh man, we need some chibi art.
We are at a PC slot.
What's going on in the underground?
I feel like I could. Oh wait, no.
Can I move to attack now, or do I need to finish anything with the cargo?
You actually have an option. So you can try and grab more cargo, try linking more things to the extractor. But you can also try and help Jonnet in this fight. It's up to you.
I think he tries to get more cargo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also another little flashback to Dreth, like clearly explaining, like, now this is specifically designed with the weight limit in mind to hold the initial what we're going after, the cargo that we've been contracted to. So you need to be
John, can you hold this?
careful.
What's it? Yeah. Can I get that high five?
No. I just don't want it to be on my person when I change.
Okay.
In the flashback.
Cracky, crunchy, squelchy, grunt. That's the transformation.
There's a transformation sound. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just loading it up.
Cool. So yeah, like I imagine like there's some hooks or other instruments that you're just like trying to bind to other boxes around you.
And continuing to grab whatever I can fit in my pocket.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to say that your action and your maneuver, you've gotten 2 more cargo boxes linked up. You've managed to get like another 100 gold worth of like valuables that you've managed to stuff into your pockets. So yeah, NPC slot time.
More like MPUE! We're having fun!
We still have this priest to deal with,
Yeah, he ain't done anything.
and he is going
Be able to cast some spells.
True.
move another destiny token over to continue his track here. What has happened? More men than the initial 3 that came down start moving into the room.
We say Church of Latter-day Saints men now. They prefer that.
That was damn, man.
Wow.
We're actually not supposed to say the other thing.
Presence of grace, man.
So more red feather Aaroners enter the room, and they dash across like the cargo hold, moving with surprising speed and grace. With the ship listing this much, they make their way to the cage and immediately grab the box chained up, cutting it free from the extractor.
Wait, the box that we're extracting?
Yeah, the box, because there's the massive amount of feather weave, and then there's that chest. They've grabbed the chest.
Did they damage the extractor?
They did not damage the extractor. It's just what it was linked to on the extractor. Like, it's just one rope has been cut.
Gotcha.
That should be easy to fix.
Gotcha.
Hey, put that back. We're stealing that from you.
Yes.
And I think one of them raises a pistol at Jonnet.
How big is Jonet's pistol? Does he have to hold it with both hands?
What's the size? A slug rifle? Oh, sorry. No, I was using a revolver.
Yeah, you're using a revolver.
Yeah.
So, like, I would say these revolvers are like the size of a forearm. They're very
whoa.
big.
Yeah, he's doing that. He's got to do that with both hands.
Oh, my God.
That's a good thing.
Our sweet baby.
It transforms into a cannon.
Well, actually,
The sequel to Love Actually.
Well,
this fails. He does not hit you, but he does get a triumph. Jonnet, I think you drop your revolver.
Okay. Yeah. I mean that feels like something that either it hits so close to him that it startles him, and then like he fumbles around with it, and then it just like, oh wait, the door's already closed again.
Yeah, the door's
Okay,
closed.
so I don't lose it.
But it falls down onto the door.
Yeah. Okay.
So it is out of your reach right now. So yeah, they have reclaimed that chest, and your revolver is out of your reach. We go down to our final 2 PC slots, which I think are JPC and who else didn't go?
I grabbed.
it was
Wendell
one
at
of
the
you
top.
that hasn't gone.
No, I got Wendell.
No, I'm sorry, Johnny, you're talking
Oh, yeah.
about.
I went because like your zombie thing was getting getting attacked.
Yep, I haven't gone yet.
So yeah,
I think maybe my taking a shot was the
that was the previous turn.
Yes.
So,
So why don't you go since we're already in there?
Okay.
yeah.
Jonet's pivoting a little bit, and we're gonna try and get that door open again. So this time he's going to, actually, because we are at a more increased angle, he's gonna go for that. What I was talking about a little bit earlier. He's gonna like brace himself, like the lower part of his back, on like the handlebar of the door. He's going to put his feet up on like a beam or a cannon or whatever's closest, and he's going to like kick with as much force as he can to try and like open that door back up. I don't know.
Athletics.
Athletics? Yeah.
It would be athletics and average.
Average 2?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, that's going to be failure, 2 advantages.
Okay, so the door does not open, but something fortunate can happen for you.
Yeah. Can I have a suggestion? So your gun, as it fell out of your hand, smacked against a wall and went off and shot the gun out of his hand.
That's so ludicrous. I love it. Yeah, that's what it is. Both those advantages get used up.
But Jonnet doesn't notice that happening while he's trying to kick the door open, so he's like, man, I'm not doing it. And he looks up, and like the guy doesn't have a gun anymore. He's like, what?
And if that guy rolls enough disadvantages, I think his gun falls out of his hand, hits the wall, shoots Jonnet's gun, and then shoots it back into Jonnet's hand.
Flips itself like, oh.
It loads itself.
I know how guns work. It's all the same.
Guns are magic. Magic guns?
Magic guns.
Yeah.
And we move over to Dreff.
Cool. So, Dreff, so first of all, the captain is still going after this guy. He's kind of in close quarters with this guy, so I think the captain is just going to reach up and grab this guy by the throat with his kind of like cold, dead, super strong. I'm just gonna say pause.
They look like such big, strong hands.
Super strong embrace. But as he grabs this guy, I want to throw a advantage point over, right? Or what's it called? Move a thingy? James,
Oh, yeah.
tell me how to do this game.
I think they're called destiny points. I've been calling them fate points like an idiot.
I want to move over a destiny point for Dreff to issue a new command to the captain that's going to be a little more specific. But I want, so at the bottom of this like rudder system, there is a like large kind of mess of gears. Now normally like sabotaging would be a sort of delicate art, especially so that it didn't look like it was sabotaged.
Right.
But since time is kind of the essence and Dreff is panicking a little bit, I want him to command the captain to grab this guy and just push him into the mess of gears. Yeah. Dreff also wants to do this and doesn't understand the implications of what's going to happen.
That's right. He
Because
hasn't
Dreff
quite
does not
thought
like
through
blood.
that. It makes him queasy. Great.
So this is a new command. Is it probably a hard command?
This is a complex action. You want to grab him
Yes.
and put him into gear. So,
So four?
Just put in gears.
no, not 4. That would be 3. 3 is
Three?
fine.
Okay.
Yeah. 4 is grab him, put him into these specific gears, and then pull this lever. It's like,
No, he just wants him to smush his body in
Yeah.
there. So that is 2 successes and a threat. So it works. So the captain grabs him, and Dreff again is going to suffer a strain to command him in a new regard. But he commands Oromar to use this like screaming man's body. He was like now screaming like he's like, Oromar Vale's a monster. He's a monster. And he pushes the man into like these gears, which immediately like take him.
just crunch him up.
And bolts are kind of like spinning out of the thing, like the gears are like crushing, they're grinding to a halt. Something happens with like lurching on the ship, but the primary thing that happens is his body kind of explodes into like gore and viscera as he's like chopped up by this machinery, which sprays all over Dreff and Oromar.
Oh my God.
Dreff, I'm gonna have to. I think the threat for this is on his like keeping it like upchuck reflex, which would be his presence maybe. Well, what would the skill be?
Discipline, I think, to not vomit.
Yeah, discipline. So that's a will skill. So he's gonna add a black die to that. What's the check?
I think this is a hard check. This
So
is
3?
Yeah.
The anti-barf check.
So this is not gonna. He's getting sick. Oh my God. So it's a failure in 2 threads. So.
Oh no.
He pukes and it makes the ground real slippery.
Oh yeah. So I think that Dreff, he kind of realizes what is going to happen moments before it happens. So he's like even more like strangely like prepared for like he can't stop it though. It's like once it's on a course, it's on a course. And Oromar doesn't care because he's dead. Like he just mercilessly holds him and keeps pushing him in. But Dreff just like loses it. It like bile and sickness comes into his throat, and he just like sprays all over as he is like sick to his stomach at what has just occurred, but the damage has been done to the rudder of this ship.
Made some man meat.
And I think that what that has done is it has prevented any more wheel actions like above from having effect on like
Yeah,
the way the ship
you hear a groaning, a big sort of like wooden strain, mechanical groaning. A few ropes snap up, more bolts pop out, and then there is a violent shake as the ship starts to right itself.
Oh, that's better.
It is better. It is better, but it's also, this rudder is sort of going free, so that means that there's a chance this rudder is going to swing the other direction
Okay.
before it completely rights itself out. So
That means we don't have those black die anymore, right?
yeah, you don't have those black die right now. You do still have your dice upgraded because you are drowning pretty bad right now.
No, it's fine. Fine.
And Dreff's mission is accomplished
Yeah.
for all intents and purposes here.
You can decide at this point, do you want Dreth hop off the ship and like get on a bird and get out of there?
Yeah, so I think that yes, because the plan was to do this and then get out, and Dreff is a coward. So I think that like their next thing is they're just gonna head up the stairs and get out of this.
We once again return to a table that is staffed with people from the Uhuru and a long line of prospective candidates. Liz, do you want to describe this prospective candidate as they make their way to drop off their headshot and resume?
Yes, I would like to describe this. This is a little boy, 12 years old, but looks as if they could be 9. This child is very, very sickly, but has a bright spark in his eye, dreaming of going to far-off places. Looks like just a normal little boy, except for a very, very large growth coming out of his neck. It is purplish, it is shiny, and it could burst at
Oh,
That's a good detail.
and he slaps down headshots and resumes on the desk. The headshot is really goiter focused, I think.
It was portrait mode, but it was focused on the goiter.
Oh,
so he's blurred.
His eyes are soft, but the goiter is.
Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Your name is. You'll find that everything is in order here.
No, my name is Goiter.
Ooh, well, no, I was going to say it was okay, but it turned out not to be okay.
And before you ask, yes, I got my name before I got the large growth.
That's called an aptronym. That's all.
Okay.
I think that's what it's called.
Either way, it
I-
seems very unfortunate that you got your name after the growth, which you are aware of. There's a large growth.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy, I understand.
I mean, it's a good thing you saved us a bunch of time because that would have been your nickname as soon as you were hired aboard the ship.
Well, let's not hastily offer employment.
I was just saying, should the boy be hired, we'd be referring to him by the growth on the neck.
I would have called you cat fingers because you have the fingers that resemble like a cat's paw.
Oh,
So, do you have any experience in sleeping in closed, confined quarters? Can I touch your goiter?
I would recommend against touching that.
I'm
It's
gonna leave
pretty-
it up to goiter.
Okay.
To tell me if you think that I can touch your goiter.
you may, but please use a light touch. This baby's ready to go. But I understand, but I also have many other defining traits. For example, I am an orphan.
Who isn't?
That's true. In this world, who is more like who has a
What
father?
other world would there be?
The world of the metaphysical, or the world of stories?
I stand corrected.
Or the world inside of our own hearts, of a mother's love.
Squish.
Oh,
So you are an orphan, you said?
yes.
Okay.
My parents died of an uncertain illness that was probably plague-esque.
So you were exposed to the plague?
Yes.
And
A plague.
that goiter, could that possibly be related to
I
the
don't
plague?
think so. I'm not a doctor.
Well, I am a doctor, and I would say that that is a pustule of plague spores and potential infecting agents.
Oh, I squished it.
Well, causation is not necessarily. It's not
Causation?
correlation. Correlation's not exactly causation.
That's correct, yes.
What are some of your other defining
My
characteristics?
other defining characteristics, well, as mentioned, I do have these kitty-like hands.
I would say your hands are not cat-like at all, but your fingers are especially cat-like.
Oh, well, where's the finger end in the beginning?
With the phalange
At the
is
end
a
of the
completely
finger.
different part of the hand. The hand is the base of your, where the finger bones meet the hand bone.
Alright.
I could.
What are you, a doctor
show
or something?
Yes, the sword sign, the ship's doctor, but I'm not on trial.
Am I on trial?
Well,
Griff, do you have any aspirations?
I mean, in a world where it were available to me,
Where do you
What
see
other
yourself in
worlds are
5
there?
years?
the law would be a particular calling of mine.
Let me touch that neck.
No, please do not touch my
Yeah,
head.
that's wrong, Mama, touching the neck.
No, it's so, hands are so wet. Why are they so wet?
Well, you'll find that I have my resume and you want to see my CV. I can bring up a few references later.
Can you explain the
Yes.
difference between a resume and a CV?
A
to me?
CV is more of
Because
an example of projects that you've worked on, in my opinion, whereas the resume is the positions that you've held.
Oh, I always thought that was an abbreviation for cover letter. Is that
See,
not? Is that not true?
Where would the L go? Cover letter. There's 2 words.
It's like a
Like a
massive
license plate.
abbreviation.
No, it's Latin. It's curriculum.
Vitae.
There you go.
It says here that you want to be the cabin boy aboard the ship,
Yes.
but we already have a cabin boy.
I'll fight him.
Little Johnny.
I will fight him.
You'll fight.
I will
a
fight
cabin
him.
boy?
I have lived on the streets for years, and I'm gonna. I've got bloodlust.
Oh, you're getting riled up, and then.
Is he taller than me?
He's ready to go.
Is he ready to pop?
I have an idea.
What?
Oh, little Johnny, the cabin boy. Come in.
Hey. There,
Little
you-
Johnny's come in, and the two of you will fight to see which little Johnny is the true cabin boy.
You
and
two
then we'll
cabin
continue.
Johnny number 2 here.
It's Johnny number 1, sir.
What?
But you can quite say that the fun has begun, sir.
All right, if the two of you could just fight real quick until one of you dies.
I'll toss her around a little bit, won't hurt me none.
Then I'll give a little bit of a hit right on his bum.
They're dancing around each other.
This looks like capoeira.
Looks like they're experiencing some emotional growth.
All right, that's quite enough, little Johnnies. Please, away, back to your duties. You have a gentle swab.
You know, your hands might do well on this ship. They're currently staging a production of Cats. So your hands could maybe play.
What's your favorite cat? My favorite is Rum Tum Tum.
I was going to say that, so now I'll
It's
just...
Mr. Mistopheles or nothing.
Okay, that was my second one, so...
Those are the only 2 cats anyone
That's
knows.
false.
There's only 2 cats in that
Oh,
play.
no, there's also Mongo Jerry.
And there's Skimbleshanks the railway
Old
cat.
Deuteronomy and
Cats Midnight and Garfield.
Rumble Teaser, that's a fun one.
Yeah. Anyway.
Monster. So many fun cats in that play.
Which cat of all the cats would you say is most jellical?
That is actually one of our planned questions for you as part of this interview.
Which of the Jellicle cats is the most Jellicle? Well, it depends on whoever. Oh.
It's a yes
Oh no,
or
you've
no.
caught me! I don't know anything about cats! Oh no!
You'll never be an Arena. Never.
You better get your butts off the boat, sir.
Oh, it's Bobby! It's Bobby!
Campaign Skyjacks is a one-shot network production. For more information, be sure to follow us on Twitter at @CampaignPod for updates about live shows and other events we might be doing. You can find more great gaming shows over at OneShotPodcast.com. Like One Shot. Take it from me, heroes, the most fun way to learn about new games is to listen to them get played. Every week on One Shot, I, your host, James D'Amato, bring you actual play recordings with a talented cast of improvisers, game designers, and other notable nerds. Each month features a new group trying a new system, exploring a wide variety of genres. The stories are self-contained, so you can jump in anywhere, and it's a great way to find new games. Discover the magic of RPGs with One Shot on your favorite podcast app. Jonathan Kessler was played by Tyler Davis, who can be found on Twitter at Tyler A. Dave, on Mainstage with Second City, or at I.O. with Devil's Daughter. Gable was played by Liz Anderson, who can be found on Twitter at Liz Anderson _____, or at Comedy Sports Chicago with a one-woman no-show. Travis Madigo was played by Johnny O'Mara, who can be found on Twitter at Johnny in Briefs, or on his podcast, Dilettante Ball. Dreff Wormwood was played by John Patrick Cohen, who can be found on Twitter at JPSoFly, on Stage at I.O. with Devil's Daughter, or on his podcast, A Riddle Riddle. I am James D'Amato, your host and game master. You can find me on Twitter at OneShotRPG, or on my other podcast, One Shot. The original music featured in this production was composed and performed by Arnie Parrott. You can find Arnie on Twitter at ARNEPARROTT, and you can find more of his work at ATPtunes.com. This episode was edited by Casey Tony, who can be found on Twitter at Casey Pony, spelled CASEYPONEY, or on his own podcast, Neoscope. Our logo was designed by Fiona Shea, who can be found on Twitter at Fiona Puck. The World of Sphere was inspired in part by the music of the Decemberists and the card game Illimat, property of Together Studios. The role-playing game used for this production is a modified version of the Genesis role-playing system published by Fantasy Flight Games. There are no kings. Take flight.
Health to strangers who've ever been kind, and once for our friends near lies. Twice to the dearest we're leaving behind, who know we can never deny. The call of the sky.
Shields, and I play Lola, the Harpy Wizard.
I'm John, and I play Mort McCoy, the Skeletal Ranger.
Hey everybody, it's Patrick, and I play Ezra the Golem.
This is Ray, and I play Cammy the Kitsune.
Hey, I'm Adam Bash, I'm the storyteller, and welcome to Brute Force.
Greetings, fine patrons. Welcome to the Gimli Round Rollhouse and Tea Room. I'm also Jasper Smith-Basilian. There's a lot of new faces in here, in the old Gimli Round tonight, which is, good to see. Unfortunately, it's usually almost going to be slightly problematic, you see, because we tell an ongoing, sequential story here about the Brute Force. And boy, it's just one action-adventure moment after another. So many things have happened. And it's almost impossible, I suppose, for you just to, talk with your friends after the show. You talk. So, conveniently enough, for all you new folks who happen to be in the audience tonight, this is actually the perfect time. Because it was really weird right after Giftsmith. It was the next day, I believe. It was that day that the Brute Force sat down and told me and to a greater extent, Cammy, their tale, I suppose, all the way up to that point. You know, the majority of the things that I have been here telling you about these months after months. My gosh, I've been here multiple years at this point. Can you believe that? But yeah, there's a lot of things to talk about. But they managed to, you know, pretty succinctly get it down to a solid hour 15, something of that nature, which was really, you know, pretty impressive when you think about it. But there, together on that airship, I feel like we all kind of learned the true meaning of giftsmiths. And the greatest gift we can share with one another is, of course, the gift of Stormy.
It's the day after Giftsmiths. We'll call it bagging day. That's where you take all of your things you got on Giftsmiths and stick them in bags and then bury them in the yard if you have a yard. But you guys are on an airship, so you really can't do the burying part, but it's mostly ceremonial anyway.
Little do people know that the actual, like, sea level of Earth just keeps getting lower and lower as the Earth rises to meet the buried presence every year.
Yeah, that's the best thing about buying a new house in Eorith is that you get to go in the backyard and dig up all of those people's previous year's presents.
Eventually there are houses down there too.
Yeah, entire houses. So you guys are on the airship, you're hanging out, you're enjoying some post-Giftsmiths bliss, and sharing stories. Sharing stories. This is where you'd be sharing stories.
I'm waiting for Pat to start.
Are you? I wasn't sure.
Let's wait for Jasper to start.
You guys haven't seen Jasper in a few hours. He's been missing.
Is it because Ezra beat the ever-living hell out of him?
Ezra, did you catch Jasper in the end, or is he still hiding from you?
Oh yeah, no, I caught him. I caught him real nice. Caught him real nice. Accidentally swung with the wrong end. Might have popped him on the ear with the buckle. No big deal. He's, you know, no big deal. We tipped it up.
Wait, who got him?
Oh, me did. I did.
No, his present.
Oh, I don't know.
Must have been Yana, I suppose, or Illy, maybe?
Actually, I had Illy, and then Illy had me. I think we kind of goofed. I'm pretty sure nobody got.
Oh no!
Nobody got Jasper.
Did he just find a violin and just lay it around the boat and assume it was his present?
I guess that must have been what happened. Or, well, the strangest thing, he would have had to have got himself. That would have been the only thing that would make sense. Is that he would have drew his own name.
Oh, this makes this story so much sadder.
But that also means that he purposefully got a beating for guessing wrong.
We're learning a lot about him today.
It's a real conundrum, honestly.
I wonder if he goes to the /r BDSM subreddit. Wild. Truly wild.
I mean, I suppose that's possible. I suppose it's also possible there's a whole this double identity type thing where there's multiple personality disorder going on. I don't know. This is exactly like that movie. What was it called? Rudy.
With the Wind.
No, Rudy. It was just like Rudy.
Just like it.
With John Favreau? Rudy starring John Favreau?
I don't know who that is, but there's a movie about a young boy who wants to play for the fighting Cherokee, and then he has multiple personality disorders and finds out that he's his own best friend, and he fights himself a lot. It gets real weird. I don't know. It's confusing.
Oh, when you say movie, you mean play? Sorry, I hadn't heard of that movie.
No, I mean like a film, you know, a movie picture. Anyway, so yeah, I haven't seen him either. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is not really probably. I got stuff to do. I got soup to get in my belly. I've been looking forward to that soup all morning.
It's some good soup. It's kind of a stew.
The traditional soup of the day.
Traditional back in the day soup.
That reminds me of the best stew I ever had.
Well, it is made from the discarded eggshells of the egg salad of the night before.
traditional eggshell soup. But in my haste to be a good little golem and be rewarded with several opportunities to do rubs, I threw all the eggs into the compost. And the compostman, J.T. Compost, came and picked up all the neighborhood compost. So I spent the morning of bagging day in the dump. So I don't know what his voice is.
Oh no, I like it. You really found your stride. Go with it.
Swimming through mounds of trash, I found several banana peels, 7 to be exact, which I stuffed in my pockets as a liner to keep my hands warm from the chill air. I also found 17 sacks of coffee grounds, which I rubbed upon my face to give me a nice, healthy pallor, and also made me look like I had cool stubble, like Harrison Ford.
What is going on?
No, I was told to tell a story. And Adam, it won't stop me.
Hey, do you remember that? I don't know. It's probably like 6 years ago or so. Dickory drank like way too much of that soup. It was just violently ill the entire day.
6 years ago when he was all but 3 years old.
He's not that young.
Turns out he shouldn't cram a funnel into a young lad's mouth and force feed him druthers as if he's a foie gras goose. Do you think that's why he betrayed us? Do you think it was the soup?
Well, I mean, we don't know if he betrayed us.
Hey, you never told me about a child betraying your group. Can I hear about a child betraying your group and also maybe how you guys got started? Hi, I'm new.
Hi, name's Cameo Can.
Hi, I'm Cameo Can. I'm a small fox girl and I'm new here. Been with you guys for a while. We haven't established it in canon. It's fine. But I never heard about sort of a child betrayal or sort of how you guys sort of did it and did all of it and got started and got the party started, as Pink would say.
I'll tell you what, why don't we grab Jasper and we can make this part of his secret scrunch present as well and tell him some stories. He loves hearing those old stories.
We're giving him attention for Giftsmith.
You want to feed him material. I see.
I mean, one day I'm sure he'll, have a residency at some kind of bar or something, or want to tell stories of our adventures.
I mean, nah, that won't happen. He's born as shit. But yeah, someone go grab him.
He might have a permanent lisp after the lisp that I gave him, but that's neither here nor there. We'll go hunt him down.
You cleft Jasper?
Possibly. You need to think of a good excuse for why you created a young child, a pornographic image. And then we can, when you made the dance lady for the treats.
He wasn't that young. He was okay. He was older than me.
It was a sweet roll treat, and you made him the dancing girl. I'm pretty sure I did something cool and not creepy. We're gonna go find Jasper.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so you guys make your way to Jasper's cabin. The door is slightly ajar, but it is dark in there. Looks like maybe one candle lit, but it's about to burn out.
Hello, Jasper.
Oh, look,
you in there?
Yeah. I'm quite fine. Yes, no, I think I'm all right in here. Just taking a little bit of a siesta, if you will.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
Oh, goodness gracious! Hello, Ezra, my old chum. I'm glad that there are other people with you at this moment. Hello, everyone.
Merry Scrunchmas. We brought you a present.
Oh, another
You
present.
don't need to guess this one.
I should hope not. I would have a hard time doing so. Regardless, come in, I suppose. Come right in.
Is that because your eyes are swollen shut?
You walk in and his eyes are both swollen shut.
Oh.
He looks like Rocky at the end of every Rocky movie.
Oh, Ezra.
I may have gotten carried away.
Don't do yourself too much of a disservice there, Ezra. He only got me the one time upside the cheek. I am violently allergic to leather.
Yes, I thought I didn't hit him that hard. That makes me feel better.
Boy, what I want to do for an antihistamine right around now, but what can you do, you know, on a boat and all that. Anyway, I'll probably regain vision sometime around the time when we arrive in Bergheim, I would imagine. Conveniently enough, but until then, it's me in the darkness. Here, the darkness is consumed me literally at this moment.
Would you say that the darkness is your old friend? Would you greet the darkness? Would you say maybe hello, maybe hi, darkness, it's me, your old bud? Would you do that and do it in a weird, creepy song?
Is there an end game in here for this?
It's a deep reference is the thing, 'cause that's fine. It's fine. You're not really up to date with the pop culture, Jasper. Why would you be? You're a bard.
We were just telling Danny old stories, and we figured you maybe want in on that.
Oh yes, old stories. That's wonderful. I do love old stories. But you did say something about a gift. I don't know what you might have brought me. Perhaps some spices, parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme, that type of thing. Would be wonderful if it was.
It's not a physical gift as such.
Oh, right. No, of course not. But what is it? The camaraderie of good friends, perhaps a hug.
Not a hug.
Sure.
Oh,
I could just for a hug.
Thank you. It clings on a little too tightly.
I'm still wearing my onesie, so it's very snuggly hug.
Oh god.
Rufus sticks his head out of the butt.
Our present to you is just, stories. Going to tell you stories.
Right. No, and of course I value stories quite a lot. That's what's wonderful.
You're a storyteller, I thought. So,
Yeah, no, that's great. I'm sure that eventually there will be great reason to tell stories of all of you. Eventually.
Well, maybe we can start at the part where we thought that everyone has died, and then kind of the shit hit the fan.
Yes, I would love to hear that part of the story.
So there we were outside of the tomb in the Elysian Sands, and I was not creating pornographic material for that has been misconstrued. I'm younger than Dickory was. You guys don't know, Dickory was kind of our buddy at the time. Young guy, he was like, what? I don't know, 13. He was the squire.
Certainly too young to be giving pornographic gifts to.
We were entertaining ourselves outside and doing a contest to get a sweet bun. I, of course, won, but not in the end because I'm dead. But at the time, I won. And we noticed that something was wrong because, well, at the time we were traveling with a carry-on and Last Tiger, and actually a whole lot of people that we did really love and consider friends, and hang me, mostly because they're dead now.
Yeah, so we walked into this tomb, and the floor's falling everywhere, and there's goo, and we dodge it because we're dope, and we get into the tomb. Can't remember exactly why we went in there. Probably because we thought it would be neat to explore.
But Garion told us to go.
Sure. And there's blood everywhere. Like Garion's hands. Garion's hands have been blown off. He's got no hands. He's just holding up stumps, and it looks like flaps of flank steak. And he's like, and he's like, my hands. And I offered to smash his head with a rock, because it was gonna bleed out. And he was like, well, I'd rather just bleed out.
Apparently, they had been attacked by a sand elf named Shiver and some other Chiravi, but he's not pouring his. I think he's dead now.
Wasn't his name what's his name? Beckley?
It was Beckley, yeah, that's right.
What a fool. So he had a dumb name.
They let us get away because apparently we look weak as hell.
Well, they shut us in the tomb rather than letting us get away.
We got sucked off into this mirror.
Okay, that's a fun phrase.
And we used a mirror, and we ended up singing a song and ending up in Kushkal. Is that where we are next? And ended up in jail.
Yeah, so we ended up in the throne room at Kushkal, which, as you know, with the glasses normally go to throne rooms in capital cities or safe havens. And they threw Lola and myself in jail, They believed that I was Lola's familiar of some kind.
Oh yeah, they still think I'm a necromancer. Huh?
And they thought that Ezra was just some kind of statue.
Subterfuge.
We busted out of there in short order because someone made an explosion. I don't remember the details, but I think it was probably Ezra.
Was Ezra sold? I think I remember something about Yana telling me that he bought Ezra for like a buffalo nickel or some currency, and Mirka to fight in a battle royale Coliseum.
Yes, Mirka, who you never met Mirka. She was our Yeti friend.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I've heard her hair is very good, and I've heard that we're going to be best friends, and that I'm not going to steal her comb. But other than that, I don't have a lot of Mirka knowledge.
We met, I guess Ezra and Mirka met Yanov. I don't really know the story of that. I wasn't there.
Yeah, I was bought and sold quite a few times. But turns out the ability to choose was buried within me the whole time. And then Mirka eventually set me free. We'll skip a few steps and then come back. I had a real bad midlife crisis in a blood tent. That's for farther down the road. Long story short, we were in jail. We stole a boat.
Okay.
And
Princess boat.
Yeah, we stole the princess boat.
Stole it.
Fun
It was full of lots of barrels of wine. And Ezra
Or
imbibed
something.
of.
I don't know. Mort lost a toe.
I did lose a toe in a fishing accident. Yes.
No, you were water skiing in behind, weren't you?
Mirka was trying to use me as some kind of lobster cage.
Oh yeah. We ended up in Bergendiestrom, which was like a little podunk town.
Oh, that place was a mess. We were there for a long time.
Like probably too long.
I think I traveled through Burgundy-Strom. Those folks were weird, huh?
They were suffering from some bukake.
I think it's pronounced Baku.
We got involved in a sticky situation down there. Real sticky situation.
Oh hell! Guys, we met Moon Kevin there.
Yeah, we did meet Moon Kevin.
And Jamtooth.
Moon Kevin was my public frenemy number one, but Jamtooth is one of my best friends ever.
Moon Kevin was a druid who ended up helping us out with figuring out how to get rid of Baku.
Jamtooth was such a good boy that he picked up poop with his bare hands for the Baku recipe and a whole bucket of urine.
Oh.
And he even sang a song in his heart, Pepin and Step. And he's told us about the terrifying gods under the ground. He was world class.
And you asked these things of a friend of yours? I'm sorry, a friend or enemy? I can't really tell whether you liked this gym too.
Best friend.
Because you did ask him to pick up a lot of sort of waste products.
He volunteered.
He was a good boy. We got rid of the Baku there, but then we met Roland Apollo.
Oh, was that next?
Yeah, it was.
Well, Ezra and myself beat the hell out of the Baku, and I believe Mirka said something about some kind of dream with a underwater, hairy man with long hair.
None of us were there, so we don't know anything
I don't really
about
know.
it.
She mentioned something about it, but
Maybe
Mirka.
like a god meeting. Wouldn't it be fun if she met the
Hey,
unicorn
Cammy, you
god?
seem to have a whole bunch of insights into these stories that we're telling you.
Well, I mean, she never specifically said it was a unicorn god. It was just something that somebody may have possibly inferred at some point.
Oh,
But she did contract reverse lycanthropy though.
okay, all right. This is a condition I've heard of. Cool,
Oh, yeah, that
that's
was
fun.
Wait, is that when Roland Apollo showed up?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, so he's a big old monster hunter, but he was actually kind of chill.
The famous Roland Apollo?
Yeah, and then we ran away from him because our ship was faster.
He wanted us to join his freak circus.
Oh yeah.
And we were like, no thanks, peace, and we used a bag of winds and got the hell
We
out.
weren't all like that. I thought it was a good idea to become a freak circus performer, but I was overruled.
Then we met a genie.
Yeah. What? Wait. What? Wait.
Yes,
Genies? I'm pretty sure that's bullshit.
The jazz.
Is it not?
No, he's a
What?
a water gin thing.
What?
He was an insane man.
Those are real?
Morit sold some of his time to him. We found out Agarion wasn't dead.
Oh.
Yeah, he really had hands.
We asked for Garion to be brought back to life, but he wasn't dead.
Remember when I told you he had flank steak stumps?
Oh, hey guys, did you guys have any of this soup? Oh, you guys all hanging out here. Oh, hey everybody. The soup's amazing, by the way. If you guys have had a chance to get down there and have any, I brought it. Oh, actually, here you go. Passing soup.
Yeah, you were with us. You could probably fill in missing details.
What are you talking about? Missing details about what? What are we talking about here?
We were just telling our story to Jasper and to Gabby.
Oh, wow, yeah, it's been kind of crazy. Where you at? Where you at right now?
We just met the Jas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You guys made a crazy, weird deal with him.
Yeah, we asked him to bring someone back to life, and they weren't dead, so
yeah,
couldn't.
Hey, here's the thing I always wondered. Who has that knife? The one that he was gonna ask you guys to kill someone with? The one made out of the...
Oh, shit, that's Ezra.
Oh, that's
Ezra, do you still have that?
Fish around in my fanny pack, and I'm like, this knife.
This rather strangely ornate knife?
Oh yeah, I gotta do a murder with this, huh?
It's a shame you couldn't use some of the other sort of ancillary murders that you did along the way to sort of, literally kill two birds with one stone.
Well, Jas was going to name the person that he wanted us to
That's
kill.
right. That's right. I can't just do random stabs with it. That's why it was in my fanny pack and not. But maybe I could just use it for murders all the time, just murders. And then maybe one of the names will happen happenstance.
I don't know if we want to just turn into a group of murderers.
Like this guy right here. And Ezra turns around and there's a guy working on the boat and he goes to stab. He's like, I'm just messing with you.
I mean, it looks very sharp. It also looks very delicate. I would be careful with that. Has it really just been in your fanny pack the whole time? How did that not get broke when you fell off the ship earlier?
No, because I have it wrapped in a nice bundle of peat moss.
Oh. Well, anyway, yeah, so traded a few days for a few days, if I remember. You guys, we all got teleported.
We teleported to or near to Murkheim, and he took some days of my life, like the soap opera.
I like soap.
What are you talking about? What's a soap opera?
It's a play.
Oh yeah, what happened to you, Mort? Because none of us were there.
Various strange things. I visited some underwater folk and gave a bunch of land to a crazy exploding goblin and set loose a plague of vampires on the world, but none of that's important, I'm sure.
I'd like to get back to sort of the big land that you gave away to a weird man, and also the vampire plague that you said. Why?
Yeah, I have questions about the land.
I can't remember why. I believe he was. It's just because he was going to kill us, and it was a way to, not get killed.
You told me a bit of this story right after you got back, if I remember correctly.
I mean, it wasn't a lot of land. It was all that you could see, but there was a big forest everywhere, so you couldn't actually see much.
Weren't you negotiating the release of Rolo de Polo, you told me?
That's right, yes. Rolo de Polo was there, of course. That's
your land to give away? How much land do you own?
No, that wasn't.
I'm sure we'll never run into him again, and it won't matter.
I feel like, they're not making any more of it, so if you got land, we should use that as an investment opportunity.
It was King Wiener's land, I believe, so, who cares? He was a Wiener.
Indeed.
Speaking of Wieners...
oh yeah, King Wiener. We got back to Murkheim, and this Wiener was on the throne, and he kind of sucked. Oh yeah, there were a bunch of demons attacking
people
Murkheim.
were going missing, and he was sacrificing people to demons.
Yeah, like left and right. So the only people left in town were the weak and infirm.
They had a really good pie shop there, though. Yeah, they were doing this really interesting thing with meringue, kind of like a fusion. So they were taking like your traditional type of meringue with the egg whites, but right there at the end, right when it browned up, they hit it with just a little kiss of brown sugar. So it crystallized on top of so you had like 3 textures going on by the time you got to the custard. It was really quite something.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was overdone.
all those fighting words.
I like a little nuance in my pie, is what I'm saying.
Ezra's taking deep, slow breaths.
Yeah, so we volunteered ourselves to go and take on the demons, except it turns out we're demons.
Big, giant, like, steam contraptions and things from his brother.
The king's brother was felt like he should be on the throne, and I mean, we hate him. We hate him with every fiber of our being, but the king that was on the throne was a big giant wiener.
Oh, well,
Yeah, and I think that the new king's, you know, probably better, but personally.
But we hate him with every fiber of our being.
I can't remember that king's name now. King.
Amather. Amather.
Yes, that's the
everybody pretty much knows that one.
So we went to this giant tree.
Hey, what was that tree called?
The Oaken Spire.
Oh, damn! I've always wanted
Yes,
to
it
go
was
to
a
there.
temple. It was like around these ruins and things.
Oh, I do remember it. That's where Jamtooth died.
It is, because the Wiener King was hiding out there and
He had like
came to go
a
and
death curse on him, so whoever killed him would die. And Amatha, I mean, he says he didn't trick Jamtooth into doing it, but I mean, who knows?
Hey, we convinced Jamtooth to pick up poop with his hands, so you could definitely convince him to do a chop on someone with a English trick.
But didn't you say that you met Jamtooth's ghost and he said that he willingly did the deed?
I did. I was coming unraveled, and then I met the Stoat King, and he was very gracious and had a problem with coyotes, and I helped solve their coyote problem. But in the meantime, I traveled into the deep, dark Stoat hole, and I met Jamtooth. And that's when he told me everything's a tree, and he has just become the roots.
Oh, okay.
right after that too, Mirka kind of betrayed us and went and joined the new king. And listen, it was a real low point for everyone.
That was when Mirka became the paragon.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So that's sort of how that went down. Ezra, was anything going on with you sort of at that time? Did you meet anyone cool? Did you get trapped in anywhere? Any sort of weird technology that we didn't really have a good hold of at the time?
Oh, no, that was before this. That was actually when
I do think that was right before this.
to the camp of King Amatha. Ezra got kind of lost in the Withergrass, I believe, didn't you?
Oh.
Didn't you, my boy?
I did meet the Stoat King. That is true.
I think they're talking about the time when I had you were sending those good messages through the mirror to me.
You got that diamond fist.
Oh, right. Less impressive than the Stoat King, but I met the Lion God. He did me a nice lick upon my hand, and it turned my hand into diamonds, which is why I got the diamonds for part of Lola's new cravat head thing.
You turn over and she's like licking it.
I punched a hole through and escaped, but not before I heard the hyena god do a laugh. And then when I got out, I got this cool finger gun from my friend Yanov.
Oh, the finger banger.
Yeah, and he does a couple bangs.
Boy, howdy, that sounds fun.
Howdy is what you say when you use it. That's what you say. You say howdy.
Could you please stop shooting that thing off? Those are very expensive cartridges. I'm just gonna tell you, like, it's the materials for that are very difficult to come by.
Sorry.
So yes, after Mirka left, I think we kind of just wandered in a daze into the desert for some reason that I can't remember.
No, we wanted to go back to the tomb.
We did want to go back to the tomb, but I can't remember why.
Because we knew Yurion was still alive, but we didn't know where to go, so we were going there to find Blue.
Hey guys, Jasper is jumping up and down on one foot and raising his hand because I think he was a part of this part. I think he was in there.
I very much was. That's where I first arrived on the scene. Let me tell you. Also, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone who took part in that moment there. All of you, wonderful, wonderful. I feel that it is the greatest gift because there is no better way, I feel, and no better gift than to give a storyteller than to show the immense appreciation for the craft that I have honed over the years by just absolutely fucking up telling a story over and over and over again. So thank you all very much for that particular gift that you have given me. Allow a consummate professional to take the reins a little bit on this.
Well, I mean, we told it that way specifically so that you would feel better about your own storytelling prowess.
Well done. Could not feel better about myself in this moment, comparatively speaking. Yes, so we went to. Well, we had just met. You were all quite smitten by me at the time. I remember there was so much ado about this new Jasper fellow and how excited you all were to accompany me on this amazing voyage. And we started calling us sort of the destined equality. I feel like that was probably the thing that we came up with or something of that nature. And we went back to that tomb in the Elysian sands, and there were a bunch of weird historians there. A couple of gorillas, if I'm not mistaken.
And a leather daddy.
It wasn't the followers of the 14th pillar, was it?
It was indeed. I stayed outside of the leather tent for obvious reasons. My allergies would not have allowed me to transgress across that threshold.
Oh, that is where we met the leather daddy, and also we got real messy with some blood tip.
Well, the blood tip happened before this. Wait, I sort of did waterboard someone with blood.
Okay, alright. 800 follow-up questions that we can't get into right now.
Well, yeah, that was also before I came along. I don't believe I've ever heard that story either. But yes, no, there was the 14th pillar was there.
But you know who wasn't there? The bones of a carrier. Or the body of the carrier.
Didn't you guys know that?
Yeah, he wasn't there. Well, I mean,
we kind of assumed he wasn't.
But hey, I got some sweet-ass boots. Boy, I don't have them anymore, but I did get them for a while.
Oh yes, Kelty's Glimmer boots.
So what were the 14th pillar doing there at the old tomb?
They were following up on some crackpot theory about a 14th god that the histories have sort of rewritten and written out of the history and stuff. They believed that, I don't know, the tomb had something to do with him, I think.
Yeah, the crackpot god that Agarion told you directly existed as part of the underpinning of the entire...
At the time, he was a crackpot.
At the time, everyone thought they were crazy.
Yes.
Everyone laughs at cults till they're right.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's fun to call them crackpots, though, at this point. It's just kind of a fun game amongst friends, I have. We should find them. It would be fun.
Knowing this fun gang of folks, I bet they got along really well with all of the members of the 14th pillar. I bet they didn't damage anything, and I bet they left on really good professional terms.
Oh, right. Didn't we steal the card from them?
Oh, no.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they gave it to us.
We caught up with Gary and Gary.
Yeah, we were supposed to be helping them resupply, if I remember correctly, and then we...
I do know they were very specific about me not breaking that wall in the tube, and guess what? I broke that wall in the tube.
Oh, we broke the wall. It was actually real good.
Yeah. Yes, we stole the cart and made our way to Anusha for, again, reasons that I can't recall.
Which was the closest city.
Yeah, the only thing I know about Anusha is how well known it is for sort of its ladies of the night and its sort of that industry, the oldest industry.
Oh yes, there's this whole rivalry between the two brothels there, the Buxley Tigress.
That's my favorite brothel.
Which is now Cat House, if I remember correctly.
That's right.
They did this thing with their feet at the cat house.
Oh, and by the way, the cat house was run by a werecat.
That's sick.
And as I think back upon it, the Buxley Tigress was run by a dwarven lady or a gnome. Which one was it? I think she was.
She was a gnome.
She was a gnome, and her name was Ting Ting Tinglefoot, which.
That's right. That's what her foot stuff was.
Was a little bit on the nose, I feel.
It really plays to sort of Pat's audience, whoever that is.
Never heard of that guy. Sounds cool though.
So there was a whole lot of nastiness went on between them. They were releasing evil killer bugs and stuff, and
the Argent Scythe was there.
Lola burned a guy in the streets.
No, we don't need to talk about that.
Lola did.
We met Maddie
Mickelson.
That's Mickelson.
Mads Mickelson.
Lola immolated a front of his family, and I blew a man's head off with my finger bangers.
Listen, it wasn't on purpose.
The most important thing about our trip to Lucia is that Lola got a message from Magarian telling us to go to Glacier Moss.
They also had that really good pie shop.
They did have another good pie shop. We did spend
more like a savory pie. Yeah, it was good. It was good. And anyway, so we killed the werecat. We turned her over to the Argent Scythe, who was there to do a murder upon were creatures. We debated about letting them know America was a were creature, but again, I was vetoed. Coming to realize that a lot of my best plans get vetoed. We couldn't be in the freak circus. We couldn't. Well, they did let me blood board, so I guess. Take your wins where you can get them. And they made fun of me for all the weird stuff I got into with Ting Ting Tinklefoot. So
Ezra was losing it pretty hard at this time, so we thought maybe we should lay off a bit.
Yeah, I was having a real breakdown because America was my owner, and so I still didn't really have much free choice. So by not being able to have free will, I was acting out like a malfunction. And then turns out America set me free. And later, you and Mort found that book from Ilhan Illustrek. It was all about golems being good boys. And then I learned peace.
There's a painted head chair situation on the ship on the way to Glacier Moss. Jasper, how you feeling about that?
Oh, right. Well, listen, there was a little bit of a time there. Now, Cammy, obviously, you know, I'm not one to embellish my own deeds.
Yeah, never at all.
But I did save all of humanity and all other races combined, and not all of the Orlith in general, from an overrunning by the painted head shell. I came up with a plan.
That is
I executed a plan to the precision that was necessary, and I slaughtered so many rabbits.
Oh, well, you know, that sounds believable. So good, yeah, sure.
No, that is actually true. He did slaughter many rabbits.
Oh, yeah, like
No.
Cammy gives you a really obvious wink. Yeah, I'm very proud of him. I'm very proud to call him my friend.
Don't diminish your own role in that, Bolt. You were very busy trying to find Rufus or something, was it? I told you.
Yes.
I believe that you were off running around. This was when Ezra had fallen into the Stout Kingdom.
Yes, he was thrown overboard. So they thought he was a plant.
This is when I met Stoatfester.
Yeah, well, you know how he was mentioning earlier about Jamtooth the Ghost, and that's this time.
Oh, okay.
That's now I met Stoatfester. And I helped him with his coyote. And I met Jamtooth's ghost.
Okay.
And then didn't some vampires try to hijack your ship that Yanov was in or something?
Oh yeah, I was chasing after. I was trying to follow after the airship that you guys
that sounds like a very good story I'd want to hear all about.
There's some, I don't know much about it, some teddy bear or something. We can skip that part.
Oh, okay.
They were really tenacious. I remember, here's the story, okay? I was piloting the airship. All of a sudden, this giant harpoon with a rope on it shoots up into my boat, right?
Sounds like a badass move from a badass lady.
It was a pretty lucky shot. So then all of a sudden, all these little teddy bears started climbing up onto the boat. And most of them didn't make it, to be completely honest. They scrambled up, and then they kept falling off because they just really didn't have the upper body strength. But a couple of them made it and did take me hostage for a little while. They had exceptional strength for bears.
Hell yeah.
For small bears, I suppose a bear in general would have a lot of strength.
I bet that visual was really fucking badass though, right? Right? All the bears, they were climbing up. I bet they were led by a really cool, good leader that does cool, good things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was like a little panda guy. He was pretty hardcore. But anyway, yeah. Then later, Ezra came up and
that's me.
Just threw them off. Just like threw them all off.
Well, I'm sure there's more good parts to that story, but
normally when we talk about it, everyone's like, "Boo, that part's boring. We don't care about these stupid bears. They're the worst. They're the worst idea. This is the worst part of your whole story. We wish you would go back to the Stoat Kingdom. What's happening with all those buckets of blood? Boo, we don't like the bears." And so we normally just skip over that part.
Oh, okay, that's nice. No, that's good. Okay, fine, cool. And then you guys,
Then eventually we made it to Glacier Moss, so that's where we met you, Cammy.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Plus, we actually met with the Carrion, and he told us all the terrible stuff about how, you know, when you're dead, you're still conscious, and he made me remember what it was like when I was dead, which was a terrible,
That sounds
terrible
mean.
thing.
And then, you know, let us know that all the gods were trapped and the hyena god was running amok and...
Yes, and that's why we have to collect all the relics and return to the gods.
Oh, and that they've been killing a lot of people.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of murder.
I mean, to be fair, though, like, if you really think about it, you guys have only really come into contact with, what, the one Paragon since you have started looting relics, and you killed him right away. So, I mean, you know, glass houses.
I mean, to be fair, hey, he was already dead.
I'm sure that would be cold comfort for some.
Yeah, so then, if I remember correctly, because I was there and this was, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, we did the next Paragon competition, yeah?
Yes, we did some fighting of robot Frankie bears.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't even mentioned the Frankies. Ooh, Frankies. Let's not mention the Frankies.
Ezra did a very good round.
Yep, couldn't help with that because of technical difficulties.
Oh, you were covered in gunge.
I was covered in the gunge. Yeah, that's what we called it. It was, bad gunge times, and so I couldn't super help with that, but we won, and Ezra changed his name for a little bit, and then we forgot what he changed his name to, so that's, you know.
Rabical Machevers.
That one, that was
Right.
really, yeah.
Wasn't that it more? Rabical Machevers?
Yes, that's the one. Radical Evergod. And then Chunky Kickfoot died.
I'm so glad you brought that up because that's the true hero story in this tale is sort of the woes and the swan song of Chunky McKickflip, the best NPC, the only NPC, the one for me.
He was the best of us.
Do we think it's ever possible that that murderer may come back to bite us? Because, strictly speaking, that wasn't one of our sanctioned murders. That was more of like a, oops, we've done a murder.
That was all manslaughter. That was an accident.
The way it went down made me think that maybe it was divine intervention and maybe you should have used that fun genie god knife on Chunky McKickflip and sort of yeah.
But right now, unless we make unless Jasper becomes like a dirty mole, we have plausible liability at this point. But I'd have been doing a lot of knife stabs.
I mean, I'm sure Jasper won't tell anyone that we killed all those people.
I just don't know if his wife and kids are going to press charges. I would hate to go to court.
There's such thing as a time and a place to tell stories, and there'll be a statute of limitations and such.
I'm a statute with no limitations.
From what I've heard, you didn't, strictly speaking, kill Chunky McKickflip. You just allowed him to be poisoned. By poison that you didn't even actually bring into the arena.
That was the Ponderosa boys.
So I mean, you did provide him with the opportunity to die, but I don't know.
What are the sentences like for manslaughter?
We're caught up in a Ponderosa plot.
Well, I mean, it was before you were a Paragon, so technically you could be prosecuted on manslaughter charges and...
On to Brim!
Anyway, yes, on to Brim. I remember that part. I had a code for most of that, though, so I just kind of stayed on the ship. I missed most of it. What was going on in the town there?
That's where old Radical officially became a Paragon.
Yeah, we met the Queen and...
Lola got the hots for Ilhan.
Oh, and we found out about Gandalf's daughter.
Oh, yeah. That was
Who is an orc? Half orc?
Yeah, she's half orc. She's half orc, and then she's half dark elf.
Right. We rode a very good train that went around in a circle and sold some knives, or met a man that sold very, very good knives. It was very dangerous. That was
we found out about the cemetery structure of Brim.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of time in the cemetery.
Oh shit, and I read a really good book.
Yes. Oh, that's when we learned about Ralph Igus.
Yeah.
And I did something too.
Yeah, you started you put in an order for a very elaborate cloak, if I remember correctly.
Oh yes, I forgot all about my cloak. Can't wait to pick that up.
I wonder though, did you purchase a cloak with adequate sizing to fit the onesie that you seem to be wearing so often underneath it?
Well, I mean, the cloak would button around the neck, so, you know, I mean, it worked in the live show.
What color of cloak cloak did you pick, by the way? I just wondered on that
It
one.
was a green cloak.
I don't know if it's really going to match with this onesie. Well, I mean, the onesie is going to clash. Is all I'm saying. I mean, it's not even. It's
Black
not strictly
and green
speaking.
and white, that's-
It's not black. It's midnight blue, obviously.
Obviously.
Why would you do that? Why would you bring that here? Alright, on to Oster. Hey, we went to Oster next, right?
Yes, because we were going to claim Ezra's relic.
I got to meet Christmas Job Bottom.
Oh yeah, that hunk.
Oh my, no! He's just my personal hero.
We did. I may have insulted Crimbus, but in my defense, it may have been being a real big Quampus. So it's more on him than it's on me.
He seemed like a real strict dude because I asked a lot of very good, very normal questions about sort of the security and everything around where they keep the relics because, you know, we were going to do the heist. I'm going to do a heist that's sort of my pet project. That's my passion project. And I was really cool about it. There's no way he could know that I was planning to do robbery. And he was still real strict, real uptight kind of guy to me. So I don't know that much about Chuck Bottom. He looks like a silver fox, but other than that, he seems a real downer.
And then we went and got our relics, which you see here. Ezra's going to do cool hammer tricks again.
Yes, he wouldn't let us have a relic because he didn't want to put more relics in the world when people would be killed for the relics. Which I suppose we actually didn't tell you about, Jess. I mean, you already knew it, and I suppose, Cammy, you already knew it as well, but Gary and Pashchart have been going around killing paragons and stealing the relics.
Yeah, you guys pretty much talk about it all the time, so we kind of picked it up.
I don't know how it took me so long to figure out, actually.
I mean, they do talk about it like non-stop.
Yeah, it's kind of all they talk about.
Yeah, so then we got our relics. Ezra got his big old hammer.
That's what it's called, sure.
The hammer of smiting.
What's your bow called, Mort? If his is the big old
Dreams
hammer.
Flight.
Hey!
I know that. It's my bow. I don't know what his hammer's called, but I know what my bow's called.
I call my hammer Handbone.
I call it Honor's Law, but that's sort of just my nickname, my pet nickname for it that the gods use. That's
odd. I suffocated unto death.
Oh yeah, you did die.
That is the thing that happened.
I mean, you got better. You did get better.
Yeah, you didn't die long.
But now you can fly, so you know, swings and roundabouts.
You can fly.
No, not if I can help it.
Yeah. So just for transparency, because I'm assuming Jasper doesn't understand, because I don't know why else I would explain. But yeah, we put the death relic on you that we stole from that big Goliath man that we did a full murder to, real hard, real bad. We kind of fucked him all up, guts and all. And you were dead, so I did the bad thing and I brought you back to life, which hurt me on a physical,
that's a good
emotional,
thing.
spiritual level.
That's
Yeah,
not a bad
so we
thing.
put death's embrace
Like,
on you.
almost actually been like flinging out the chest piece and like has glued so much like Gwyn's and shiny bits on it.
Everything that you glue to it, though, turns like completely opaque and black like obsidian.
Why you gotta listen? I have so little in this life.
And I think the last thing that we just haven't told Jasper is the big climactic finish of this story thus far, in that Mort grew back a small toe bone, and Ezra now has a penile situation that I haven't seen and will never see.
I don't have a toe anymore, so I gave it to Ezra.
That's right.
For Grimblers, for Scrunchmas.
Up and out on the twine, moving it around.
And now we are going to see Mirka. Oh boy.
So, one small question on that then, I suppose, more than
just
anything.
one.
Just the one. Why? Like, you've got relics, right? Well, if the purpose of going to see Mirka was to reclaim her relic so that you could go get assigned a relic.
Well, no, we need to reclaim her relic as well, so we can return it and return the gods to their rightful places.
Right, might as well already here, right?
I'm gonna get a comb. That's how we're going.
We need to get all of the relics.
Right, so the heist is still on the table, is what I'm being told.
Absolutely, the heist is on the table. I'm very excited about it, and if we can't recruit Mirko, we'll kill her, because that's, of course, sort of the vibe that I've been getting from this party.
I don't think we should be killing Mirko.
We've got to use that genie knife on someone.
Ezra's nodding.
As I've said before, Mirko didn't really do anything wrong other than take the opportunity to become a paramour.
Sometimes you're just in the right place at the wrong time. That's all I'm saying.
Before you all ask, I know you're going to. Yes, of course, you will need a face man for this heist, and yes, of course, I will give you all of the skills that I possess. I would love to take point on this heist. Just really heist it.
I'm sorry, it sounded like you said skills, but you meant skill, right? The sort of the one thing you do.
Oh, I have several skills. What if rabbits come out of everywhere? Who's going to deal with that?
That's fair. I haven't planned for rabbits being involved in the heist.
It's a heist. You might be digging underground. You gotta think about that when you find rabbits underground, Missy. You gotta think through all of the sides and angles of this thing, right? I can tell you really haven't put much thought into the heist. I understand. I'll put it forefront in my mind and really start coming up with a quality heist plan while you guys go do this other errand here. But when you come back, I will have boards up on the walls with twine going from a peg to another peg. It's going to look impressive.
If we don't have a tense theme song for this, by the time we get back, I'm going to be very disappointed, Jasper.
I would love to write you one, but someone recently broke the violin that I had received as a gift.
What, already?
Yeah.
How?
It got hit by a belt trying to protect the other side.
So who did get you that violin in the end? Did you ever work that out?
Yes, actually. I had forgotten that I had purchased this violin a long time ago, and I left it underneath, in one of the bags that I tend to carry around. And it was a weird day. I had a shortage of underwear, and I was looking for some clean clothing, and I found an old bag that I generally don't go to. Well, maybe I've got a pair in there, and sure enough I did, but also inside there was this violin, and I thought, well, wonderful.
What was the day you bought that violin like, that you were walking around with underwear and a violin in a bag? What was that day like?
You gotta have a go bag. You'll find this out if you really get into heist life.
Okay.
You really got to get a go bag, and nothing says go bag like underwear and violins.
Of course, that is as true today as it was way back when I said it the first time. Sometimes you got to be prepared, and if you're a bard of suitable training, suitable abilities, then boy, if you've got a go bag with a fresh pair of undies and a violin, you can pretty much make it in any major town in all of Europe. So, don't shame me too awful much, because it's just the way I live my life, one pair of underwear at a time. Well, anyway, I hope all of you enjoyed what was, effectively a recap show where I, in the course of 45 to 50 minutes, told all of you what was told to me in about an hour and 15, which I had been, I suppose, telling over the course of approximately 3 years now. Now, to this part of the story, a lot of people come up to me and they ask me, why didn't you just start here? Why don't you just start with this part and just give the summation and then really get into the good stuff? Because everybody knows that, they want to hear about the war, obviously. But that's not, there was a time for that. And obviously, a lot of the underpinnings of that was, I guess, borne out in the stories that we've told thus far. You get a little bit deeper in the story with me, right at the middle bar. I suppose if you go over to Ore Mine, you go down or just along the corner, you'll find a dime a dozen for storytellers out in Ore Mine. Sure, they'll tell you the summation version of all of this. I suppose if that's the kind of a barding that you want, then by all means go out there and get that. I'm not the dime store type. I come with a little bit more insight, and I suppose pageantry, maybe, than the run of the mill. So you do get a little bit of a longer-winded story out of me, but boy, would you have rather not been there for some of those great moments of past? What about the moments with the sweet rolls? That was great. Would you have liked to have missed out on the Stone Kingdom and just heard that one little snippet of it? Of course not. So consider yourselves all blessed, those of you that have been here for the full effect. But for those new, you're ready to go for what happens next. Anyway, we will get to that next time here at the Gilded Broadcaster Team and 50 Minotaur Bartenders, and I will see you next time.
Hey, Ray.
Oh, hi, John.
Well, surprised to see you here.
I haven't left. I stay in the outro. I stay on this video call and in this outro for a couple weeks until you come back to talk to me again. Hi.
It's such a treat for the listeners to hear you in an outro.
Yeah, because I never have been in, except for the last 23 episodes, I haven't been in any outros, so
Yeah,
it'll be a
I'm
treat.
never in outros either. So this is a nice, unique combination for the listeners.
Speaking of unique combinations,
Nice.
speaking of unique combinations, how have you been shopping on the internet, John? Where have you been going to shop on the internet?
I've been going to Amazon mainly, but I
You
really
idiot, John!
want to,
You're an idiot!
I
How
really
dare
want
you?
to buy myself an Adam Bash.
Oh, you want to buy an Adam Bash? You can't do that on Amazon, you fool! But you can go to adambash.com/shop, which has some fun enamel pins and other kind of merch from this show and from some other podcasts that he does that I haven't been invited on yet, so therefore probably isn't that cool.
And can I buy myself an Adam Bash?
So we're in the works to start selling Adam Bashes in the store. I got mine on pre-order, but that was a Black Friday special. So I don't think yet, but we're working on it. I think we'll start by selling pieces of Adam Bash because it's easier to ship him that way.
Yeah. I'm just going to the store now and I see there's a couple of lovely pins. There's one of the Brute Force logo. And there's everything is a tree.
Yeah, both beautiful enamel pins made by our good friend Carly.
Yeah, and I believe if you put both of them into your shopping basket and then use the code LEAFPINSET, then you get a discount.
Shut your mouth. Shut your absolute discounting mouth, John. What? That's an incredible deal.
It is a good deal.
It's almost like you'd be an idiot not to do that. Not to buy them both.
It's almost as good a deal as it is going to GeekyCon, where for the price of your ticket, you also get to have friends. Sell friends with your ticket for GeekyCon.
Yeah, the standard ticket,
Comes with
gets you
three
there, gets you friends, gets you access to all the fun panels and the live show and all that, and then the premium ticket gets you that good swag. T-shirt, the sweatshirt.
6 friends with the premium ticket.
Oh, that's right. We will sell you 6 human friends. Yeah, it really is a huge deal. I don't know why anyone wouldn't go premium and just get the extra 6 human beings to follow you around and be your friend.
Are you going?
Yes, absolutely. I'm going. I'm very excited. I plan on doing handshakes with all of my good friends of the Brute Force podcast, and just other than that, just bothering people and sort of being too much to him.
And have breakfast at Super Chefs.
I'm very excited about having breakfast at Super Chefs.
That is
Those pancakes were as high as
really the highlight of GeekyCon.
Yeah, that's so good.
Like, I'm happy to spend a couple of $1,000s to go to Columbus and eat at Super Chefs.
Well, I'm not busy this weekend. If you want to meet me in Columbus, and we'll just go eat Super Chefs by ourselves.
I can only afford to do it once a year, unfortunately.
Well, if you do, just do it this time then. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll do it this weekend and forget about GeekyCon.
Okay, good, great. But if
Speaking of
I don't have a good transition.
Here's the reviews.
Speaking of people that don't have a transition, it's John.
This is a review by Same Old Jason. A fantastic adventure. Brute Force podcast is a lot of fun. It's well narrated from creative DM. Great voices with so many NPCs. The players have a lot of fun and have great interactions. If you hate having fun and laughing, this is not the podcast for you. A tale of the Brute Force will make your day better.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I like Jason. He's my favorite Jason, even though he is just the same old Jason. He's a very good one, is the thing.
If you hate having fun and laughing, maybe this still is the podcast for you, because you might not find us funny. The only way you'll know that is if you listen.
I've been playing my character as sort of an intense, dramatic, hyper-realistic survivor is sort of what I've been playing her as, so I don't know why he hasn't picked up on that, but that's fine.
Yeah, and I mean, my character's dead, so obviously he doesn't have humour.
But how about this from, a name I can't pronounce correctly, and I'm sorry about that, but we're going to go with Yorian Hatink. If that's anywhere close to your name, thanks. It's a bunch of lovable goofballs. This great podcast is often quite goofy, but it will truly break your day. Don't know what that means. Having a hard, long, bad day, listening to Brute Force, having an awesome, great, fun day, enhance these feelings with the Brute Force. The characters are great and lovable, and the story is more complex than you might think during your first time listening. I did a very bad job reading that. It was a fun dialogue, and I messed it up. But thanks, Yorian.
I mean, he mentions during your first time listening, which implies people might listen to it a second time.
I
don't know
listen
why
to it
you would.
exclusively. Yeah, that's why I know the plot points.
You've listened to it multiple times.
So I listened to it at least twice for most of the episodes.
That's more dedication than your average person. You do know more about this podcast than anyone.
I was a fan. You guys never got to be just a fan.
It's true.
Yeah, so it's a unique experience coming from Cammy because I was a fan. And I left a dig-dang review, folks. So that's why you should all leave a ding-dang review.
Did we read your review?
I don't think we did.
So I don't think we were reading reviews at the time that you left your review.
How dare you? We should go back and reread my review.
We'll do that next week. We'll find your review. We'll read it.
Oh, that's going to be horrible and cringy because it's
be like, man, I wish I could be on this podcast. It's so good. Why don't you love me?
Oh God, yeah, no, I am thirsty. That's a very good, good impression of me. So if you want to find us on Twitter, we're at the Brute Force Cast.
I'm at Nutza.
Adam is at the Adam Bash.
Pat is at Patrick_Rankin.
Got it. Carly is at Animated Me's, where the E's are 3s.
Why didn't you say your own name then?
Because I don't like it when you do it.
Unladylike. Mr. Unladylike to you.
Oh yeah, call him
Mr. Unladylike was my father.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah, thanks for listening. Leave us reviews and say nice things. Give us some stars.
Yeah, reviews really help y'all.
And come to GeekyCon.
Yeah, come to GeekyCon. That's like an in-life review because I'm going to stare at your face while it moves when you tell me how good of a job you're doing.
If you leave us a review, you have to read it directly to us at GeekyCon. We'll all stand in a circle around you and not let you leave until you finish reading the review to us.
If you want to make me read something, if you've ever wanted to make me and my flesh mouth read a sentence, your best bet is to leave us a review. Because I, for some reason, am in every single outro we've ever done since I've joined. And so I'll probably read it. So do that. Make me say things. Give us 5 stars, and then make me say things.
Bye you later.
See you on the crest side?
The geometry of the place was all wrong. One cannot be sure that the sea and ground were horizontal. listening to Cthulhu and Friends, starring Stacy, Mike, Fred, and Steph. I am your game master, Veronica.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Cthulhu and Friends. I am so excited to be here. I am your game master, Veronica, and I am joined by Stacy, who's playing Bellamy,
Mike, who's playing Todd B.
This is Fred playing Edward.
And Steph playing Clara.
So excited to have you guys in St. Paxton, where you belong, where I will keep you.
Indefinitely?
Mike, what happened in the last episode?
Last time on Cthulhu and Friends, the crew receives the keys to Darius's mansion and are dropped off nearby. After ringing the doorbell, the door to the mansion is opened by a very knowledgeable woman named Ruby. She gives them a quick tour of the facility, which leaves the crew with more questions than answers. After Ruby departs, the crew discusses what they've learned and become more suspicious of their surroundings. The party is split, with Edward heading to the Divine Bovine, Todd and Clara looking around the mansion unescorted, and Bellamy resting alone in her room. And that's where we left off in the last episode. Guys, you know what we're doing?
What?
We're splitting the party.
We're not playing D&D, Todd.
This is real life, man.
We're in the middle of a fantasy island.
What do you think? I'm gonna get waylaid by a bunch of evil dwarves that are trying to prevent me from learning how to read good?
Well, that should probably happen to us at the library, but...
It's okay. Moonflower will turn into a mist.
Oh, Moonflower. Hey, I know this is kind of like weird, but maybe later we could all just play some D&D and relax a little bit. There's just been so much going on.
That sounds really
Might be a
good,
good
actually.
idea. I think Bellamy's taking this really hard.
A little bit about her.
Maybe one of us should go check on her. I don't know. Maybe she just needs to be alone.
Let's give her some time.
Yeah, let's go do our research and we'll come back and we'll check on her when we get back.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take some of this to go because it's amazing. And he just grabs 2 legs, just hands dripping with butter, and he grabs his like little satchel kit, puts it in his back pocket, and just starts walking out of the restaurant.
In no time, you make it to the ferry.
I jump in the ferry.
He rows you to the other side.
Hey, so are you like the ferry? Like, what, is this all you do? Just row back and forth all day long?
Yeah, that's what I do most days.
Oh, well, what do you do on other days?
Exercise.
Makes sense. Well, you know, there's a pretty sweet gym in there, and maybe later on we could work out together and you could show me some of the tricks.
Oh, sure. Yeah, my name's Henry.
Oh, Henry. I'm Edward. Nice to meet you. Hey, can you point me in the direction of the Divine Bovine? It's a burger joint.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you want, you can just grab a bike right there, and it's just maybe 1.5 kilometers to the west.
Kilometers? Is that like miles?
Yes.
Oh, well, anyways. I could just take this bike. It doesn't belong to somebody.
Well, we all share.
What do you mean?
It's a sharing economy. If you need it, you take it, and then you just bring it back.
Huh.
There's bikes all over.
Okay. Well, I guess I will share this bike, and I'll bring it back. I will hop on the bike and head towards the Divine Bovine.
You hop on this bike, you get to the Divine Bovine. Nothing seems amiss on your way to the Divine Bovine. It's fairly active. You are on a public trail, so this is a public biking trail, and it takes you basically wherever you want to go. Now there are a lot of trees on the island, so you are navigating in and out of just forest essentially, but it is all well maintained, and you'll see other bikers, pedestrians, and you go into a small strip. When you get there, you have to get off of your bike because it's walking only, and you are now on a river walk. The river walk is basically just an area that has these paddle boats on it, and people are paddling around, and there are restaurants that back up to the river. There's seating all along, and I mean, it's just as far as you can see, restaurant after restaurant. None of these are chain restaurants. They're all really small mom and pop restaurants. It's very boutique-y.
I just soak in all the sights, and you know, if people walk by, I kind of like nod my head in a greeting, and I try to locate the divine bovine.
You have a little bit of trouble finding it at first, but you pass several taverns. Each of these taverns is named after a tavern that you have encountered in a play session of Dungeons and Dragons. You finally come to the divine bovine.
Does it look like the divine bovine that I'm used to?
Yeah, it looks very similar.
I open the door and I enter.
Edward, I haven't seen you in so long.
Leo, you are here.
In the flesh.
What are you doing here on St. Paxton Island?
Well, as you know, when your dad closed the resort, I needed another way to find income. You know, most of the people have been coming here now instead of, you know, over to Northview, and well, I hate to abandon the town. My grandmother grew up there, but there was just no more money there, and Darius offered to move me the whole establishment over here. Built it. It looks the same as it was in Northview.
Wait, what do you mean the resort is closed? Why hasn't he said anything about this?
Well, I don't know. I thought you knew.
How long have you been here, Leo?
Well, maybe 4 years or so.
4 years?
Yeah.
Oh. Leo, I don't know what's going on. I feel like I don't know anything anymore.
Edward, sit down. Sit down.
He takes your hands in his.
You don't look well.
I don't feel well. I mean, Darius disappeared, and...
What?
I mean, yeah, you didn't know?
No. What do you mean it's disappeared?
I don't know. We were all hanging out, and we were talking over that thing that he has with, like, the video camera phone thing, and he disappeared right before our eyes. And the last thing he said was to come find him. And we got these ferry passes. We just arrived today, and I don't know, this whole island, it wasn't here. And look, everything is here now. I don't know, Leo. What is going on?
Listen, I thought the exact same thing when I moved here, you know? My whole life, this island was nothing but a swamp. It was garbage. But something happened, Edward, and I heard that Darius has become extremely wealthy. Wealthy enough to move mountains, I guess. But all of this is from that investment. I mean, every day there are investors that come over. There are developers that come over, contractors. They're always building. It seems like there's no end to the money. And I just don't know how it happened as quickly as it did, but, I mean, if you have enough money, you can do anything, right?
I guess, but why didn't Darius ever tell us about any of this? I mean, we all lived together for years, and I just feel like I don't even know him.
Wait, stay right here.
As he hops up and walks to the back, you notice that you haven't seen him in many, many years. And you see that nothing about him has changed. He's still extremely spry, in very good health. He comes back and he has this large document, probably a good, 75 to 100 pages.
This is the contract that we all signed. What's in here? Hold on. Can't change the front yard. No. There it is. Look here.
And he points to a paragraph and shows it to you. And in the contract, residents are explicitly forbidden to tell you, Bellamy, Clara, or Todd anything about St. Paxton Island.
Wait, what is this?
Look, I think this is all supposed to be a surprise for you four. I don't think you're supposed to be here, but yet. Look, look out there.
And he points in the direction of the ski resort.
They're still building.
I don't know what to say, Leo. I don't know what's real. I don't know what's not. I'm just looking for Darius, and I don't know. I just want to know what's going on.
Trust your friendship. That's the best advice I can give you.
I appreciate that. And I've always trusted you, Leo, and I appreciate that. Well, I better get back to my friends and let them know everything you just told me, and,
Sure.
Just...
look, where are you staying? You can stay here with me, You don't have to be alone in a bed and breakfast. You can be here with me. All of you.
Oh. I'll let them know. We're kind of staying at the Marsata Lago.
Marsata Lago. Yeah. Okay. So you're with Darius then? Well, at his place.
Yeah, I guess he left notes for various people, and we were given keys to his estate, and Ruby's kind of just helping us out, putting us up in the lodgings that Darius set up for us.
Ruby?
Yeah, Ruby, his, I don't know, personal assistant or butler, really friendly gal.
Huh. I guess I never met her.
What about Patty? Do you know Patty?
Patty. The manager of the visitor center.
Yeah. That's exactly what she sounds like. That's pretty good, Leo. Well, look, I should probably get going. But we'll stop back by, and I'm definitely going to get one of those famous burgers.
Of course. I missed you guys. A lot.
Missed you too, Leo. Keep that grill hot for me, all right?
I will.
He stands up, gives you a hug, and a wave as you leave.
I jump back on the bike and head back.
As you do, you see some of the groups that are getting ready to be in the parade lining up. So there's some marching bands, Girl Scouts, just different associations, the quilting bees. They're all dressed up like little bees, and it's very bee punny. You get back to the ferry, and Henry lets you on board.
So, Henry, how long have you been here?
I was born on the island, so 26 years.
Wow. Have you ever been off the island?
Yeah, many times. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What, to like Northview or?
Yeah, to Northview, then I went to the Bay Area, and then I went to the Disney's. Well, we're here.
I appreciate our talks, Henry. I'll be back, don't worry. You keep that boat rowing for me.
Will do, sir.
I will head back back to the rest.
Oh, okay, Todd. What are we looking for?
Well, there's got to be some sort of history of the island, or maybe, I don't know, something about the construction of everything here. There's just no way
so
they don't have books on something, right?
Yeah, maybe there's a local history section.
As you make your way through the library, you see a desk, and it looks to have a scattering of notes on it. Some of them look like research notes, some of them look like ideas for potential businesses, some of them look like character sheets, but one of them in particular is of interest to you. It is a letterhead that is from Darius. You see on it the same bird that's on the back of your keychains.
Friends, it's been 4 years since I've seen any of you in person. I figured it was a good time to put some truths to paper in case I ever disappear. Look, there isn't really an easy way to say this, but I've left a lot out of our conversations. Specifically, I've left out my home, St. Paxton. After graduation, I was pretty blue. You all know that my breakup was devastating, and seeing you all leave, well, it was hard. I knew that I needed to dive into another project like I had with school. I wandered around Northview, but honestly, the place had lost its luster for me. What is a place without friends? And then the rest of the page is marked through and scribbled over. The words are not legible.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe he kept all this from us. And we could have helped him get through something. We could have called more.
But I mean, he was working so hard to keep all of this a secret. Then why'd he disappear?
I don't know, like you said, maybe it had to be something bad that happened.
Do you guys want to try and find any additional letters?
Yeah, I would probably shuffle through the papers on the desk to start with.
You don't find anything additionally there. You do find a small key. The key has an engraving on it of a small leaf. It's very small. It looks like it could be almost a safe key.
I will look around. Are there any pictures or things on the wall?
As you finish going around the corner of where all of the stacks of books are, you walk through probably 7 or 8 really, really tall shelves for all of the books. A lot of them are fictional, a lot of them have history, but not necessarily history of St. Paxton Island. As you round the corner, you see 6 paintings on the wall. Each of them is a painting of your D&D characters, and there is a large, ornate table with 5 chairs. And then there's a couple of chairs in the corner of the room, but it looks like this was meant to be some sort of hall for you and Darius to play D&D together. There is one thing out of place, a painting that you don't quite understand. There is a woman that's painted, and beside her is this really large dog. She's not an NPC. You don't recognize her.
How large are these paintings?
They're the size of a human.
I'm gonna see if I can move the painting, like swivel it on the hanging point.
They are all clearly affixed to the wall. Is there anything I can help you with? Ruby chimes in.
Oh, good timing, actually. Do you know who this woman is?
I don't.
And, Darius had a dog somewhere?
No. I've never been instructed to pick up after a dog.
Huh.
Okay.
I'm a little offended he didn't commission me to paint our characters, but this is all very confusing. Do you help work at the library too, or are you just checking in on us?
Anywhere that you need me to be.
Huh. That's very helpful.
That's what a personal assistant is for.
Oh,
So this area was for D&D playing, right?
But it hasn't been used as such, but yes.
so do you know, are there any books in the library on like the local history or?
No, all local history books are in the main St. Paxton Library.
Oh, that would make sense.
This is a private library.
Was this the library that had like artifacts, things that we shouldn't touch in it, or was that the other library?
Yes. Oh, I did want to see those. Where are they on display?
Oh. Ruby walks around and shows you several pieces of pottery. There is a big case that shows kind of a big map of St. Paxton Island as it is currently. Then there's another one that shows what Darius found when he was here, and it all does look like forest and swamp, some mountain, of course. And in the center of that is a glowing orb. And then there's another table that shows the future of St. Paxton Island, which has a lot of the buildings that are under construction completed. The whole resort is completely finished.
What's the glowing orb?
You hear Edward come in the door.
Oh, there you guys are.
Oh boy, that was quick.
Yeah. Hey, check this out.
What is that?
I don't know. Like a 5-year plan?
The glowing orb actually represents the gold that was found on St. Paxton Island.
Oh.
As you can see, more than a third of St. Paxton Island was a big lump of gold.
Wait, what? A third of the island was essentially a gold vein?
Yeah. In fact, the reason that we have the bay itself is because all of it was excavated. This was the only area that Darius didn't excavate.
Oh my god, that is a lot of gold.
Yes. Well, if you need me, I'll be around.
Oh, wait. You live on the premises, right?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for your help, Ruby.
Of course.
Hey, guys, come over here. So, I met up with Leo.
Oh shit, he was there?
Oh,
yeah.
good.
He's been here for years, and I guess, like, Darius invited him over to, I don't know, run his business here, but that's besides the point. He didn't know who Ruby was, which I found odd, but he knew who Patty was, and he finds her annoying as well.
Yeah.
And he also had this contract, and on the contract, it specifically stated that anybody that resided here was not supposed to communicate with us about the island.
What?
What?
Yeah,
That's
all
like
of our names.
That's
weird,
odd,
right?
Check out this letter we found.
Oh yeah, this is.
Oh, wow. I guess everything is being made for us.
Oh yeah, you should see these pictures.
Oh snap! Sir Sortalot and Moonflower.
Moonflower,
and this chick with the dog.
Oh, Wait,
Yeah,
who is
Ruby
that?
didn't know who it was either. We don't know. And then we asked Ruby about the dog. She says there's no dog.
Wait a minute. Didn't Darius used to talk about, like, the big breakup, the girl that broke his heart, or before we met him? Do you think that could be her?
Well, I mean, it could, but it kind of doesn't fit the theme.
Yeah, if he's putting a bunch of pain
Wouldn't you
to his
put that in your
friends, why?
bedroom?
Oh, she broke his heart. Why?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm just saying. It's like, oh, hey, it's some fantasy characters and this backstabber. I don't know. It just seems weird. I guess she's a rogue.
Oh, Todd. I don't know, man. None of it makes sense.
And Clara found this key.
Yeah, I don't know where it goes to, though.
I look around. Is there anything that is small or anything along those lines that key might work towards? A desk, a drawer?
As you look at the key and you see the little leaf on it, you immediately remember that you passed by a living wall as you came through. So the front door opens to this huge atrium, and there's this big wall of just plant life, and it very much resembles one of the dominant plants on that wall.
Wait, that leaf on the key. Didn't we pass by like a atrium? There was a wall with a bunch of plants and stuff on it.
Oh.
Maybe that's associated to it.
Hey, let's check it out.
It's worth a try.
Yeah.
Well, should we wait for Bellamy for some of this stuff?
We could check on her, see how she's doing.
Well, I mean, she's had some time to herself. I mean, maybe we should go check on her and make sure she's okay.
Yeah, we can let her know what we've learned and see if she wants to come check out the key with us.
I also feel like we should stay together until we really know what's going on here. I mean, look, I hate to say it, but we don't know if we could trust anybody. I mean, there's a lot of weird things going on.
Certainly not the Caldwells, am I right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I find it odd, though, that Leo didn't know who Ruby was. I mean, it seems like everybody knows everybody here, right?
That's true, and Leo would have talked to Darius a lot. So.
And she's been very friendly and helpful, and I don't know.
Well, I mean, what exactly are you getting at? I mean, not trust her how? Is she gonna try to kill us?
Oh, gosh.
I mean, it could be the money, right? All the gold. Maybe she knocked Darius over.
Todd, don't say that.
It makes sense. It's a lot of gold.
Well, before we jump to conclusions, let's go check on Bellamy, and we'll take one thing at a time. Oh, but where is she? Where's Ruby?
Oh, I can help you.
I bet you are a hoot
No,
at
I
Halloween.
just sensed that you needed me, and I came down the stairs.
It's
You just
uncanny.
sensed that?
Everybody kind of has that type of
Sixth sense.
yeah. Can you show us to where Bellamy is? We wanted to check in on her and
Not
make
get
sure
lost.
she's okay.
All right, and here we are. These are Miss Bellamy's quarters. Oh, she's up from her nap.
I'll open the door and go in.
Bellamy is sitting in a window nook, actually, with a bunch of pillows propped up behind her back, and she's working on a crossword puzzle.
Wow.
Hey guys, for you guys.
Hey,
but,
Bells.
You know, I didn't.
How you feeling?
I just needed a
Space.
lot better.
Bells, I have a very unique sense of humor. This is ceasing to be
I guess
funny.
process everything and just learn.
Okay.
You're very serious.
More
You're
about our
very
surroundings
good,
and
but
everything. Like
enough.
It's
Really?
really good, and
we didn't
appreciate you
like
guys
we went to the
giving me the time I
library
needed.
and Edward went to Divine Bovine, and then we're like, yeah, we've given Bellamy a couple hours. Let's
it's
go
been,
check on her.
It's been a good couple
And
days.
that's it.
Well, what?
Wait,
Okay.
couple hours? You mean?
Fine. I'm not sure what you guys been on about, but I can prove
That's
that it's
funny,
been days
Bells.
and not hours. So why don't we all take a trip
nothing makes
downstairs to the
sense. Like,
kitchen,
you're just
and I will show you all of the leftovers,
Okay.
because if you guys have not been eating them, then lots in there. So come on.
Another one.
Weird.
And I
Bring
will
it
like a
on,
couple,
sister.
couple hours, right? Maybe 2.5.
You notice that Bellamy has a familiarity with the house that you don't quite have yet. It looks like she's been walking the halls a little bit longer than you have.
Keeping to myself.
She takes you over to the
reading a couple
kitchen,
of things, and doing
opens
some
the
crossword
fridge,
puzzles, and actually I spent some time in the kitchen. At least 4 meals here. I figured I couldn't keep going over the restaurant and bothering over food in the fridge. I don't want to bother them constantly, so I whipped up some stuff here.
I'm so confused. How is this possible? Like, you're being serious. You didn't just come cook a bunch of stuff and then go back up to your room.
If you look at the top, I put tape on it with dates so that we'll know when it goes back.
This doesn't make any sense. Nothing here makes sense.
Bellamy, it's literally been like 2.5 hours. I saw Leo, and there's some things we need to discuss with you.
Okay, but I need you guys. Look, this situation is already really difficult. You know, I'm processing it as best that I can, but I can't. We can't joke about things right now. I can't take the 3 of you working together to pull a prank anymore.
Bells, I'm not joking. We're not.
No, I would not do that to you.
Look, that's even too far for me.
Look,
Ruby.
Yes?
Thank you. Can you explain to them that we've been here for a few days, please?
Of course. As I said before, time is different here.
That's not helpful, Ruby.
Look at my pants. Do you see the stain? You really think I'm gonna wear the same stupid pants that I should have changed out of already?
For a goof? Look, I don't know how to explain it to you guys, but I definitely, in all seriousness, cross my heart, I would never lie to you guys about this. I
trust you. I trust you, Bells. Maybe, like, maybe we can prove to you that our story's true too. And then, it doesn't make sense, but like this food here is here. So you were here for what, 2 days? So let's find a way to show you that it's still the same day for us.
When I went to go see Leo, they were putting the parade together. Remember what they said? They're gonna have like I don't know, a lighting ceremony or something like that.
Let's go see the parade.
Let's go to the parade.
Yeah, Ruby, why don't you come along?
Sure.
Ruby, are you able to come with us?
What do you mean?
Are you able to leave the house, the residence?
I'm not a slave here, of course.
Right.
I
mean, that's not what
I've never wanted to leave before, and that's why I haven't. And when I want to, I will. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's all go.
Come with us. Ruby, you should go get a coat and meet us outside near the ferry.
Okay, I will do that thing if I have a coat that I feel like wearing.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. Okay. We should
She's never left the house?
Let's go outside.
Yeah.
I have some thoughts.
Fresh air.
Fresh air.
As you are leaving the house, you see a switch by the light switch. It is red, and it is in the on position, and above it there is a label, Ruby.
Why does she have a light switch? Is that like for her special door that she lives in?
This is what I was going to mention. I think she is an AI.
A what?
What now?
I don't think she's human.
She looks human.
Yeah, but Darius does a lot of really great and crazy things, and I think he created himself a companion.
No.
Somebody to talk to only companion.
What happens if we flip the switch?
Well, Ruby?
Yes. I'm getting my coat.
Can you just come here for 1 minute, please?
Sure. She comes in with two different coats, a red coat and a blue coat.
I'm very, very sorry. I flipped the switch off.
What?
So I was thinking red.
Okay, Bella.
Because I'm Ruby, and it's also a festive color. But blue is also a festive color. So I was a little confused, but you know what? Let's take a vote. Who votes for red?
I switch it back on.
Ruby, what does this light switch do?
Oh, that turns the lights on and off to my apartment, just over there. See, when you turn it on, then the little path lights are on. And then when you turn it off, the path lights go off. It's to save electricity.
I just look cross at Bella.
Okay, so votes for red coat.
Red coat, for sure.
Red. Yes.
Yeah.
It's practically your namesake.
You're right. Why do I even have a blue coat? And she puts on the red coat. Let's go.
I will open the door and hold it open for everyone.
I will step outside.
I will wait until Ruby goes outside.
She walks outside.
I will follow behind her.
And I'll walk out with Bellamy side by side. So, wait, what do you mean AI? Like, she's like an Australian international or something?
No. I think she's artificial,
like in sci-fi
intelligence.
books?
I don't. Yeah, I just. She's always there when you call for her. Like, she just pops up out of nowhere.
Maybe she's just really professional. I mean, to the creepy level.
Well, I was gonna say it's a little, you're lurking around every corner, but how is that?
Well, I don't know. Patty and Devin seem to pull it off.
They're pros at
Maybe
it.
everyone here is artificial.
I mean, maybe I'm grasping at straws. I'm just looking for answers, I guess, so.
Maybe they're all made out of gold.
Huh. Well, there was a lot of gold.
A lot of gold?
Oh!
As you get into the boat is now rowed by a different person.
Where's Henry?
Oh, he's off tonight.
You guys have the same accent, though.
Right, he's my brother.
Oh. What's your name?
My name's Clark.
Nice to meet you, Clark.
Clark takes you across to the town square, and you see a beautiful parade. And then you all see as a Santa Claus seems to float down from the sky
and to the back of the parade. And then you watch it float back up and back down, and all of the kids are going nuts for it. The most authentic Santa you may have ever seen.
Well, Bellamy?
Yeah. It doesn't make sense, but
Well,
here it is.
we did split the party, so
That's what I said.
Todd.
I guess maybe time is different for everybody. Like, there's no one set speed. There's
You see Ruby nodding enthusiastically but saying nothing.
This doesn't make sense.
Listen,
I guess
I need to tell you guys something. Something that I don't want to say, but I need to.
Okay.
chance of showers and thunderstorms. Saturday, east winds 5 to 10 knots increasing to 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. A light chop on the bay building to a moderate chop in the afternoon. Slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Saturday night, southeast winds 10 to 15 knots diminishing to 5 to 10 knots after midnight. A moderate chop on the bay subsiding to a light chop after midnight. Sunday, southeast winds 5 to 10 knots increasing to 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. A light chop on the bay building to a moderate chop in the afternoon. Sunday night, southeast winds 10 to 15 knots diminishing to 5 to 10 knots after midnight. A moderate chop on the bay subsiding to a light chop after midnight. Monday, southeast winds 5 to 10 knots becoming east 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. A light chop on the bay building to a moderate chop in the afternoon. Slight chance of showers and thunderstorms. Monday night, southeast winds 10 to 15 knots. A moderate chop on the bay. Here is the marine forecast for the fall.
Hey?
I'm quitting.
Wait, quitting what?
What? It's just weird. I'm sorry. And, like, working for one person for my pay was, like, cool. It was a lot of money, you know? But, like, now it's 4 people and I'm not making any more money, so it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So, I mean, I hope that you guys have gotten what you need from me, but, like, I quit.
Whoa,
I'm
wait,
sorry.
how much money were you making?
Well, I mean, like, enough to get by. I mean...
I'm sure that Mayor Clara would see it to quadruple your salary.
I also don't want to work for you. Sorry.
Oh.
You guys are a little creepy. You're always talking about me, like, in hushed tones, but clearly not whispers, and it hurts my feelings. I don't like it.
That's fair.
I'm sorry. I wish that you had been more respectful.
You know, our friend disappeared.
So did mine. And my boss. And I was still really considerate to you.
I mean, you were paid to be that way, so let's not get too crazy here.
And see, that's why she's quitting.
Yeah, I'm sure, but that's fine.
Look, there's just like one last thing that I need to tell you. Definitely, you need to tell Patty who the new mayor pro tem is, okay? And you also need to check in at the police station because, like, she leans in and says, we don't actually have a formal police force here. Mr. Hemsley just kind of kept everything in check. So, you just, you know, check in and check the answering machine. Really, everyone is pretty much on good behavior. So, but just go check the messages, it'll be fine.
So, one of us is supposed to be the mayor, and then all of us are supposed to be the informal police?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying go check the messages.
But then work them.
Are there police? Do what you want to. Maybe you, as the new mayor, maybe you appoint a chief of police. Maybe you hire police officers.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great first order of business.
Yeah, but see, maybe there are different ways to govern. It was a pleasure meeting all of you. Finally, I was really excited to meet all of you. I hope the accommodations are exactly what you needed. But honestly, I wasn't even supposed to be here. You guys got here a little bit earlier than I thought we were going to. I just wanted to hang out for a little bit, but it didn't work out, and that's okay. I hope you all have a wonderful time in St. Paxton.
Thank you, Ruby. I'm sorry about the way we treated you.
I really appreciate that. You know, an apology goes a long way. She gives Edward a hug. Well, later, friends.
she hops across the street.
Bye, Ruby.
As she does so, you notice that one of the kids from the high school band is looking at you. He crashes his cymbals and then walks past you. When you get back to Malsado Lago, do you use the key that you found in the desk?
Yeah, we will fill in Bellamy on the way.
As you get to the middle of this living wall, you see that there's a hole where some ivy is. You could very easily reach through and see that there is a safe there.
How large is the safe?
It looks to be maybe just 2 by 2 feet.
I'll try the key, see if it fits.
It does. It opens the lock, and you see inside 3 pieces of paper. I'll pull them out.
Go, I'll read them. I took out a small loan and rented a boat to take me to St. Paxton Island. Edward was right. The place was not great. Getting there was a journey in and of itself. You see, the island seems to want to protect itself from intruders. The boat and crew that I had rented to take me there warned of the dangers, but I wouldn't listen. I wanted to see this place for myself. We dealt with high swells, rain, the sea, and the sky gave us every reason to turn back, but I refused. As our boat got closer to the island, the waves and the wind drew back their assault. I thought that, at last, we had made some kind of headway, that our bad luck had come to an end, but it was only just the beginning.
The water was only still for 1 minute, and then something quite large hit the bottom of our boat. I looked back at the captain, whose eyes were as big as dinner plates. She said, "Mr. Darius?" And the thing that was hitting the bottom of the boat stopped, like it was listening to us. I think we ought to turn around while we have the... Something dark, like the branch of an evergreen, reached down from the sky above and drove itself through our boat before she could utter another word. The captain, in shock, took a step or two toward me and my torchlight. I saw that whatever it was had sheared off her left arm. Her blood was pouring into the bottom of the boat, which was filling quickly with seawater. The rest of the crew began screaming, sure that we had all sailed to our doom. I kept thinking, no, Captain, I don't think we ever had a chance at all.
I don't know what happened to those poor men and women, 4 of them, but their bodies were never found, mostly because no search party was ever sent for them. I alone washed to the shore, again. I found myself laying face down in the wet sand. A few days later, I got my wits about me. My things washed ashore. I made a rather clever sleigh and hauled my things inland. I hate to think this, but I believe the island was sated somehow. My friends, should I ever need to leave you and leave St. Paxton in your care, trust that Patty Caldwell... it ends.
Trust that Patty Caldwell will what?
And why lock it in a safe? Just... I mean, anyone could have found that key.
Oh my gosh, guys. The whole island has been a giant nod to our D&D games. What if he was preparing for an inevitable need to leave and has left us a D&D puzzle to unravel?
And that's what we're gonna call it.
I got chills.
Oh, shit. It's so fucked up. I swear to God.
Oh, this is getting so good.
I know.
Alright, did you guys have fun?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you feel like investigators?
Yes, for once. I felt like I wasn't going to die.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Yet.
Hey, that's fine. Well, guys, it was super fun to play with you. I'll see you again next week with another episode of Cthulhu Frameworks.
Hell yeah. This episode was produced and edited by Hiroshi, and the opening and closing theme was created by Rob Anderson. Find them on Twitter at @MaybeHiroshi and @PotentiallyRob. You can find the rest of the crew on Twitter as well. Leo was voiced by Kieran. Find him at Mr. K_Bennett. V is at Typical Veronica. Mike is at One Gaming Lane. Fred is at I Think I'm Fred. Steph is at Starlit Firefly. And you can find me at Definitely Stacy. As always, you can follow the show as CAF Podcast and find a permanent link to the Discord in our bio. Want to take a look at the clues, information, or photos the cast stumbled upon during the recording? Head on over to our website at www.cafpodcast.com and click on the link labeled The Show at the top of the screen. If you want to help support the show, please share us with your friends on your preferred social media and leave us a 5-star review on iTunes. You can also back us on Patreon by going to www.patreon.com/CAFpodcast. If you enjoy this podcast, you should check out some of the other Geekling shows, such as Drunks and Dragons, Brute Force, or Inks and Issues.
Hey everyone, it's Steph. I just wanted to stop for a moment and say a quick thank you to our Patreons. And with me is Moonflower. Oh, thank you ever so much. A very special thank you to Robbie Hayes, Kyle, and Richard Bennett. You're all so wonderful. I cast glitter dust in celebration. Thank you for your support.
Previously on the Adventure Zone, and as you come to, you see a black Imperial Crown coupe wrapped around a tree.
Well, sorry, old friend. I gotta run into the woods.
It is a note written on the back of a Cryptonomica postcard. For my cut, not quite even yet. I'll be in touch. As you reach toward the crystal, the prevailing feeling that you have right now in this moment is one of absolute certainty that you are dying. As you fall, you land in a flower bed. Your right eye is now this dark orange hue. Surely you saw it in your vision, the meteor. Yeah, it was coming for me. You need to finish what I started. Go to him. You see the face of the person holding this blade. Leo Terkesian, your neighbor and friendly local grocer, clears his throat and says, "We should probably talk."
You just roll once.
Oh, just roll once? Cool.
Yep.
I've not had a multi-target attack to date, so...
Whoa. Why'd everything go yellow?
Because
the
you
background
can't
is
see it
red.
with the red ship.
Ah, fair enough. Oh, okay.
Well played.
So now your hit points are yellow.
Oh,
does a 32 hit their ACs?
34.
Did you factor in the combat advantage already?
No. So, add 2 to that. So 34.
34. A 34 is still not gonna hit.
Alright, then I am going to use, what's it called? My, special epic destiny power.
Is that the one that lets you
Reroll five-
against something that is higher level than you?
Yes, are they higher level than me?
These guys are actually not. They were, and then you guys leveled up. So these are like the same guys from before. So you guys actually did out level, or they're like your level or lower.
That never happens. Okay then. I guess I miss. No, that's right. Okay, then I will activate low slash. Seeing these guys, it's a new move. She doesn't quite have it down yet. So she'll go back to one of her classics and stab down at the what's his name? The one that is not bloodied yet. Or no,
the side fist.
The side fist legs.
Okay.
Slash him in the knee.
So let's make a fresh attack. Still have combat advantage. So 47 will against rep.
47. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Yeah. Okay. Then I will do some damage, and this I'll get to do my sneak attack to him because I didn't do it on the main attack. So he'll take 37 damage.
Yeah.
Halved?
Yes, halved because I'm weakened.
Oh, that's true. So what's half of? What's half of 36?
18.
Well, that's still gonna bloody him.
Yeah, blood in the face.
And then I will slide him a square.
Take out the water.
Yeah.
This square.
Can I do that?
Yep. He's gonna get a save.
Sure.
And he does not save.
Sweet. And he's also slowed until the end of my next turn.
Does slowing keep you from swimming?
No.
No, it just makes you move slowly through the water.
Oh no, I'm in the water.
So he is going to fall into the astral sea, but first I'm gonna go ahead and do his bloodied attack.
Yeah.
Before he falls in and explodes.
And sorry, he takes an extra, I guess because it's halved. But I'm not sure the math. Yeah, he's gonna take a total of 20 damage from me. I forgot about the extra damage, base damage I do on when I have combat advantage due to light blade expertise.
He's gonna take an additional 20 damage.
No, he's sorry.
Totally.
I just
I'm gonna take another 3 or 4, which will be halved.
Exactly.
Oh, I
still pick 20 instead of 16.
So he gets his stab at me before he goes into the drink.
No.
No.
Let's see. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As if he tries to stab at you, I get to take him.
Oh man, that would be amazing.
Do it. Stab at her so I can kill you.
Well, it doesn't matter because this is a first 5. So it includes you in the attack, so that disqualifies it.
Jeez, dang.
Yeah, it's always. So this is going to be 40 versus Will.
Yeah, that'll get me.
Yeah. Who doesn't that get?
Versus
I'm not there.
Yeah, Randus is not there, so that doesn't get him.
It hits me by 5.
Okay. Hits Cat.
Why would you ask? Everything hits Cat.
It barely gets me. I'm really mad about it. I'm super, super mad about it. I know, I'm mad. I'm angry about it. Filled with rage.
All things considered, it's not that much damage, probably.
So Sakara should multi-class in the Barbarian.
Great, yeah. So, everybody take 11 psychic damage.
Oh, my brains.
Including Stabums.
No, not Stabums. He's our favorite.
I feel like I have a psychic resistance somewhere.
I would say on your sheet.
Thank you.
Probably towards the first page, either on the left-hand column or the middle column.
That's usually under your hit points in the workbox areas there.
Resistance says 16 necrotic, 9 fire, 10 cold, 10 necrotic. Nope.
Okay. That's a bummer.
You say necrotic twice?
I guess maybe they don't
two
stack.
different things.
Yeah.
I have two separate things that give me necrotic resistance.
So we'd go with the 16 then.
One's a ring
yeah.
and one's just being awesome.
So yeah, everybody take 11 damage. And now we see how much damage this guy takes.
I would double check on both of those, Matthew, and see if any of them add to existing resistances.
Okay.
To figure out which one you're going to get the holy crap right.
Yeah, he did.
He did what?
Yeah, that's why you don't want to go in this astral sea.
Oh, he did.
Yep.
That's radiant and cold damage, right?
Radiant and cold damage.
So he's got cold resist, but... Sweet.
I mean, even if he had radiant resistance, that's a lot of damage to soak.
Oh, yeah.
And he was already bloodied.
Yep. Sweet.
Alright.
And then I have to make a save versus weakened.
Okay.
What's our level?
23.
Which I make.
Yay.
Okay.
So that's me.
No longer weakened. Which is going to take us to this den guy.
Yay.
Yeah.
Out of the initiative.
You don't get to act, Side-Fist. I don't even know what that was going to do.
Probably the same thing that the Corsair was going to try and do.
Which he didn't get to do either.
Yay. And hopefully he won't be able to.
Yeah. Now it's Kethis.
Do something else.
I'm going to curse the Corsair and the captain.
Curse you.
His name is the captain.
He'll organize your sock drawer.
And then I'm going to use Eldritch Strike on the Corsair. Reach out with the twig and try sweep his legs.
Sounds good.
Sweep the leg, cat.
Sweep the leg, cat. Put him in a body bag.
Does a 43 hit his AC?
Ooh. 43 does hit his AC.
Nice.
Yay. So it'll be 23 damage. And I get to slide him a square.
Alright. Where are you going to slide him?
Into the drink.
Okay. So that's going to bloody him. Let's see if he falls. He'll save, so that'll just knock him prone. And then, unless there are any other effects from that attack, he's going to take a psychic reaction attack.
That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. So this is gonna target everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, everybody's within the zone. It's gonna be a 30 versus Will.
Miss.
So I'm looking for some yeses and nos here, hopefully.
Yeah, that will miss Sparkle.
That will miss Sakar.
That actually misses Cat.
Let me see if it hits Stabums.
Stabums probably hits super high, Will.
It does miss Stabums.
He's got the will.
So that's... half damage and miss. Look at that.
Oh, you.
I have evasion.
Excellent.
I have aversions.
Does evasion apply if it targets your will?
No.
I have lumbago.
Only AC or rep. Boo.
Oh.
Evasive thoughts.
Alright.
That's one more stat than it would affect in other versions of D&D.
Yeah, but in other versions of D&D, you wouldn't have to take a feat to get it.
Yeah. Rogues would just get it for free. Everybody take 7 psychic damage except for Randos.
What does he take?
He doesn't exist.
Non-corporeal damage.
Temporal damage?
Yeah. Non-temporal damage.
Oh, you mean what does Randos take?
Temporal damage.
A break. He takes a break.
Yeah, he takes temporary damage.
Okay, what else there, Cat?
Wouldn't hurt me anyway.
Yeah, the guy who could be soaking all the psychic damage is taking a break.
Rest in his mind. Oh, Birdie.
Hey, there's Birdie.
Let's put that guy right here. Claw his eyes out. And then curse damage. 11.
Okay.
Because I am standing on the boat right now, right?
Yep.
Okay. Because if not, then Shadow needs to go away so I don't go swimming.
Nope, you are technically in the boat.
Okay.
Okay. That's gonna take us to Stabums.
What's he do?
He stabs him.
Let me see.
It's the Corsair.
He stabs him.
He's going to come over here and use his claws to try to stab the Corsair. That's gonna hit him.
Wow.
Was he secretly a rogue this whole time that does extra damage on combat advantage?
No.
Our last NPC turned out to be an evil cleric. Keep that in mind.
You can tell he's a rogue because he's so stealthy.
Yes.
Gonna deal 16 damage. And something else.
Gross! Slide balls! Slide balls!
Alright, that's gonna take us to the top of the round.
That's no follow-up questions, guys. You don't want to know.
He's a daddy now.
Ew.
That's right.
Baby Stabums is.
Gross. We've done this world a terrible disservice.
Alright.
Burn all the bodies.
We could use this.
No!
Yeah.
Top of the round.
Top of the round, it's Randus' turn.
Well, I've only really seen one available space.
I see 3.
Come over here as a team high five us, can't you?
How close do you have to be to your point of disappearance?
I was thinking of Steve, let me double check that. Yeah, 3 squares.
Yeah. There's the 2 in the boat with me still.
Oh, yeah.
And that one.
I think I want to go to that one.
You're gonna leave me with the slot?
I guess. And you're driving the boat now.
Cat's the captain now.
He's your bodyguard. Look at it.
I accept
What?
all of this.
Stabums is played by Tom Hanks.
So up here there.
Yes, Captain Stabums.
I mean, I could shift back, I suppose. Right? Or no?
You can't shift that way now.
Nope. Okay. Darn.
Time to attack.
Actually, I'll let you basically take a shift jump to that area. Just because otherwise movement's gonna get like too terrible.
I'm still.
What's wrong with all of you guys? You should just have things that give you free out of turn moves.
Yeah, you guys totally should have that.
I guess before I consider doing that, do you want to go ahead and get a healing there, a little sparkle, or?
Oh, that would be so nice.
Okay. Yeah, you're like a little low, so I'll go ahead and spend one of my curative mixtures so that she can get healing surge value plus 16.
Lovely.
Well, Cockroach Swarm is a daily, right?
Yeah.
Do you still have Under Armor?
Yeah, I do. That's actually maybe a good choice.
I would hit either Sakaar or Sparkle with that.
Although, I don't know. The guys that are adjacent to me are already pretty weak.
You could kill him.
Yeah, killing's always an option.
Yeah, that's what I was
Next to
thinking.
kill
Thunder
the
Armor might be a good plan.
Or the Corsair.
Well, if I do Thundering Armor, I mean, that would provoke.
I thought it was a close burst.
Oh, it is a close burst. You are right. So, sure, why not? I will boost little Sparkle a little bit. Effect right off the bat. Primary target gains +1 power bonus to AC, targeting a little Sparkle. Then I make an attack to someone adjacent.
Sorry, what do I get?
You get a +1 power bonus to armor class.
How long does that last?
Till the end of my next turn.
Sweet.
And yeah, I guess you only got the captain next to you, so I will zap the captain, or attempt to. Ooh, wow. 43 versus 42?
43 versus 42 will hit.
Okay. So 1d8 plus 8 thunder damage.
Okay.
No, what? 2d8 because that will. Very good. Graphic. So 26 damage.
26 damage.
And I push it 1 square away from Little Sparkle.
Sweet.
So this was against the captain, right?
Yep.
Push him off the boat.
Yep. I would push him straight back for Little Sparkle.
Yeah, you push him off the boat, and he's like, and just
sploosh. Okay.
Woo! Because you killed him with straight damage anyway.
Okay. And then,
First trigger.
I think I'll actually kind of stay here and tank a bit. Protect the squishier guys.
What's the curse trigger? Well, I know what the trigger is. What's the actual thing?
I'll go with Mirage. Living plants temporarily grow around me until the end of my next turn. I have cover against attackers that are not adjacent to me.
Oh, that's a good one.
So you're suddenly in the tall grass.
Yeah, it turns it into a, one of those like bound art, like pots. It's like, oh, there's like, I'm using this inner tube as a small makeshift prairie. I'm growing cilantro out of it.
I'm growing lily pads from the Astral Sea.
Oh, there you go.
Are those good on tacos?
I'm gonna say no.
So let's go with the cilantro.
If you eat them, they'll deal 50 cold damage to you. Okay, what else there, Randus?
I think I'll call that the end of my turn.
Okay. Gift Captain is
dead.
Which takes us to Gith Psionic Warrior. Does Shadow care about attacks?
Shadow can be attacked directly, but not.
Yeah, I mean, like, does he trigger on attacks? Just on movement, right?
The ability I have: an enemy leaves a square adjacent to my companion without shifting.
Okay. So he's just gonna stay there, and we're gonna take a shot at Stabums, I guess. Pew! It's gonna be a 43. That's almost certainly gonna hit him. Yep.
You're rolling a lot of 43s.
Yeah.
It's 43 kind of night.
24 damage to Stabums. And that'll be that.
Is that the weakened one?
That is the weakened one, yep.
So 12 damage to Stabums.
No, Stabums.
No, Stabums is weakened.
Oh. Dang it, I was hoping it was the other way around.
No, this is my lawful nature backfiring on us.
It happens.
Gith Corsair is going to take 5 damage. Randus.
Which melts his mace and he dies.
And then he's going to stand up.
Turn into a slot.
And...
Oh, that takes time. And he's not going to turn into a slot. His slot's going to grow inside him.
Gross.
Same thing.
He's going to take a shot at Randus.
I need an adult.
With Yon Blade.
Yon Blade.
It's a 31 versus AC.
That misses.
Oh, he did roll a 3. That's going to be that guy's turn. That's going to take us to Oro.
So, okay, then I'm just going to hurl some mass transformation at the two dudes at the bottom of the boat. Area burst 2 within 20 squares. Each enemy in the burst, so even if it caught Sakaar.
Are they turned into newts?
They are going to 40 versus, where's it at? 40 versus Fortitude.
That'll hit.
Okay, so they are going to turn into little tiny mushrooms and take 3d8 plus 7 damage.
That's an encounter power?
It is an encounter power.
I always assumed that was a daily.
Yeah, me too.
No,
Nice.
Mass transformation. Oh no, I'm sorry. Mass transformation is a daily power. Sorry.
Yeah, I actually question whether you want to use a daily at this point. We seem to have this pretty under control. Well, whatever, you've got plenty of them.
Yeah, he already rolled it.
Yeah.
Oh,
His call.
And plus, I've got a whole bunch more daily powers.
Plus, then I can just stomp on the mushrooms.
You can. 19 damage for each of those guys, and they're little tiny mushrooms.
What is the damage type?
It is not typed. It's just, let's see, damage from the transformation is all they get. And it's not typed.
Their organs don't like becoming mushrooms.
No.
As a tiny beast, the target is dazed, and the only actions it can take are to move its speed or shift. All of the target's equipment transforms with it. If it takes damage from any source, this effect ends.
Okay.
But they really can't do anything. So, also, the previous effect that I had, because I'm going to end my turn on those guys, will end.
Oh, they only take 9 damage. He's weakened.
Ah, that's right.
Bummer.
Oh. It does kind of time up for a round still.
And I'm still weakened.
Speaking of saves, did Gith Corsair try?
He did not.
Darn it. Only just.
Thanks, Rob. What? For doing your job.
Okay.
I'll get these guys next time.
Next time.
Next time.
You took care of them for the next round.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we just need to mob up the psionic.
Doing a good job controlling it up, controller.
Gith Psychokineticist is going to...
One, 2 mushroom.
The mushroom would do his little...
So he's dazed, right?
Uh-huh. The beast is dazed, and the only actions it can take are to move its speed or shift, and if it takes any damage from any source, the effect ends. And it lasts until the end of my next turn.
Yep, there's not much they can do. So, Gith Psychokineticist is going to shift here. And that'll be his turn.
Doesn't it his little mushroom squatty dance as he moves over?
Yep. Takes a little mushroom hop, and then Gith Pain Expert is gonna shift there, and then its turn. That'll take us to Sakaar.
So how do your forced movement powers work?
That's what I'm checking. One of them actually requires an immediate reaction to the mark, so it would not apply. We check the other thing, the thing, and the thing. Push that button, the thing.
You can always just try a bull rush.
You just push him off the side? Could a bull rush push me off the side? Because I don't want any part of that.
It would push you off the side if you were doing the bull rush.
If I was doing
Plus,
the
these guys are dazed, so it's not like they can opportunity attack you in any way.
That's true too. Well, they're mushrooms, dude. If I attack them, they're no longer mushrooms.
If they take
if they take damage.
Mushrooms.
Well,
Which
if I
is
attack
mostly the same thing.
Thinking the power that I had that was pushing requires
still
me
have the
to
one that
attack
pulls
and
everything
hit.
towards you?
Oh. Bull rushing would also require a hit and wouldn't get the weapon bonus, so if you got a power, that's probably better.
I have my pull, my Warden's Lure.
Well, I guess you could back up and pull him.
Well, the Warden's Lure specifically pulls them to a square adjacent to me.
Yeah. So if you
What's
move
the,
like here and then pull that guy there.
So if I pull them off the side of the boat to where they're adjacent to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you back up and like stand in this corner here.
Hell yeah, I want cheesy push. Let's try that. So if I'm going to go here, and I'm going to pull them off the boat.
That works too.
Or I can just stay here. Where do you want me to go?
What's the range on it?
That's actually
It
probably
is
better.
a burst 4.
Burst 4?
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then effect pull them off, or?
Effect, you pull each target 3 squares to a square adjacent to you, then you make an attack.
That might change a bit. 2, 3, 4. So yeah, you probably want to go at least one up, and then you could pull.
So yeah, if you go directly below Little Sparkle, you would be able to target all 4 of them.
But they have to end up adjacent to.
There's a square.
Yeah.
You can pull the 2 that are below you to the 2 spots that are adjacent to you that are water, or that are astral sea. You can pull the psionic off the boat, because it would be pulling it down and to the left, would pull it 1 square closer to you.
But they must end in a square adjacent to me.
So this one would be Rodrigo's call.
You'd be
then.
pulling it through the water and back up onto the boat, maybe.
Yeah.
What say you, Rodrigo?
Would they take damage in that instance? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
We're asking if he can do what we're suggesting.
Could he do a pull that would go into the water and back? And if so, then yeah.
And then would they be damaged by the astral sea in the process of being
the transit?
No, no, they wouldn't. Because as much damage as the astral sea does, I'm like purposely being like extremely forgiving about it. Like if you'll recall, when you guys got knocked into the astral sea, you didn't again take 1,000,000 damage at the start of your next turn.
Right.
So you kind of have to, if you get pushed into the astral sea, you take the damage, and then you've got a little bit of buffer. So just being like smeared on top of it is not going to do it either.
I think if Sakara would chip 1 to the right, then he could basically pull one of the guys up north into the water adjacent to him.
Can I do that? So, can I pull a guy here? That's 1, 2, 3. A guy here. That's 1, 2, 3, and a guy here. And pull them to where they're off the boat.
You could pull all but one of them to where they're off the boat, and you would leave because you're still going to be able to get all 4 of them. So you'd be able to pull the green one to the space just below you.
Right.
Pull the psychokineticist to the space down and to the right.
Like here.
Yep.
Yep.
Pull the Corsair
pull the
to the
Corsair
space
here.
up and to the right. And pull the Psionic directly above you.
I'd probably switch the Psionic into Corsair.
Certainly not guaranteed.
Since the Sonic has more life, I'd probably try to put the Psionic there.
I don't believe there is a save against it. It's an effect as part of the power.
No, I know, but any
They'll get saves from going off the boat.
Yeah, part of the forced movement, they get a save to resist it.
Do they get the save before or after I get the attack?
Oh, yeah. If they
Before.
save, you're not going to get a hit on whoever saves.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there is a possibility here there'll be 4 good saves, and you
they
will
just stay
not
there.
get to attack, but you would knock all of them prone.
Yeah.
One of them
that's-
wouldn't get a
that's
save
cool.
since it's going to end up in a space that is safe, correct?
Sure.
Yeah. So
Let's do it. Okay.
And Brian's right. The Gift Corsair should end up in the space directly above you in the Psionic.
Psionic's just in the water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to roll.
Water.
Don't roll yet.
Okay.
So yeah, the force movement's first before the roll, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So in order for this to work, Gift Pain Expert has to go here.
Nope. He can go directly below Sakar.
He goes here.
Still a pull.
Psychokineticist here.
So let me do his roll first.
Okay.
He'll save.
Okay, so he's just prone there.
Okay.
Psychokineticist would be there.
And we'll save.
Corsair would be here. So I don't know if he would
Yeah,
get a
would he?
save since he's to a safe spot.
He's not going off the boat. Normally
yeah,
they
it's-
don't
it's-
get a save against this when I've used it in the past.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
This is just
I know.
because we're moving them onto dangerous terrain. But yeah, since we established that he's not going to take any damage, he'll just get pulled.
Okay.
And then where's the other one going?
Here. Here. Come on, baby. Fail that. Darn it.
It'd be really hard for him to fail the save.
Yeah.
Since he's adding the +5 to everything.
Yeah,
So he
all
would
of these
be-
guys have +5 to stay on the boat.
He would be in this
They're
phase,
sailing.
wouldn't he?
Sure.
Pulled. So just because they got knocked prone doesn't turn them back into Gith, right?
They did not take damage, so
Okay.
no.
Sweet.
Okay.
It's a good loophole.
Right.
Yeah, no, rolling around on the deck of the boat.
You
Well, I
can
think this
still
was actually a really good time for this attack.
smack the Corsair there.
Okay, so this then brings up an important logistical issue. This is a burst attack.
Yeah.
Does it not still have the ability to hit the two guys down here that are prone within the burst, but not actually adjacent to me?
How does it?
Let's see. So target each enemy you can see in the burst. Effect, you pull each target 3 squares, 2 square adjacent to you, then make the following attack. Target each enemy adjacent to you. Attack, strength versus AC. So you can attack each enemy adjacent to you.
So I can attack the Gooberhead.
That's it. Yeah.
I don't like that. That's bad. But, you know, it was worth a shot.
Yeah.
I would say you went for a 4-way kill.
Yeah.
You know, it was fun.
It was ambitious. I liked it. And
Yeah.
they're still prone, which is nice.
They still get value from it.
I mean,
Knocked
And it's
everybody
an
down.
encounter.
And 42 versus AC on the Corsair.
That's gonna hit.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, I gotta remember how to roll my damage. I need to stop using that voice, man. That voice was never seen again. Bot said you can't see him.
yeah.
I don't have any bonus from Randus or anything, do I?
No. Other than combat advantage, which you already hit.
Do I have combat advantage for damage, though? No. I don't have advantage on this guy, so I'm just going to do my regular 31 points of damage upside his head.
That'll take him out.
Yay.
It will? Haha, ka-chunk.
These guys aren't super tough.
You killed a guy.
Yeah, they're actually lower level than us, which is rare.
Or equal.
There's a thing I can do, but I don't want to do it now because, I mean, it's going to be...
I mean, strongly implied to be equal.
Nah. I know I want to, but I don't want to do it here because it doesn't make any sense here. It's not a motivated moment. It's just a thing, so I'm going to move on. I have attacked. I have not moved. Have I?
Yeah,
No.
you did.
I did move? Okay. So I have a minor action if I want to use it. And there's really nothing to do with a minor... Oh, wait, Aurum. You're down hit points, Aurum.
Yeah, I'm down a few hit points.
Ooh.
You really have.
Oh, right.
Ooh.
First trigger. We gain temporary hit points.
It's okay.
Mostly
minor
'cause
action.
Anything else is till my turn, which...
I'm going to use my inspiring word on Aurum.
Okay.
I'm going to say, Master Rivendorn.
Oh, you multi-classed into Warlord? Neat.
Yeah, it's awesome. Master Rivendorn, well done on the mushrooms. That's my inspiring word. You may now spend a healing surge and regain 1d6 additional hit points.
Well, you can roll the dice, Matthew.
I can?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. This is my thing. I'm going to roll a d6.
Is it only
What's your
1d6?
healing surge?
Let me double check.
Yeah, your healing surge.
That might scale with
31.
level.
31? Yeah. So you get 35 hit points.
Well, that is part of the power, so let's assume that it does scale with level.
So roll 4d6 and add it to 1d6 you roll.
I think the size of it scales with level, because it says burst 5 or 15 at level 21.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
excuse me,
targeted
5d6 additional hit points. I apologize for the inconvenience. So it should be 66. Would you like me to roll 5 more d6s?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Okay.
That's great.
Is it? I thought it's only 5d6. Oh, 26 is 60.
It says an additional 5d6. So 5d6 additional as opposed to 1d6 additional.
5d6 additional hit points.
Right, so I need to roll 4d6 because I've already rolled 1.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm getting the hang of this game. Another 16 points, so you actually get 51 hit points.
Math checks out.
Whew. It's a good heal.
So, wait.
So 16
what
additional
was
if
the
you
31
already
for?
His healing
Form's
surge
actual
value.
healing surge value.
His healing surge.
Oh.
You said I should roll, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's fine. As long as Orem isn't getting his healing surge and then an additional 31 hit points.
No, he's getting his healing surge and additional 20 hit points.
Okay.
My bad.
Thank you, Sakar.
You are very inspired.
I am inspired to do something more.
You are engulfed in a warm flame like a hug from a fireplace. And it heals your wounds and succors your soul. That may not be a...
What else there, Sakar?
It was Move Minor Standard. That is all for Sakar.
Okay.
Sakar out.
Alright. That is going to take us to Little Sparkle.
Okay, so
Go stab a mushroom.
what's still the psychic psionic warrior? Is he dead or?
He is prone, but alive.
Okay, but he is also not a mushroom.
Yes.
He is also not a mushroom.
Yeah, cool. Then I am going to move past Shadow, since I'm pretty sure I can't occupy his space.
Still get an attack of opportunity, right? Or no, because...
Yeah,
Stunning.
you can take an attack of opportunity while prone.
Yeah.
You sure you want to do that?
Yeah.
That way?
That's fine. I'll still do that because I'm not
You're good at dodging
dodgers. And I've got a +1 to AC from Randa, so I should be pretty good.
Yeah.
Sure. I thought we could occupy the same space as Shadow because he flies.
No.
Okay. What am I thinking of?
I don't know.
Something with an actual flying trait, probably.
Maybe it was
but also no, because we rarely ever have flying stuff in this game, and when we do, different rules apply anyway. So we've never had anything in this game that flies that occupies the same space as something else.
Okay. That's frustrating. I'm drunk.
Where is this guy here? 36 versus AC.
That'll miss.
All right.
Nice.
Let's carry on.
She's dodgy.
I am.
Artfully so.
So he's prone, so he I get to what's it called? Head combat advantage against him. So we're gonna use Scoundrel's Philosophy. She will kick him while he's down.
Off the side of the boat.
No, I don't actually have another thing that lets to move people, but I should maybe hopefully kill him. And I will remember all of my combat bonuses this time. So 39 to hit his AC.
39 to AC is going to hit.
Sweet. So then he will first take some damage, and I'll see where he's at after that. Give me a second. So he's going to take 44 damage.
Okay.
Wow.
And then I will make my secondary attack. So 40 versus his will.
40 versus will hit.
Then he is dazed until the end of my next turn.
Was gonna shove that guy off the boat.
He did.
Yeah, I mean, if you just want to like zap him with an at-will, he should be dead.
No, I'm gonna deal with the other two. I am gonna curse him and the psychokineticist, and then I'm a awaken the dragon, which is my new power.
Ooh.
First one within 10 squares. So I will burst here.
Boom, bursted.
I'm gonna cook me some mushrooms.
If you fry them up real nice. Too bad we don't
I do
have
get
to
combat advantage on this since they are prone, correct?
You know, Rob, Awaken the Dragon is not in the sheet you sent me when you leveled up.
No. It is not.
Nope. You sent me a sheet that had all of your encounter powers identical to level 22.
Oh no.
Did I miss that?
You can still use it. Well, chuck this one up to a clerical error.
We don't even have any clerics.
Well, he's not a cleric, he's a warlock.
Yeah, that's why. That's why he's so bad at clerical stuff.
Makes sense.
I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, it got rid of ice blades.
Okay.
42 versus Will.
And who are you targeting?
First one centered here, so both the mushrooms.
Okay. And what does that look like?
That will send a small dragon spirit out of the tip of the staff. Cool. The little black dragon spirit lands and breathes fire, breathes necrotic fire on the two.
You're basically a Pokemaster.
Who, Rob?
What? Me?
Cat. He's got like so many animals.
Yeah. The character that Rob made?
What?
Alright, so 42 versus what?
Will.
That'll hit.
They will both take 27 necrotic damage.
Okay.
And they're no longer mushrooms.
The one that is cursed by me gains vulnerable 5 to all damage until the end of my next turn.
Ooh, nice.
I could gain temporary hit points equal to my intelligence modifier, but I'm not going to because that is half the temporary hit points I currently have.
And
I will
all damage includes sword damage from an arrogant tall man, right?
Yes.
Asking for a friend.
And then curse damage for another 9 on the kineticist.
You know, this power is new, but you feel that normally it should have hit them a lot harder than it did.
Resist necrotic.
Dang it.
Resist radiant and necrotic. That's interesting.
Cold and necrotic.
Or cold and necrotic, not radiant, sorry.
Radiant and necrotic would be really weird.
It would be, yeah, exactly. But cold and necrotic, that makes sense.
They resist death.
They're just like from Ravenloft.
Nah, you should talk to those robots you've been talking to. That's your neutral combo.
Oh, sure. the Inevitables.
Yep.
Isn't that a Stallone movie?
Yes. Actually, a neutral combo is when you both start on the stage and you're trying to kind of, before you even engage in footsies.
I thought the neutral combo was when you just get the basic burger and fries and be done with it.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
And it's served to you by a Modron. What else is going on?
On
Kat?
roller skates.
Yeah, nothing else here that's necessary, and I can't curse more than once, so. Otherwise, Steven will yell at me again.
You can do whatever you want, man. The faster we kill these guys, the faster we can get to the next boat and kill those guys.
Wait, there's more boats?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of boats.
There's a fleet of boats.
I'm assuming that's why this fight hasn't been miserable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man.
So yeah, I'm in my turn.
Don't sell yourselves short. You've done a good job.
We are epic now.
Stavums is gonna take a hack at this guy, the Githsonic warrior.
Kill him, Stavums.
No, don't turn him into killums.
Yeah, that's what baby Stavums are gonna be.
Ugh.
Burstums.
Sure.
Nawsome.
Grossums.
So that'll definitely take this guy out.
Yay, curse trigger.
Does he burst?
Stavums +2 to all defenses until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
Because he did good.
Stavums needs to save against weakened. And he doesn't.
It's okay. I still protect him.
Alright, top of the round. That'll take us to Randus' turn.
Alright, well, I think I'm going to try a prismatic strike. So I'm going to walk up. Everyone's pretty good on hit points, right?
Yeah.
Baby Stavums.
I'm good.
I might have the fewest hit.
Those two guys at the bottom are not very good on their
No.
hit points.
Injure them.
So it does put me next to those two guys, but yeah, I'm going to try Prismatic Strike since that gives me a couple of things to target. So I can do this with a melee weapon, so I'm going to wind up a punch and unleash, and it'll be a flash of light of various colors.
Rainbow punch.
Pretty much. Ah, crap. Well, I rolled a 4, so does 34, 36 because they're prone, right?
Yep.
Alright, so will 36 hit the Fortitude, Reflex, or Will of that Pain Expert?
Pain Expert?
Yeah.
That will... and it was a 36 total?
Yeah.
That will hit its Reflex and Will.
Reflex
and nothing else.
Alright. Okay. Well, here's a question. Since my Ion Stone grants a +5 item bonus to damage rolls while using intelligence-based attacks, will it get 2 +5s?
I guess.
Okay. Well, with Reflex, 1+ intelligence modifier damage. Alright, so 22 damage on that, and force damage. And I push to target a number of squares equal to my Constitution modifier, and target can't stand up from prone until the end of my next turn. So I will push him back.
Into the sea?
Yep. But also away from me in case he saves.
Well, let's see. He does.
Okay.
So he just stays there, I guess.
Alright, and also hit Will.
Mm-hmm.
So another 1 weapon plus into damage. Okay, 14 damage. And that one, that's fire. 14 fire. And he takes a penalty, -2 penalty to attack rolls until the end of my next turn.
So yeah, let's go ahead and add the extra 5. So that'll kill this guy.
Splash.
It's going to take us to the Psionic Warrior, who's dead. Sarah was dead. So it'll be to Orem.
All right. Man, should I just try to... I guess I can't Thunder Wave because Randus is a
magic missile?
Yeah, I'm just going to magic missile this guy.
Melt his face.
And pew 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 him for 5 plus intelligent modifier damage, so what is that? 12 damage.
Okay.
+5.
And then I guess half of that because I'm still weakened.
Okay.
And now I'm not.
Yay.
Alright. Well, it's going to be this guy's turn. So this guy did not get hit with the can't stand uppies.
No, but he's no longer a mushroom.
Right.
And he's
probably not immobilized anymore either.
Yeah.
He's cursed, and he may not be marked.
He's definitely not marked. Ket put something else on him. I don't know what it is.
Vulnerable.
Oh.
That's why Orem just did +5 damage.
Yeah.
There you go.
And Orem's no longer weakened. So this guy's going to... things look bad for him.
They do. He should jump off overboard and be done with it.
He should. Let me see what his grapple and drag is.
It's not going to be as good as mine.
But it's probably better than Randus's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right? It's like, you're coming with me!
I regret nothing!
No, I'm not going to look stuff up on the last round of combat, so... He's just going to... Yeah, he's just going to take a good old-fashioned stab at Randus. So, you know how they've been doing that kind of like little diamondy thing? So he's going to go from there and then close one of his hands into a fist and then slide it away from his other hand, and this glowing blade is going to appear.
No!
And he's going to take a hack at Randus. with it. The psychic blade of death.
I wish he was marked and chuck him off the side.
But he's gonna botch.
Nice. Way to go, dude.
So he'll overswing it and die.
Hooray for our team! So he literally took a shot at Randus, tripped, and fell off the boat.
Yep.
Yeah!
We'll take it.
Yeah, we will.
That's a win, baby.
Yeah, we will. And speaking of taking, how about we take a break right there this week? And you can laugh at all these guys that have fallen overboard and died, and serves them right for trying to attack an island full of peaceful elves. Sure, let's say that they're peaceful.
What kind of elves?
They are the kind that hide behind forts.
Oh, fort elves.
The fort elves, yes. We'll be back next time to see what happens next. In the meantime, if you would do us a favor, head over to patreon.com/Major Spoilers. If you enjoy this show, a couple of bucks a month, 1, 2, 5, a million, all helps in the long run, allowing us to deliver shows to you on a weekly basis. If you have any questions, podcast@majorspoilers.com. And until next time, here's hoping all of your dice rolls are critical hits.
This podcast is copyright 2019 by Major Spoilers Entertainment, LLC.
Today's show is sponsored by Audible. Get your first audiobook free when you start a 30-day trial. Just visit audible.com/Carlin or text Carlin to 500-500 to get started and listen for a change. What you're about to hear is part 2 of a multi-part series on the wars in Asia and the Pacific involving the Imperial Japanese Empire and many other countries and powers. If you enjoy context and don't want to get too frustrated with me referring back to things we talked about earlier, please feel free to listen to part 1 and catch up. If you don't care about those things, of course, or if you've already heard part 1, well, please feel free to continue and hopefully enjoy part 2 of Supernova in the East. It's history. It's hardcore history. Why didn't Adolf Hitler and the Nazis broadcast news and updates of what they were doing as part of the final solution while it was going on? I mean, why didn't they announce to the world through the Joseph Goebbels propaganda ministry that we set up these industrial killing facilities, but we'll work people to death first if they're strong, and explain, listen, last month we killed 100,000 more of these people and we won't stop till they're all gone? Why didn't they do that? Why didn't Stalin get up there and yell and shake his finger and threaten the gulags and then explain what the Gulag Archipelago, the whole system was? Starving to death, working to death as part of a re-education campaign. All you have to do is leave the country and come back for us to be suspicious enough that you've been corrupted to send you away. I mean, why didn't he get up there and say this is what's going to happen to you if you don't stay in line? No one admitted it, right? Why didn't the Khmer Rouge take photographs as they wiped out the intellectual class of Cambodia because they thought people with glasses were intellectuals and that intellectuals were a threat to their new world that they were creating where everyone was going to go live back on the land again? Why aren't there photos of that? Go check out the killing fields. You know what you'll find? Artwork. Why didn't they take photos, full color, blow them up, and put them all around the town and send some to the foreign media outlets, too? That's what an Assyrian king would have done back in the Iron Age. Get a guy like Sennacherib, gonna level a place like Babylon, and then he's gonna make sure everyone knows about it in detail. Now, of good historian of that era will point out that a lot of what the Assyrians carved into stone, including their version of photos, right, artwork with commentary and statements by the king, a lot of that stuff was a court style after a while. In other words, it was what everyone would expect. That's why you still see Egyptian fashions in the New Kingdom that look eerily familiar, like Egyptian fashions from the Old Kingdom. There's a style that becomes the style you use. But what does it say about you if the style you use is to announce the atrocities that you commit and, as close as possible, replicate them on the walls of your waiting room in the embassies while people wait to talk to the Assyrian ruler? I mean, Sennacherib destroyed Babylon and wrote about it. Here's what the scribes record the words of Sennacherib being. Again, this is a court style also, but what a style. Sennacherib said of his leveling of one of the great cities, maybe the greatest city of all time if you started at top one on the list, Babylon, and he leveled Babylon in the 600s BCE, by the way, quote. Like the oncoming of a storm, I broke loose and overwhelmed it like a hurricane. With their corpses, I filled the city squares. The city and its houses, from its foundations to its top, I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire. The wall and outer wall, temples and gods, temple towers of brick and earth, as many as there were, I razed and dumped them into the Aratu Canal. Through the midst of that city I dug canals. I flooded its site with water, and the very foundations thereof I destroyed. I made its destruction more complete than that by a flood, that in days to come on the site of that city and its temples and its gods might not be remembered, I completely blotted it out with floods of water and made it like a meadow. End quote. All those later kings were probably trying to emulate the badass of them all, Ashurnasirpal II, from a couple centuries before that time. Nonetheless, you got to appreciate the Assyrians for owning it and using it. Their foreign policy was based on scaring the hell out of people. They didn't want you to rebel, and the best way to do that was to punish anyone who did rebel horribly. Now, that was more the style of the times in the Iron Age, though. One could see that not playing particularly well in the 20th century, but then let's ask why. If you were to make a list of all the genocides and attempted genocides, atrocities, war crimes, and all these things that would fall broadly under that heading and involve enough people to sort of make a list of the 20th and 21st centuries, how many of the, let's just call them accused perpetrators of these acts, admit to it, own it? And if they do, how many of them do so in an unqualified way? Because sometimes the evidence is so overwhelming that even deniers can't figure out how to wiggle out of the facts, so they start rationalizing and say, well, the numbers are inflated, or there's mitigating circumstances, or what have you. And here's what makes life so complicated. Sometimes they're right. If you look at the history of the 20th century, you will note that we start off relatively quickly with some of the more famous genocides or attempted genocides or alleged attempted genocides in history, and we keep going from there. And we have spent more than 100 years now as a global society trying to codify rules and laws and courts of adjudication and systems and organizations to help create rules about atrocities and war and genocides and killings and crimes against humanity, right? You could create a timeline. You could start before the Hague Conventions and things like that. But you go all the way through, the League of Nations creation. You can get to the United Nations creation. You can get to the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials. There's all these sorts of things, and now we have this extensive body and many of these global organizations created in large part in reaction to horrible atrocities and genocides and things that must never happen again. And yet, let me ask you what you think would happen if it happened again. We spent an enormous amount of time and human effort on a fantastic cause, right? Let's never have a final solution, for example, happen again. But what if it happened tomorrow? And of course, if this is going to be some sort of analogy that works, we have to imagine it happens in a powerful state. If it happens in Albania, there'll be no problem. The bombing will start soon afterwards, and there'll be an invasion. If it involves, if this crime against humanity involves an important ethnic group that's in many countries, so that many countries have an interest in this, Jewish folks are an example of that, then it's going to be a different kind of situation. If we're talking about a people that almost nobody really knows about in some faraway place, and they're being persecuted by a powerful state, the ramifications of confronting, would not be like Albania. You'd be committing to some major stuff. Do you think we do anything different today if Holocaust #2 starts tomorrow? If it's China or Russia, apologies to both those nations, but I think they're the obvious powerful choices if anyone chooses their own state. If they start killing 1 million or 2 million of some unpopular minority there that most of us in the rest of the world don't know a lot about, don't have a whole lot of dog in that fight, how well are all these wonderful organizations that we have created over more than 100 years, how well is this mechanism going to click into place and function to stop something like that? The people at the time get quite a bit of blame for not doing more to stop the Holocaust or atrocities that happened all throughout the Second World War on many major fronts. But I think we sometimes forget how hard it is to do that. We have many more mechanisms and tools at our disposal created in many cases specifically for this purpose that I still think, and remember, I'm not cautiously optimistic personality-wise. I'm cautiously pessimistic. I'm not all hardcore cynical and pessimistic, but I'm mildly both. And I think if the state is powerful enough, we could have, the Uyghur version of the final solution happen over the next year, and the world kind of sit around and look at each other most of the time going, some sanctions maybe? I mean, what should we do? I bring that up because we're coming to a part of the story where it's, let's call it a milestone, or a potential milestone on that timeline that begins maybe, say, in the 20th century and keeps going to now, concerning these kinds of events. And I mean, look at your newspaper today. We still haven't figured out how to deal with this. We just had some problems in the Middle East where everybody was going, how do we influence this humanitarian crisis? We had it when the former Yugoslavia broke up. You had a genocide in Rwanda going on, and everybody looking at each other, thinking to themselves, what do we need to do here? Meanwhile, the killings are every day, and everybody's sort of deliberating, and everybody's got to consider, their own personal country's strategic interests and, realpolitik questions. It's all understandable, but it boils down to the same thing. If this is 1943, and this is how we're behaving, more Jewish people and gypsies and homosexuals and Polish people and priests are dying every day. And yet, what's a responsible speed? And what's a responsible level of force we can expect nation states to employ in situations like this? So as we ask ourselves that question, we realize that the people in the pre-Second World War era had less in the way of tools and less in the way of structure and probably less in the way of leverage. I mean, we're talking nuclear weapons now, that's changed the game completely. And they're confronted with a similar sort of situation. And by the way, this is what we still deal with today, and it is still controversial. And that's why I brought up the point about denial or minimization or rationalization when it comes to questions of atrocities. When last we spoke, we were talking about the Battle of Shanghai, a little-known battle, by the way, in the West, but as participants like to point out, by the time it's done, and it went on like 3 months, something like that, you have as many dead on the Chinese side as either side, kind of, or a little less, but at the Battle of Verdun in the First World War, a historically nasty battle that went on long. The strategy at the Battle of Shanghai was influenced by global public opinion, or a desire to influence global public opinion. Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese wanted to prove that the Chinese could put up a fight against the Japanese, and they wanted to send a message to the world that we're here, we can resist, if you want to help us, it's a worthwhile investment, and it's awful, and you should help us. There were photographs making it to the global media, stories, accounts from Westerners. Shanghai had quite a lot of Westerners in it. And so the Chinese threw in all their best units, stuff that they had stockpiled for a long time. In other words, they were going to shoot off all of their fireworks at once to make the biggest bang they could make and see if they could attract global attention while they did so. The upside of this is they did. The downside of this is when it's gone, it's gone. And when the
Japanese, after several months of fighting, launch an amphibious invasion and open up another front on the city of Shanghai. That's the story in terms of resistance. And the Chinese resistance collapses. They've suffered a zillion casualties. They're out of stuff, and they stream back, sort of routing and trying to get their act together towards the capital of Nanking, Nanjing. The Japanese are close on their heels, and as they chase them, an atrocity begins to occur. Now, let me back up here, because I was fascinated, and yet I got pulled down the rabbit hole reading about the various points of view on what history calls, some people call it the Rape of Nanking, other people call it the Nanking Incident, the Nanking Atrocity. And the reason there are all these different names is because it's very controversial. In fact, it's about as controversial as all those other genocides, war crimes, and atrocities that you will see on your list if you made a timeline, as I said, from the start of the 20th century. Go to the people accused of the crime and ask them to admit it, or ask them to talk about it. You'll find a percentage always that will, but most people reflexively get defensive. Let's understand this is a human thing, and let's understand just how widespread it is. Every now and then, but regularly, you will see a news story involving the Japanese education system. And the story is always the same. The Japanese textbooks, specifically the history textbooks, are whitewashing, is the way someone will read it. Whitewashing, downplaying, covering up Japanese atrocities during its aggressive period in the Second World War, pre-Second World War era. Oftentimes these complaints will come from people who suffered at the hands of Japanese aggression. China, the Philippines, the entire area around Malaysia. I mean, there's a bunch of places that were in the Japanese orbit for a time, and those are often the people that get angry when Japanese atrocities are downplayed. The people that are sometimes the most angry are the Americans who fought in that war, veterans from Australia, Canada, Great Britain. All these people want the Japanese to confront what they did. But here's the way I want to portray it in human terms. We have similar textbook issues here in the United States, and many other countries do too, and they often revolve around history class for middle schoolers, junior high schoolers, and high schoolers. The arguments are over how your own country's bad periods are portrayed. And in the United States, we often have these controversies because the nasty things that happened in the past are downplayed or sometimes excised altogether, and the more patriotic good things are played up. Now, the Japanese will often come back with a similar sort of response. I don't mean to get political, but both of the right-wing extra patriot sides of both countries actually have similar views about what they want portrayed in their textbooks. They want their people portrayed positively, creating a sense of citizenship, pride in your heritage, all that kind of stuff, an appreciation for the things that make your people special. And yet I do find it sort of ironic that if you went to the people in my country that feel that way and asked them about Japanese textbooks, they would definitely want the Japanese, in most cases, to have to confront, these sorts of things, right? The real patriots in the United States are pretty aware of Japanese conduct in the Second World War against our troops and others, and they want that shown. But if you then tried to put the shoe on the other foot and say, okay, in our own history books, when we're talking about the Vietnam War, how much full-color photography and witness accounts should we devote to something like the My Lai Massacre? Those of you who don't know about the My Lai Massacre, shame. 1968, Vietnam War, American soldiers went into a hamlet or village, and when they came out, 300 to 550 villagers, men, women, and children were dead. Rapes occurred. It was very, very nasty, very disillusioning. I can speak from experience in the 10 years afterwards, as Americans confronted the fact that we were actually just like everyone else. We were not this special Lone Ranger, come in, save the world in a couple of world wars, rebuild it afterwards with the Marshall Plan, defend it during the Cold War. I mean, we were all those things too. But if you had said to American people in the 30s or 40s that Americans would do a My Lai type thing, I think they would find it hard to believe. I think what Men in Combat, although I've only read
it, so take this with a grain of salt. But I think what they would say is that in certain situations, things can become very unpredictable. And when there is a lack of strong leadership in those situations, they can become deadly. I'd like to draw a distinction between two kinds of atrocities here. You saw both kinds in the Second World War, by the way, and trying to link the two of them not only twisted some of the post-war war crimes trials into knots, but affects us even today. The difference between a top-down atrocity of the sort, for example, that Hitler and the Nazis were doing with the Final Solution, the kind an Assyrian king would do for a Babylonian final solution, a top-down order, and if you're the guy on the ground, you're killing people and executing people and committing an atrocity because you're ordered to. Or the kind that happens of the sort, for example, that the ancient Roman/Latin historian Tacitus says happened during a Roman civil war in a city called Cremona. This was a scandal, so he wrote about it, and he's almost a contemporary. And the story basically goes, it's a story about troops when they get their bloodlust up. And it reminds us that, you know, people can be venal too, in large groups that can come out even in a more pronounced way. And what made Cremona so terrible is it's a sacking of a city, which is what the destruction of Babylon was, and what the destruction of the city of Nanjing is going to be. That would be Nanking back in the Second World War. It's a sacking of a city. And Tacitus says that these soldiers wanted to sack the city, that they were worried that the city would surrender, and if it surrendered to their commander, the Roman general, well, then he got the spoils. So the army, Tacitus says, and he was a veteran, by the way, really wanted the city to not surrender so they could loot it. The city did surrender. It was a Roman city, by the way, and the citizens in it were Roman. The Roman army outside the city still wanted to loot the city, so they did, for several days. The account is one of the really wicked accounts in the ancient world. And it's funny, though, because if you took out the particulars, it would probably work as a reasonable description of 10,000 sackings of cities in human history. Tacitus wrote about the destruction of Cremona, a Roman city, by Roman soldiers after surrendering. He says, quote, 40,000 armed men forced their way into the city. Neither rank nor years saved the victims from an indiscriminate orgy in which rape alternated with murder and murder with rape. Graybeards and frail old women who had no value as loot were dragged off to raise a laugh. But any full-grown girl or good-looking lad who crossed their path was pulled this way and that in a violent tug-of-war between the would-be captors. A single looter trailing a hoard of money or temple offerings of massive gold was often cut to pieces by others who were stronger. In their hands they held firebrands, which once they got their spoil away, they wantonly flung into empty houses and rifled temples. There was a diversity of wild desires, differing conceptions of what was lawful and nothing barred. Cremona lasted them 4 days. End quote. We would be mistaken thinking that this is something particularly Roman or particularly ancient. There's something that goes on in certain situations, and you can reliably see it again and again. In December 1937, you see it in Nanking. Nanking, though, is so much harder to deal with than something like a Cremona or the Iron Age destruction of Babylon, because it's still a white-hot, it's incandescent in terms of how passionate and upset and how visceral the arguments over it can get. People get death threats regularly. One of the books I bought for this subject, and I will post all of the research materials in the show notes on the website for the shows. I encourage you to buy these books, by the way, especially if you like this stuff. Some of the Nanking stuff is positively Kennedy assassination-esque in terms of the minutiae detail. Big points can often revolve around small little things. You think Magic Bullet. A lot of people love that stuff, and reading it One of them, great book, The Nanking Atrocity, 1937-38, Complicating the Picture, has different scholars writing each chapter from a wide range of people, and one of the things that the Japanese editor of the book said in the introduction is that several of the contributors had had their lives threatened, some of them face-to-face for their writings, research, teachings, and lectures on this stuff. Don't have a whole lot of people threatening to bash your head in because of your views on Cremona, do you? I'll give you an example of a problem that the history fan face is trying to talk about. Is if you wanted to make a graph of the range of opinions on what the death toll is in Nanking in December and onward for months, on one side of the spectrum you have the Japanese people who fall into the class that are known as the deniers, who consider everything that we're going to talk about here to be an illusion caused by a combination of contemporary wartime propaganda and a lot of Marxist stuff, especially by leftist Japanese Marxist teachers who are polluting the minds of their own children. I mean, it's a super patriot point of view with a tinge of conspiracy that would probably resonate in a bunch of different countries with that same group of people, there, probably all countries actually. We said in the earlier conversation, like the Jewish folks that this phrase was originally applied to, the Japanese are really intense. They're like everybody else, only more so, or just like anybody else, only more so. And I think you see it in the passions here too, where people get so upset about, besmirching the reputation of the Imperial Japanese Army and the country. They get angry, as patriots will do, especially if they don't think it's deserved. And the people on one side of the spectrum here will claim that maybe 45 people died in this Nanking thing, and those may have been justified one way or another. Now, on the far opposite end of the scale and the spectrum, you have Chinese historians and the Chinese official government line. They've actually carved a number, their number, into a rock. I saw a picture of it. It's a little like, proverbially carving it into stone, because that's what they're doing. And the attempt is to create, it's pretty clear, a number that has the same sort of intellectual resonance with the global population that the 6 million number has for the Holocaust. I mean, everybody knows 6 million, okay, where'd you come up with that number? Could have been 6 million or 1. I mean, nobody knows, right? 5 million, 7 million. But you come up with a nice round number, and eventually people go, oh, yeah, the Holocaust, about 6 million people died there. The Chinese are trying to do this with the Nanking atrocity, and the number that they've settled on is 300,000 dead. And there are Chinese historians, and let's acknowledge here, maybe not operating with complete freedom in terms of being able to follow the historical evidence wherever it takes them, but there are Chinese historians that will bump that number up considerably. The 350,000 range is not unheard of at all. If you want to go to Crazy Town and find the very end of the spectrum, what's the largest number you've ever seen? It's the insane large. It's 500,000. I saw 500,000. It's not credible, but that's what I saw. 45 is not credible either on the other end. Now, on that scale are a bunch of different gradients of people's and their views on this subject. That's why it's really difficult to talk about, because it's not just an it didn't happen, yes it did thing. It's, well, sure it did, but it only happened here. Or yes it did, but it only happened to these people. It's, just the lawyerly breakdown over the geographical boundaries where someone who dies in this, quadrant counts as a Nanking atrocity casualty, and someone who dies outside that quadrant doesn't. I mean, it gets silly like that. The Chinese historians point out, and supposedly this is why China didn't make a huge deal specifically over the Nanking situation in the first few decades after the war, was because this was more par for the course than not. And part of the way you get some of these really large number counts is the Chinese historians sometimes include these soldiers from the Battle of Shanghai who died, in part because the Japanese troops who took their surrender, or who captured them, or who found them wounded on the battlefield, executed them there. This is another part of the gradient in the discussion. Like, who do you count? If you're talking about soldiers, do they count in the atrocity? Or what if you killed them after they surrendered? As I said, a bunch of different people have different opinions along the spectrum. Now, if you're looking for a mid-range to try to
get sort of a little ballast on this question, a lot of the mainstream historians will range from like 100,000 dead to 250,000 dead, and that is a huge number, no matter which it is. The other question that always comes up in a case like this, and this is connected to the Nazi situation in Europe, but is who's responsible? Where does the responsibility lie? Because you will often hear these situations, and sometimes it's valid compared to the sacking of Cremona, where you have troops, a loss of institutional control, maybe on the part of the leaders, or a callous disregard for the plight of people, that your lower level troops were despoiling, whatever it might be, you'll hear that. Some people will make the case that all of this is premeditated. It might well have been Nazi stuff. And once again, we can divide it into separating soldiers from civilians, but there's an interesting little bridge between the two. And that's soldiers who dress up as civilians. Now, before we get into this story, you're entitled to know how I come to my thinking, and if anything, my own bias. To me, my normal approach is to put myself in other people's viewpoints to try to see their perspective, but trying to see the perspective of the side that thinks there's 45 or 100 or 200 deaths here and they're explain-awayable feels like trying to be a defender of a Holocaust denier. It's a really difficult position for me to put myself in. I think you should point it out. I have a very hard time putting myself in. If you were in debating class and they said, you have to take this perspective and defend it. I am usually open-minded enough to keep a lot of doubt open, though, depending on the other circumstances involved. For example, if this was a very unusual incident in the Second Sino-Japanese War or the Second World War, I think I'd be inclined to say, listen, wartime propaganda, those people might have a point. The problem is that the Japanese Army and Navy, to a degree, but the Army certainly, is a repeat offender in this war, both the Sino-Japanese one and the Second World War. By the way, by 1937, a lot of people think the Second World War has started, so it depends. A lot of people, when I was a kid, always started it with the invasion of Poland. But since then, a lot of opinion has shifted and said, really, 1937, the Japanese are in World War II. The other powers just aren't in yet themselves. The Chinese and the Japanese were starting the Second World War. And in this case, the Japanese will behave toward the Chinese atrociously. And you have to really write off a ton of evidence, including your own soldiers' and commanders' diaries, if you want to explain it away. You also have to deal with the remembrances of combat veterans from pretty much every power that fought the Japanese in the Second World War, where atrocious behavior and a certain brutal level of conduct was always remembered. And that's after you factor out racism and hatred of the enemy who killed your buddies and all that other stuff. There's a ton of evidence. And the questions over why, what's going on here, have been ongoing. And they sort of, in a smaller way, parallel the ones going on after the Second World War with the Nazis, where you have things like the Milgram experiment, all these other things where people were trying to figure out, how do you get people to turn off their moral compass? Could we all be Nazis? And it was trying to figure out motivations and how you do that. In the Second World War and afterwards, and let's remember, the Japanese public knew very little of this stuff. Although some of the stuff that they did know and sort of celebrate is once again weird by Western standards. For example, there's a famous incident in Nanking where two soldiers were having, supposedly, this is in the Japanese news media, a contest, a Chinese head chopping contest. And the tally was being kept score regularly in the newspaper. This guy's up to 75 now. Oh, but 3 heads today by the other guy, and he takes the lead. And it was always used as evidence of, you're looking for a sign that this brutality happened. Well, my goodness, they were celebrating in Japan's newspapers. Turns out most historians that I've been reading suggest that never happened, and that it was a figment of the press's desire to whip up an interesting story that got people reading, which it did. It does, of course, beg the question about an audience who thought that was worth celebrating. But there have been speculations forever, and the early ones during the war were always, you know, racist and cultural, but this is just how the Japanese are. Since then, there have been a lot of interesting ones, including ones from Japan. Just to give you an idea of one of them, they'll talk about the brutality in the Japanese army, where apparently being punched in the face hard with a closed fist by your superior was not uncommon. There's plenty of reports about people having to commit executions or the killing of POWs as part of a sort of blooding you. It's a very old-fashioned idea. Once again, a lot of the things the Japanese are going to be in trouble for in the Second World War are things that people didn't even bat an eyelash 500 years ago. And in fact, 500 years ago, they wouldn't have known it ever happened outside of a very close geographical area. That's another thing that's different about Nanking. There's telegraphs there. There's embassies. There's Westerners. There's U.S. and British boats, ships, in the Yangtze River. The real world outside this area is going to hear about what's happening inside Nanking, and they're going to hear about it while it's going on. It's a thoroughly modern situation that we have seen over and over again since, where there will be some terrible atrocity, crisis, humanitarian disaster, genocide, war crime going on somewhere in the world and unfolding in real time, and all the great powers are kind of under the gun at that point, when everybody says, my goodness, something has to be done or more people will die. But the world, global geopolitical powers rarely react at speed on these kind of things, but it's been a little bit of an unsolvable problem. You see it in Nanking for sure, because what's going to happen there will unfold over a period of weeks. The world will be put into a moral quandary over what to do. So picking up the story, after the Battle of Shanghai, the Chinese forces retreat toward the capital, Nanking. I think it's like 140, 150 miles west of Shanghai. And during the retreat, the Japanese lead elements are trying to surround the Chinese. So this is a flight with the Japanese in hot pursuit. There are also civilians along the path. There are aircraft strafing and bombing the roads. You get this sense of chaos and bedlam and claustrophobia and panic. And, you know, I've seen, you've seen war footage since that time that you really get a sense, and the camera gives you a very good sense, of a combination of things that must have been working on these people too. The fluidity of the situation, right? Everything is moving quickly and you're in the middle of it. And also a complete lack of knowledge about what's going on outside your field of vision or whatever the person next to you can say. The combination of those two things is panic-inducing. So imagine a sort of a bedlam as this line of humanity pursued by the Japanese runs toward Nanking. The Japanese arrive close on their heels and mostly surround the city. And on December 9th, they're outside this walled city of Nanking, which looks like a sort of a European medieval city, demanding its surrender. There is a Chinese general in command of a hastily thrown together, but relatively, you know, it's China, a large number of soldiers. Some of them green, some of them old and reservist, some of them from the battle that just was over in Shanghai, and they're, you know, not fed, they don't have their weapons, they're maybe defeatist. I mean, it's a bit of a motley crew, but they're going to defend the city. So for 4 days, they hold out before that general orders a retreat. He leaves, the government leaves, and you have now a city with hundreds of thousands of people, including refugees, that's being bombed, and no governmental services or anyone in charge. The Japanese have yet to take over, and it's one of the great stories, by the way, of this city's plight, and that's that there were a group of Westerners in the city. Most of the Westerners ran away as soon as the Japanese army came in, but a bunch of different people, businessmen and others, humanitarians, doctors, stayed, and they weren't there to take care of all these people, but when that fell into their lap, they stepped up to do it. There's a little ironic twist to the story, too, and they recently made a movie out of basically almost playing on that twist, and it's that the guy that was sort of elected by this ad hoc group to be the leader was a Nazi. An ardent Nazi, as the sources describe him, a businessman, John Rabe. And part of the reason he gets the gig is because the Japanese government and the Nazi German government have been moving closer together, and maybe he has a little bit more pull with the Japanese that are just about to take over the city than maybe a British or American, or I think there was a Danish guy. Maybe they don't have as much pull. So this guy gets the gig, and the movie, I saw the tagline, of the preview, and I think it said something like, he saved 250,000 lives, and you see scenes of him with huddled Chinese refugees, and he hides them from aircraft under a giant swastika flag. So there's sort of that playing with the idea that here you have the evil Nazis, and yet there's a good person mixed in. It's a juxtaposition that you can hang a whole movie theme on. I don't know about 250,000 lives in terms of the number. I do know that this is 20 or 30 people. There's women in the group, doctors, ministers, businessmen, and they save a ton of people. And it's in large part because of the documents that they sent or the information that they kept track of that we have a lot of these accounts. And when I wanted to spend 3 hours on it, I was going to go through all of the letters. Let me encourage you to get another book if you're interested in this. And it's one of the few I've ever read that should be dry as a bone, but it's actually in its own way terrifying because it's chronological primary source documents. So the cables and the telegrams and the letters and the pleas from these people, John Rabe and all these people who make up the Nanking International Safety Zone, folks, as it's called. And you can read every day. These letters get more beseeching, more terrified, more outraged as the situation descends into monstrous chaos. On December 13th, the Japanese enter Nanking. There's a letter from John Rabe saying, thank you so much for not shelling our little international safety zone that we created, which, by the way, is nothing more than a part of the city blocked off, and on the sides of the streets where the border is, they put international flags. I think it was December 1st that the Nanking mayor, before fleeing the city, tells all the civilians to run into the safety zone because they'll be safe there, which allows the Japanese to then say that anybody who's not in the safety zone is ipso facto a bad guy. And what begins to happen right away is the Japanese start searching for Chinese soldiers because there's, as we said, a lot of them there. And part of the atrocity here is if you are a defender, basically, of the Japanese army in this case, do you count the killing of Chinese soldiers as a war crime, right? I mean, officially there's no question, but that allows some people to diverge here and say, well, we admit that these people who died were soldiers, but I deny the civilian side of this. In this case, what happens is there's a river, it's the Yangtze, it runs behind Nanking. And if you look at it, in order for Chinese troops to get out of Nanking and get away from the oncoming Japanese, they would have to cross the river, sort of go over to the more Chinese side and keep going. Normally not a problem, but of course, they were trying to create a defensive zone to thwart the Japanese, so they've been blowing up the bridges and everything that would allow the Chinese to get away too, and now they have to. So there are these harrowing stories of Chinese troops just at the riverbank waiting, thousands and thousands of people waiting for one little boat that could carry 3 people, like a canoe, across the river, and the Japanese are on the way. And if there's one group of people that knows that the Japanese are not taking Chinese prisoners, it's Chinese soldiers. So this sense of panic is palpable. And let me turn to some of the sources now, and I have a wide mix of them. And my apologies, as I said, I'd like to do 3 hours, and I'd like to just read the documents to you, because there are several that are like police blotter reports where they're trying to tell the Japanese commander, at this hour, this woman was raped over here, and the Japanese soldier spilled her sugar. I mean, it's literally like police reports, but it's all I could think of when I was reading it is how unusual it was to have something like this. And if you could have had a similar document, it would apply equally well to the sack of Carthage by the Romans, in ancient times. I mean, this is a modern day account of something you just don't get a whole lot of, but that's happened a lot of times in history. It seems woefully out of place in time, though. Here's the way Fujiwara Akira, contributor to the Nanking atrocity complicating the picture, said that the attack on Nanking was out of control from the start, with all sorts of units that were glory hungry and wanting to be the first inside the city, and there's a sense of out-of-control troops, such as the Battle of Cremona, with that psychology going on. So here we get another gradient. in the responsibility spectrum that we've been talking about. Do you blame Japan for what's about to happen here? No, it was a bunch of out-of-control troops, and in some ways it was. Akira writes about the Japanese units finding out on December 13th that the Chinese were retreating and leaving, trying to get away. He writes, quote, Japanese units learned of this retreat on the morning of the 13th. Skirmishes broke out in many areas as small groups of Chinese troops outside the city, now lacking a chain of command, desperately tried to slip past advancing Japanese forces. Then the surrendering began. Most of the Chinese troops still inside Nanking rushed to escape helter-skelter through the Pachang Gate, which led to the Shaquan Wharf area. From Shaquan, they hoped to cross the Yangtze by boat, by raft, or by clinging desperately to scraps of lumber, where they madly ran up and down the riverbank, only to encounter Japanese forces sent to cut them off. Huge numbers of Chinese troops became prisoners of war on the 13th and 14th at Shaquan, Mufashan, Changtun Gate, and the Shaohua Gate. With no avenue of escape, Chinese soldiers lost all will to fight. Despite trying to surrender in droves, most were killed in the pell-mell of battle. End quote. He then quotes from the diaries from December 13th, 1937, of two Japanese commanders, 16th Division Commander and 30th Brigade Commander. These are primary source documents, and 16th Division Commander Nakajima Kisago's diary writes, quote, "We see prisoners everywhere, so many that there's no way we can deal with them. The general policy is, accept no prisoners, so we ended up having to take care of them, lock, stock, and barrel. But they came in hordes, in units of thousands or 5,000s, so we couldn't even disarm them. Later I heard that the Sasaki unit alone disposed of about 1,500. A company commander guarding Taiping Gate took care of another 1,300. Another 7,000 to 8,000 clustered at the Shinho Gate are still surrendering. We need a really huge ditch to handle those 7,000 to 8,000, but we can't find one. So someone suggested this plan." Now, quoting someone else's plan, "Divide them up into groups of 100 to 200 and then lure them to some suitable spot for finishing off." End quote. 30th Brigade Commander Major General Sasaki Toichi wrote in his diary on the 13th of December, quote, "The number of abandoned enemy bodies in our area today was 10,000 plus thousands more. If we include those Chinese whose escape rafts or boats on the Yangtze were sunk by fire from our armored cars, plus POWs killed by our units, our detachment alone must have taken care of over 20,000. We finished the mop-up and secured our rear area at about 2 p.m. While regrouping, we advanced to the Hoping Gate. Later, the enemy surrendered in the thousands. Frenzied troops, rebuffing efforts by superiors to restrain them, finished off those POWs one after another. Even if they aren't soldiers, for example, medics or priests, men would yell, 'Kill the whole damn lot,' after recalling the past 10 days of bloody fighting in which so many buddies had shed so much blood." End quote. So right there you see another one of those lines that some people take, which is the superiors tried to restrain them, but their buddies were killed and they were understandably upset enough to commit atrocities. There's also a ton of evidence, though, that there was a take-no-prisoners policy. Historian Herbert P. Bix, in his book on Hirohito, his Pulitzer Prize-winning book on Hirohito, writes this, quote, "There were no orders to rape, in quotes, Nanking, nor did Imperial Headquarters ever order the total extermination of the enemy as the ultimate goal of the Nanking Encirclement Campaign. Standing orders to take no prisoners did exist, however. And once Nanking fell, Japanese soldiers began to execute, en masse, military prisoners of war and unarmed deserters who had surrendered. They also went on an unprecedented and unplanned rampage of arson, pillage, murder, and rape. The resulting slaughter continued in the city and its 6 adjacent rural villages for 3 months, and far exceeded earlier atrocities committed during the Battle of Shanghai and along the escape routes to Nanking. General Nakajima's 16th Division, in just its first day in the capital, killed approximately 30,000 Chinese prisoners of war and fleeing soldiers." End quote. There are charges that these orders to kill all prisoners come from the highest up on the scene, which by the 13th, I believe, is the Emperor Hirohito's uncle. There will be an execution or two after the war for what goes on in the city, but trying to figure out who's responsible for it has been an ongoing part of the debate. How high up the food chain do you blame this? What it really seems to be is this combination of two things. A ordered war crime from a Western perspective, the killing of surrendering or captured POWs, because after all, you go look at the Soviet Union and the number of prisoners that fell into German hands after the June 1941 invasion there, and they would have these giant Kesselschlacht, these cauldron battles, and they captured 250,000 people at a time, and you have these photographs of huge crowds of people or long columns stretching off into the distance, kicking up tons of dust, and them trying to figure out how do we barbed wire these people in a pen and keep them, and then how do we feed them? You didn't see any of that in this part of the war between China and Japan, because they're not taking prisoners, and nobody knows that better than the Chinese troops. So this sense of panic that's going on in the city, I was trying to think of an analogy. It's a little like, getting 100,000 or more people in a soccer stadium and then having somebody tell you over the public address speaker that the doors out have been barred and armed gunmen are coming in to kill all 100 or 150,000 people in the stadium. I mean, what is the mood like then? Well, if it's panic-stricken, that would be understandable. And this is when incidents begin happening in the story that become a sort of a hinge moment. If we were talking about communicable diseases or an epidemic, this is when it jumps species from merely affecting the soldiers and now affecting the civilians. Because in their panic, and quite understandably so, a lot of these Chinese troops, an undetermined number of these Chinese troops, are going to throw off their uniforms and throw their weapons away and dress in any civilian clothing they can find. They may be aided in this by the population because, after all, this is a Chinese city and these are Chinese troops, but the Japanese start looking for Chinese troops that have thrown away their uniforms and are dressed as civilians, and they start picking people out of crowds, many of whom are civilians, and executing them. Then you have the part of the story that just takes this to unbelievable, crazy levels, which is what starts to happen to the civilians. And this is where it looks like Cremona, because you have, and it starts, if you read the primary source materials, it starts on the 13th, and you start to get these requests. Can you please put more military police officers out on the streets because the soldiers are out of control? The main thing they're out of control with, although there's a lot of looting, is rape. And it's crazy to read. As I said, I wanted to do 3 hours on this and just go from one police blotter account to another, because it gives you a real-time, in a way, sense of what's going on all over the Nanking International Safety Zone, where they were getting more than 1,000 reports of rapes a night. As one of the humanitarians working there said, the Japanese have turned the International Safety Zone into a public house, meaning a whorehouse. And they were often killing the women that they raped. It's worth giving an account from the victims here, the Chinese side. And in one of the books that I have, Nanking 1937 Memory and Healing, they have a Chinese historian who's giving what is, I guess it's the recognized Chinese view of this thing, and he pulls no punches. He wants you to know how nasty it got. And a person who says there were only 45 people who died in this whole incident would call the Chinese a liar, or the government a bunch of people just wanting to hold this over Japan's head. But here's what Chinese historian Sun Jiawei says happened in Nanking. Quote, "In general, the massacre itself can be divided into two types of killings: mass killings and sporadic killing. Incidents of mass killing range from the murder of 10 to 20 to the slaughter of tens of thousands of people, with the greatest number in any one incident reaching more than 50,000. Sporadic killing included varying numbers of 3 to 8 people. Among the mass killings, in addition to those who died by the sword and firing squad, others were burned, buried alive, or drowned. Several, after being soaked with gasoline, were set on fire by gunshot, causing the wounded person to lie covered in flames, rolling and writhing on the ground, until finally dying a miserable death. Individual sporadic acts of torture and killing included splitting, gutting, slicing, piercing alive, and dog biting. Some were even burned with acid and then left burning all over. Others were tortured to death. 2 Japanese lieutenants amused themselves by having a killing contest. The first one to reach 100 killed won the game. Then they raised the limit to 150. In addition to killing, he writes, the Nanking Massacre also involved rape, arson, theft, and other violent crimes. The Japanese troops who attacked Nanking raped tens of thousands of Chinese women, many of whom were then murdered. End quote. Anytime I find myself thinking that those numbers that the Chinese historians give are way too large, I recall that according to Tacitus, the Roman legionaries completely picked Cremona clean in 4 days. Nanking is going to continue for months. How much evil can you do in a time frame like that? And admittedly, they're not ripping Nanking apart with quite the efficiency or rapacity as the Romans were ripping Cremona apart. But if you've got months to do it, I imagine it's going to be pretty thorough. Now, if you say that we have spent too much time focusing on a single atrocity, and we're talking about a conflict that's going to go on to 1945, I would agree with you, except that we're not going to spend a lot of time necessarily on all the atrocities between now and the end of the war that deserve attention. What's more, you look at the raw death totals that the Chinese are going to suffer between 1937 and 1945 alone. And if you include the indirect causes of death because of the war, things like famine and disease, your numbers get to the 15 and 20 million people levels. If you want to go just with directly caused by violence, it gets down to maybe 12 million in a lot of sources. 12 million, 2/3 of which, by the way, are civilian. Where are their stories? Most of those people died individually, or suffered annually, killed in small and great villages or hamlets. Who speaks for them? It's like a relatively and comparatively well-attested to situation in there. Allegations of her denier, but still well-attested to allegations in the worst case scenario. Let's let those speak for all those people whose stories didn't make it into the history books. The second reason to focus, perhaps, ignorantly on an atrocity like Nanking is that it's one of a bunch of pre-war atrocities, and these will continue, by the way, during the conflict as well, that seem to set up this era where you have these brutal totalitarian type armies, at least the Western liberal that seem to be on the march, and they seem to be the bad guys in the story. Bad guys is the first. Because in most wars, especially all the recent ones where you get into the newspaper accounts and stuff like that, pretty common to portray one's adversary in almost apocalyptically evil terms. In the First World War, the Germans were called the Huns because Huns were about the nastiest thing British propaganda and others could think of in terms of slapping a label on them. And they helped out all they could on the German side by doing things that have been named the Rape of Belgium and stuff at the time, shocking the genteel 19th century sensibilities of the age. Let the record show how exponential that can grow in a mere generation, because the outrage over the Rape of Belgium involved about 6,000 people killed directly. Maybe those are the modern numbers, and we've already talked about what the numbers are in China. It's worth pointing out that if you take standard numbers for both world wars and compare them, look at the difference in the ratio of civilian to military casualties. In the First World War, standard number you get for soldiers killed is about 10 million people. About 7 million civilians in that war, it's estimated. In the Second World War, more like 20 to 25 million military deaths, and more like 35 to 60 million civilian deaths. So several times more civilian deaths in the Second World War, less civilian deaths in the First.
And that's the part that, by the standards of most war crimes or just individual perception, makes the Second World War so much more atrocious. A lot of people are willing to forgive all sorts of nastiness if it's done to soldiers, women, children, old people, the infirm, the sick, the non-combatants. It's much more harrowing and shocking when they're killed. And here's the problem with the good and evil narrative. Do you think that the Japanese textbooks are teaching their kids that they were on the evil side of this war, the way the Western democratic textbooks tend to frame the Japanese side of this? Obviously the Germans are Sauron, but the Japanese are one of the powers that work with Sauron, the Haradrim, the Easterners, one of those people. One of the reasons that countries like China have problems with Japan's textbooks is in their minds they're not confronting this fact that, wait a minute, let's acknowledge you were the evil side of this war. Good and evil's a strange thing, though, isn't it? I had to think about this for a while, because who says a particular behavior is evil? You go talk to Genghis Khan about good and evil in the 13th century from the Mongol point of view, and he may have, yes he has, a different interpretation of what constitutes one or the other, right? This is a perception thing. If the Nazis had somehow won the war, and we were all having our concepts of good and evil framed under that regime, how different do conduct, for example, that the Wehrmacht carried out on Hitler's orders in the East after they invaded the Soviet Union, and it was this, no holds barred, all laws thrown out the window kind of conflict. How different does that look? You think the Germans, or the Nazis, because it might be a pan-Nordic sort of empire, do you think they frame that in good and evil terms? And if they do you think they're framing their side as evil? The perception thing is hard to get past, isn't it? Because from the perspective of someone who grew up in what the post-war history books always call the great liberal democracies, the Western democracies, you have concentration camps that are being used as genocide factory assembly lines. You pretty much, by our value system, staked out where you are on the good-evil side of the divide. Pretty clearly, the Japanese had something that reminds you of some of the Nazi medical science. Put that in parentheses, reports. They had a unit 731, it was called, in Manchuria in northern China, that conducted experiments on humans and vivisections and, infected fleas with bubonic plague and then dropped them by air over Chinese cities and recorded the data, evil stuff like that. From our Western liberal Enlightenment era-based value system, that's unrepentant evil. Now, if you take yourself out of those shoes, though, I went and read the arguments, as anyone should, that the people who defend other points of view on this make. Usually, if they don't just deny the information outright, as the deniers of the Nanking atrocity or of the Holocaust do, they will say, yes, but. Yes, we did these things and people are terrible, but you did terrible things too. Things that are often not admitted to or accepted by the liberal, democratic, post-enlightenment side of this thing. For example, strategic bombing. We talk to people in Japan, Germany, who lived about the reality of their cities being bombed by sometimes hundreds of aircraft, sometimes multiple times, sometimes with atomic bombs, and they have an interesting perspective on it. I'll never forget one of them saying to me, if the same result had been achieved the old-fashioned way, you'd come in here and done with bayonets, the functional equivalent of what we do with bombs from a distance. How does it look then? Hard to get over the idea that there's no one man king, isn't it? Here's the thing. You go to somewhere on the British end of things, though, that were on the receiving end of the Blitz, the Luftwaffe's bombing of London and Britain. Instead of saying, yes, that's how we felt too, you'll often hear them say, Tav, you started it. What you got back was reaping what you sow. And that's an interesting argument to kind of understand about the human terms. Here's the problem. There's always been an implication that the people that are being bombed somehow deserve it. And I always try to remind myself, if my country ever got into a war with someone else, and I got bombed by them, would I somehow think I deserved it because of the role I played in supporting my country's policies or supporting the country? Or would I think that I was just a person caught in the gears of history, that I had little control over what really happened, and that there's really no good excuse for these bombs to fall on me? The other argument that we'll sometimes get, sometimes from other Asian people, sometimes other Asian people who were also victims of the Japanese, is they will bring in the question of colonialism. And they will say something like, sure, the Western democracies were on their good behavior and did relatively well in terms of controlling their troops and behaving well, militarily speaking, during this conflict. But look at the situation after the conflict, and more importantly, look at the situation beforehand with centuries of colonialism. Add up all that stuff and all those evils and put them on the balance scale too. Sure, the Japanese were terrible, but let's not pretend that we're only talking about the Second World War here when we're adding up who's been terrible to whom and when. This is about walking a mile in the other person's moccasins, and it's important to consider those points. It is worth pointing out, and many here as would, that the terrible things done as part of the effort to win the Second World War comes after these sorts of incidents that we're discussing here, and maybe are necessary because of the kind of incidents we're talking about here. That's why we spend so much time on this Nanking atrocity, because it's hardly the only thing going on. This would be an appropriate time to zoom out the story. Keep one part of your peripheral vision always on China, though, because the Japanese biggest fear of getting bogged down in an endless war in China is going to come true. We compared it to an addiction earlier. They're fully addicted. They don't know how to get out. And the more they conquer, the worse their troubles are. When the atomic bombs are dropped at the end of the war, the Japanese are still bogged down in China. I had this weird upside-down, backwards mirror image funhouse sort of view of the strategic situation facing the Japanese in China. It's like this weird turnaround of the United States' strategic dilemma in the Vietnam War. I mean, there you had this giant continental power, the U.S., bogged down and unable to extricate itself with any sort of peace terms they can live with in a place, what would you say, roughly just vaguely the size of something like California. The Japanese, in the Chinese version of this, they're more like the size of California, and they're bogged down in a guerrilla war, and not always a guerrilla war, in a continental landmass the size of the U.S. The first thing I'm thinking about if I'm in the Japanese leadership is, I don't want any more trouble with anyone else. I'm busy. And the Japanese will continue to conquer city after city after city. They will control the railway lines that connect these cities, the roads that connect these cities, and the Chinese can just keep moving their capital as far away as they need to go to be out of the Japanese, range of the bombs, although they do fall on the Chinese capital from time to time. And the countryside is infested with nationalist armies, communist armies, guerrillas, insurgents, warlord troops, bandits. And there will be hundreds of thousands, usually close to 1 million, Japanese troops, some of their best forces too, all requiring supplies all the time in this theater for the entire war. As we said, we have to zoom out at this point in the story because events elsewhere in the world are going to have more of an effect on what happens in this part of the world than anything that's happening in this part of the world. I mean, for example, as the Europeans begin to slide toward the Second World War, the Japanese are watching. And as that war breaks out and gets underway, they're paying attention to the results and reacting accordingly. In other words, like many powers, they're trying to read the lay of the land. And as the Second World War will break out, the lay of the land's going to change quickly. Tough to know which horse to bet on when things are so fluid. The 1930s, as we should point out, and it is important to understand the context, is a pretty crappy decade for most countries. It is in the great depths of the Great Depression.
And it is hard to exaggerate what that means. I mean, people think of economic hard times, but it opens the door to all sorts of political instability problems on every front. And so people like Franklin Roosevelt in the United States and leaders everywhere had their hands full trying to pull out of this economic nosedive. Nobody was prepared to spend a lot of money or a lot of political capital or ask the country to give some great sacrifice for some cause around the world when you hardly could handle the problems that put people in soup lines in the streets of your major cities. 1938 is the key year where things really spiral out of control, although it's not always apparent that that's what's happening. Many people have suggested that it would have been very easy to imagine the Second World War breaking out in 1938. You have a lot of things happening. You have the Anschluss, where Germany annexes Austria. You have the huge situation of Czechoslovakia, the Sudetenlands, and all that stuff. You have the peace in our time Munich Agreement. And I should point out something because I'll try not to get on my soapbox here, but it drives me crazy. The Munich Agreement, of course, is where the Prime Minister of Britain, who had gone to a conference with Herr Hitler, comes back, gets off a plane, and I've seen this, you can go see it in the museums in Britain, waves this document with his signature and Hitler's signature on it, and declares basically that this is peace in our time, and people applaud. Chamberlain is a reviled figure to most people today. He's seen as a weak appeaser that should have confronted Hitler. I mean, there's a million things we throw at all these people. These weak-kneed, pre-Second World War political leaders, totally forgetting two major things and about 1,000 minor things. Let's go into the two major things. The first one is these people had already lived through the worst war that they could ever imagine. 20 years ago, before the First World War, nobody really knew what they were getting into. In the 1930s, everybody knows what they're getting. They're getting the First World War, of course, again. And to many of these people, they thought they saw their civilization nearly knocked out in that war. If you're going to have another one, and it's going to be worse, and you're starting it from the Great Depression levels of economic health, what's the likelihood you're going to survive this time? What's the proper price to pay to avoid that outcome? Now, what about the public support for any policy like that? This is the other thing that is widely forgotten in a place like the United States especially. People who we laud for being ahead of the power curve on this, guys like Winston Churchill, who foresee all this sort of and screaming for confrontation and a more bellicose policy to ward off all this stuff. That's his rationale, right? We'll avoid this war, tougher now. The guy is like in the political wilderness in this period, and he's derided by many as a warmonger, so he's sort of out of steps with the attitude of the times. As we all know, this war is going to break out in 1939. A month after it breaks out, there's a public opinion poll of Americans on the issue of the war. It's quoted by Francis Pike in Hirohito's War. I think it's a Gallup poll, but I'm not sure. The poll taken had 84% of respondents saying that they wanted Britain and France to win the war. Only 2% wanted the Germans to win. But 95% wanted to stay out of the war. Well, first of all, this is more reflective of the America of that time period. Much less interventionist throughout its entire history than now. But when you think of those kind of overwhelming numbers in a system where the political leaders are elected, what is it responsible to expect them to do? How many people are going to go against that kind of supermajority? What's more, in a philosophical sense, in a system where the people are supposed to sort of broadly decide the course of the nation, if 95% of them wants to take a left turn at the fork in the road, where's the moral justice in the political leaders making a right instead? So I think we judge these people harshly and assume, that they had more ability to do what we want them to do than they did. And of course, let's remember the most important part: whenever you do something like the Monday morning quarterbacking in history, we know how things turn out. They don't. That having been said,
Famously, the Munich Agreement falls through. Poland is invaded September 1st, 1939. Poland had been given a guarantee by Britain and France because they finally had enough of Hitler's I don't want it in your territory, don't worry. And when the Nazis refused to leave Poland after it's demanded of them, the war is on in Europe, and the Japanese are watching. Now, as we know, Poland is overrun quickly. Post-war propaganda calls it blitzkrieg. What it really looks like is just the First World War tactics and strategy and philosophy developed over 20 years. And there's this period that's sometimes called the phony war, where nothing much is going on. And then in April 1940, Germany invades Denmark and Norway and conquers them pretty quickly. And then a month later, not even a month later, I think, in May 1940, a bunch of things happen. Not necessarily this way. Winston Churchill becomes Prime Minister of Britain. So now we have one of the major players in this story ensconced in power, decision maker. Famously pit bull-like in his bellicosity, and yet at the same time, seemingly the right man for the job. Because, I mean, if Churchill was a bit of an antagonist and a fighter that was a little bit embarrassing in more peaceful times, he's exactly what you need now that the war is going, isn't he? May is also the month where the phony war ends on the Western Front. The Germans blow through a couple of neutral countries and then into France. Now, we should point out another reality during the time period that's often forgotten now. France is widely considered to be the strongest land power in the world at this time period. Many international calculations are based on this assumption. This assumption will prove to be false quickly. France will be defeated in a mere 6 weeks. To put that in perspective and to understand how incredibly shocking that is for this time period, you're talking about a country here that only 20 years previously had spent more than 1 million of their soldiers' lives holding off arguably the greatest army of the age, the First World War German army, for more than 4 years. And remember, not only is France defeated here, but the Dutch are defeated as part of the Germans blowing through this area, and the British look like they're 5 minutes away from succumbing as well. If you're making calculations based on world events in Japan, all of a sudden all of these valuable areas in your neck of the woods that are controlled by the Dutch and the French and the British don't seem so formidably defended anymore. And remember, if you're Japan, you might not even be looking at those places. If you could just hold on to China and conquer it and use its resources, that's all they need, really. I mean, it wouldn't give you everything you wanted, but I mean, if Japan's looking to be a great power and they think they have to suck up China to do it, everything in their policy is based on being able to maintain that addiction. They only start looking towards some of these other tempting areas like French Indochina, modern-day Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, because some of the more obvious avenues towards supplying your war machine are being squeezed by other powers. If you go look at the economic side of the Second World War, which is a very popular way to look at it lately, and I find it very valuable in terms of understanding some of the deeper motivations, all of the Axis powers were concerned with self-sufficiency. Autarky is what it's called. And this is actually playing into the global trade situation. It involves economics in a way that kind of explains war motivation very well. But the reason that countries like Germany, for example, wanted self-sufficiency was in part because they had been starved to death in the First World War when their shipping and trade was cut off by the British Navy. These countries wanted the flexibility to be relatively immune to other countries' economic pressure. The Japanese wanted to do what they wanted to do in China and wanted to be able to flip the middle finger to countries that told them to stop. Unfortunately, in this time period, they depended on other countries too much. Historian James L. McLean writes in A Modern History of Japan, quote, "To the regret of many Japanese economic planners, in the late 1930s, Japan still depended upon the United States for nearly 1/3 of its imports, from cotton to scrap iron and oil, and matters seemed to be growing worse. Between 1929 and 1932, Japan purchased from the United States 36% of its scrap iron used to manufacture steel for munitions and ships. By 1938, American sources were supplying 74% of Japan's scrap. Similarly, in 1938, Japan received more than 60% of its imported machine tools and nearly all sophisticated alloys, such as vanadium and molybdenum, from the United States. Traditionally self-sufficient in copper, Japan in 1939 extracted 90,000 tons of that metal from its mines. But industry was gobbling up so much for detonators and shell casings that the nation that year had to import 105,000 tons of copper, 93% of it from the United States. The situation for oil, the most critical of all commodities in the estimation of military planners, was extremely desperate. Japan relied on America for almost 80% of its fuel, and for special distillates, dependence stood at more than 90%. In the eyes of economic and military strategists, by the summer of 1940, Western colonies in Southeast Asia had come to represent a treasure trove of raw materials, whose possession would allow Japan to vault into the ranks of the economic haves, to recall one of the Prime Minister's phrases, and thus to free itself from dependence upon an increasingly hostile West. End quote. You can see why a concept like national self-sufficiency might be attractive to someone like the Japanese, who are dependent on these outside powers to sell them what they need, especially what they need to keep the war machine running. So what happens if the people who sell you the stuff you need to keep the war machine running stop selling you the stuff you need? And that becomes kind of the crux of this story. I know many of you are as fascinated as I am by how wars get started. And there is no template. They're all different. The variables are never the same. But you can see, similar patterns. In this particular case, you see the pattern of a sort of inertia developing. You saw this in the First World War II, I believe I described it, like someone pulling a pin out of a hand grenade. But you can also think about it like a fuse being lit. It's when events start to move towards collision. And at a certain point, it almost becomes easier to run into each other and have a conflict than to break out of the pattern. And in this case, it's going to be a question of feeding the Japanese war machine that gets this dynamic going. And I was trying to get into all the tit-for-tat things, and they're very complicated because there's so many players. And as we said earlier, it's important to remember that in the Japanese government, just like the Western democracies, there is no hive mind at work. There are lots of different ideas of what the best foreign policy directions are to go. Different factions favor different things, and based on events, some factions are exalted and others are in decline. So there's no concerted foreign policy effort that is without fits and starts and a certain level of chaos. But in the case of the Japanese, and we talked about this earlier in the story, their governmental design is already not wonderful in terms of accountability and lines of command and all these things. When we start getting to a moment where the stress level and the need for efficiency and clear thinking and clear lines of authority become really important, this government's going to break down in such a way that if you were a Japanese citizen, you'd have every right to accuse them of some kind of criminal negligence. Because look what the Japanese are. Right around the time France falls, where they have a major war and commitment going on in China, they're already rationing luxury goods and fuel at home. The people are already grumbling. And then, 18 months later, when you add to that burden a war against the United States, Great Britain, France, all their former colonial dominions and Commonwealth nations, how the hell does that happen? Well, in a broad sense, it happens because of a decision to stop the Japanese war machine. If you look at it objectively, that becomes the issue where there's no give. And this is very controversial because everybody's argued forever what the cause of the Pacific War was and who's at fault. But if you look at it, it becomes pretty simple that the Japanese priorities and the Americans and British, the Anglo-American, they call them, priorities clash. And the priorities have to do with what it is the Japanese are addicted to. China. The whole reason I liked the addiction analogy was because of where we're coming to now. There's going to be the global equivalent of an intervention here, and the Japanese are going to be told that they have to stop inflating themselves on the steroids that are the Chinese resources and landmass and all that. And if they don't stop, they're going to get the means to that cut off. The means are things like oil. Now, worth pointing out, because it's interesting from a military history standpoint, the Second World War is really the first big war where oil is this super important resource, a war-winning or war-losing resource at a certain point. We all understand most wars throughout history, not all wars, of course, but most wars have a component of resources involved some way or another. Now, what's interesting is over the eras, often the important resource that you need to have changes. Right? During the late Bronze Age, having the monopoly on the making of iron and stuff like that, that's a national security thing. Well, iron's still important in the 20th century, but something that wasn't all that important at all, petroleum in the Bronze Age, is critical in this era. Think about the need to have it for your Air Force, if nothing else. But also, you know, since the First World War, and really before the First World War, they started changing over from coal to oil for the fuel for all of their ships, all the major powers. Well, gee, that creates a dependency you didn't have before. And countries like Japan, which didn't have a lot of oil to begin with, let's just say almost none, a little in the Sakhalin Islands up north, but almost none, are in a bind if the people you normally buy oil from decide to squeeze you. This is an interesting thing to look at because I remember as a kid growing up, I lived through something that if you look in your history books now is a known historical event with long-term, huge ramifications that we still live with today. At the time, we just called it the oil crisis when I was a kid in 1973. Long story short, a cartel of oil-producing nations who wanted to get the United States and friends to change their foreign policy priorities as they related to Israel, because there was a war in the Middle East going on, decided to squeeze the United States and friends' oil supply to get the price to rise, to sort of coerce, might not be a strong enough word, petro-blackmail is a word they sometimes use, to get the United States to change its foreign policy. The attitude that the U.S. government had was completely understandable and predictable. The attitude they have is no great power is going to let anybody dictate what their foreign policy priorities should be. And there were a few people in the Nixon administration that were basically talking about, you know, listen, if you don't sell the oil at a decent price, we're going to come and take the oil. You can't monopolize a world resource that everybody depends on like this. So you can understand the idea of no great power is going to let another country dictate what its priority should be. But during this period of time, that's exactly what the Anglo-American nations are going to do with the Japanese. And in the same way, it's hard to imagine the United States knuckling under to the demands of an oil cartel and changing its foreign policy. It's hard to imagine the Japanese publicly, with their tail between their legs, completely altering more than a decade's worth of foreign policy and doing what the great power tells them to do. Otherwise, they won't get any oil, which they really needed to run the war machine in China, which they wouldn't be in anymore. But because it is so obviously something that might lead directly to war, there has always been one side of the debate in the United States and elsewhere about how much what we're going to talk about now, these economic embargoes and sanctions and asset freezes and those kinds of things, how much that was a non-violent way to express the moral outrage of the public at the Japanese treatment of the Chinese, all this kind of stuff, versus a shove in a direction that the people in the know understood would lead directly to war. That's why we're going to deal with a couple different sides of the debate here, because this is not settled stuff. Unless, of course, you're a very hard ideologue and believe what you believe, but there are a number of different ways to look at it. there's a place where power politics and moral outrage intersect. And power politics, realpolitik, and moral outrage from a country like the United States or Great Britain or any of these Western democracies, these things are usually at odds with each other. I mean, a lot of times you have people like National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger, who was Nixon's National Security Advisor, lamented the idea that he should be constrained by the public's sort of weepy attitudes towards nation states when he's trying to, create treaties that keep nuclear war from breaking out. Let's keep our eyes on the prize here. Nations have interests, right? And yet at the same time, how do you expect a public who's reading all this terrible stuff coming out of the war in China, and babies being bombed, and people being beheaded, and rapes of cities about to happen any minute now in the story, how do you tell that public that they should just sit idly by and do nothing? What's more, what if your country is providing the means necessary for these events to even take place? Well, it's certainly understandable that people might react. In fact, you might worry about the country's population that didn't. In this case, with a nation so against going to war, what are the options that a president has in a situation like this, right? Well, this begins to become clear in October 1937 in a famous speech that the President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, gives. This is about a month or two before the Nanking Massacre happens, but it's on the horizon. In the Battle of Shanghai, all that's happened. And Roosevelt gives this speech where he talks about aggressor nations, and he talks about their conduct being like a contagion, like a disease that will spread, and he compares it to what you do when people have diseases. You quarantine them, right? And he's suggesting that that's what should be done to these aggressor states. Here's a sample of the 1937 quarantine speech by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
It seems to be unfortunately true that the epidemic of world lawlessness is spreading. And mark this well, when an epidemic of physical disease starts to spread, the community approves and joins in a quarantine of the patients in order to protect the health of the community against the spread of the disease. It is my determination to pursue a policy of peace. It is my determination to adopt every practicable measure to avoid involvement in war. It ought to be inconceivable that in this modern era and in the face of experience, any nation could be so foolish and ruthless as to run the risk of plunging the whole world into war by invading and violating, in contravention of solemn treaties, the territory of other nations that have done them no real harm and which are too weak to protect themselves adequately. Yet the peace of the world and the welfare and security of every nation, including our own, is today being threatened by that very thing.
Now, if this seems like a rather weak speech in terms of specifics and whatnot, you wouldn't be the only person that says so. And Francis Pike seems to indicate that Roosevelt kind of weak on all this stuff for a while. He said that this speech was just, Roosevelt sort of testing the waters. But we gave some polling information earlier that gives you an idea about the attitude of the American electorate during this time period. If the President of the United States thinks that there's a very important direction that the country needs to go, but the country doesn't want to go there, what should the President of the United States do? It's worth examining this enigma that is President Franklin Delano Roosevelt for a minute, because he's a key part of this story. He's unlike any other U.S. president in history. He was elected to twice as many terms as any other president in U.S. history, and they changed the Constitution after he left the scene
so that that would never happen again. But it gave him an unparalleled amount of actual practical hands-on experience with the levers of government. Nobody ever moved them any better than Franklin Roosevelt did. Roosevelt, an unusually hard to figure out U.S. president. You would think a guy that was on the scene as long as he was would have all sorts of information attached to, his feelings about things, but he died in office early into the fourth term, by the way, which meant we didn't get the normal run of presidential memoirs and all that stuff afterwards, because even if it's a pack of lies or self-serving justifications, historians have a way of using that to really flesh things out and compare them to other events and whatnot, triangulate. But you don't even get that from Roosevelt, and he was a hard-to-read guy anyway, almost by his very nature. He still elicits extremely strong emotions in many directions. I mean, at the time, there was a euphemism for him that people who hated his guts used. They wouldn't mention his name. They'd call him that man in the White House. Conservative Americans often saw Roosevelt as damn near socialist. A man who exploded the size of the American government, put it in all sorts of areas where it had never stuck its nose in before, transferred money from the wealthier classes to the poorer classes, set up all kinds of agencies, appeared to be doing all kinds of things, spending all kinds of money, but were there really any results? Changing America fundamentally. There is a before Franklin Roosevelt and after Franklin Roosevelt America. He's arguably the most transformative president that's ever been. Again, part of it being how long he served, but also because you serve during such major events as the Great Depression, followed by the Second World War, you're going to be around when all kinds of things are transformed. And you're going to be trying to ride the storm, as the captain of maybe the most powerful ship in the world. To a lot of Americans, liberals certainly, but a lot of poor, destitute Americans in the Great Depression, Roosevelt was a hero. If he wasn't achieving things, it wasn't for lack of trying. He was literally doing, programs where people did all kinds of things that weren't even necessary, and the government would hand them out a paycheck, although they also did a ton of things that we still benefit from today. All kinds of conservation corps and all these things that would put people to work, simply to put them to work. Try to prime the pump of the American economic engine and get